感谢这次带着抱歉头套版的刀哥来到这里，跟我们一起跟大家科普这次乞巧赛季的新内容。当然还有很多更细节的内容更新，比如武器加强啊，或者一些英雄技能的相对削弱。感兴趣的同学可以去我们的赛事官网看看哦。
那么最重要的节杯小组赛12月2号正式开打，
请大家一定要在下午4点锁定我们的各大直播间平台，观看我们的节杯小组赛，为你喜欢的选手和支持的赛区应援吧！
看我如何选虐海外的冒牌，不是说到冒牌火男，只是我自己的不行。看我如何选虐海外的冒牌火男吧。
那么今天的节目到这里就全部结束啦，感谢大家的观看，节杯我们不见不散啦，拜拜，
拜拜。
都看不见手卡，刀哥不知所措。相赛事官网更新啊！你要说什么？你要抓眼珠子，你要抓人家眼珠子。
这是节杯3排垃圾话首次录制。作为去年节杯冠军加 FMVP， 我想说很遗憾，今年你们又白打了。
Tôi là Kame, người chơi Jason hay nhất Việt Nam. Tôi đã quay trở lại với vị tướng Jason là hot pick của giải đấu lần này.
我梦游2022节杯世界第一，深招。
但我的白红也就比你长50公分。
我韦德让你们见识一下什么是世界第一鸟。
你们不要聊这些了。
住手！你们不要再打了。
作为一支颜值战队，我们压力太大了，因为打不好就要回去出道了。
虽然你们都很有来头，但节杯冠军一定属于黑马。看我们战队的 logo 是什么。
Maybe you guys are good at Naraka, but not all of you can rap.
Yo, Pubi, you are indeed a great player, but you will have a better chance succeeding in music.
Wait, what?
Talk less. We will see the results in the game. Look at me. I qualified for both solos and trios in the MBWC.
Tôi Roy Hi, quán quân giải đấu MBWC khu vực Đông Nam Á, thể thức solo. Tôi là quán quân và final MVP của giải đấu ESC thể thức đội. Tôi rất tự tin trong giải đấu này.
在我看来，节杯其实没什么难度，只要击败 GG， 我们应该就夺冠了吧。
我承认方 plus 朱雀的确是最强的对手。你们捧起股神杯的那一刻，会永远停留在彩排的时候。
哼 ，NBPL S1总决赛，在我梦游大帝和半径神将的加持下就已经夺冠了，再加上新晋皮神的加盟，那就不用我多说了吧。
去年在谭云杰跟小伟的配合下，就这么具备统治力了。今年在我 LYD 跟 Leo 的助阵下，结果就不用多说了吧。
荣誉象征物都没有摸过的人，就少说2句吧。
想摸不朽面具跟我借就行了，不用不好意思。
对付你们，我的3名队友就足够了，甚至还轮不到我出手。
说这么多，我们可以先加个好友交流学习一下吗？
我有一个朋友，他也想交流学习一下。
我也是一个热爱学习的人。
本次2022 NBWC 的垃圾话就说到这里了。
我们赛场上见真章。
Chúng tôi sẽ cho mọi người biết chúng tôi làm được gì.
Let's meet in the NBWC.
请多多为我们加油吧。
Bathe your sword with glory, victory reforged. It's time for the 2022 Naraka Playpoint World Championship Trail Mode. Now today, 24 teams from 6 regions all over the world have now gathered in Shanghai and Singapore. I'd like to first ask about the championship team, and what's your goal? Our GG team are ready for this tournament and we want to win the championship. So now we see the GG team are ready to go. Also, we would like to ask the player that every audience loves is TFA from FPX. You have many experience with the J Cup, and what's your goal? So last time we didn't win, but this time we want to go all the way. So all the teams from all the regions are here today to give you a great performance. So now Naraka Playpoint World Championship Trail Mode starts right now.
This time is the most significant challenge we have faced since we have been playing professionally. The competitive level of all the international teams is very high, especially the ASEAN region. They're like super coordinated and really good, but we're also in the best shape we've ever been.
For like players, teams, and just action and volume pink. I can't make his name out.
Yeah.
How quick they're moving around. Zay though is looking to get himself a second kill for volume pink.
I'm looking forward to clash with them on the stage.
世界赛其实最大的不可控因素就是未知，对其他赛区团队的未知，所以我们不会轻敌，稳扎稳打的应对每一场比赛。
闪掉了，看一下梦游这边倒了，在这边半径有没有机会？
又打一个
1打1，1打1，一个百列出，半径这边血量很低，看一下正不正？不正，旋风斩出，直接大力出奇迹，4刀花了，哇，必然被震了。
世界赛的战斗号角已经吹响，而我们已经准备好了。
Chúng tôi là đội mạnh nhất tại Việt Nam, nhưng mà chúng tôi muốn hơn thế. Chúng tôi muốn trở thành đội đầu tiên vô địch LBWC tới từ thế giới. Chúng tôi sẽ làm tốt nhất điều đó có thể, đạt được điều đó.
Có những câu trả lời thì cảm giác này đang là khá khó chịu bên phía của VNPC. Tổng Telecom cũng đã được làm tới một season rồi. Phạm bằng The Raven. Tuy nhiên đây là một tiếng xoay đại đào 3 chạm nó khiến cho Sách rơi. Đó là vị trí của Asmon phải nằm xuống rồi.
那些小看我们队伍和赛区的人，看我们交手以后就会发现，你们大错特错了。
机会被吹起来了，自由了，但是他被吹了，
又被吹，人家直接刷了，这个血量直接见底，同时姚文基看起来大绝，就是想要跑，但是撞到墙壁。
成败顺其自然，但求不留遗憾。
距离去年的杰杯已经过去很久了，我们也变得不一样。
一切的坚持只为这一刻的不朽。
拿了个血线，赶紧来到坡上规避一下对方的输出，正面单抓 AS，
没关系没关系，队友这个是完全能保的，这个血线完全，
哎呦，
这波怎么秒了？这伤害进武器太夸张了，
新手双抓。
这次的冠军是我们唯一的目标，我队还有这一届的武神。
I was defeated in last year's NBWC and doubted myself for a while, but I eventually picked myself up again. Those who are arrogant will fall, and those who are strong inside will rise.
Within the space, as it looks like King and them will be able to push in here. Booby try hard, trying to see if they can do something. Is able to get a massive elimination here. Let's see if they can close this out and go for that finish elimination. It looks like they will be able to, cornering them inside.
I've failed here before, and I will get back up here again.
去年离节杯的冠军宝座只有一步之遥，但现实就是差之毫厘，失之千里。用了1年的时间来锻造我们自己，现在是时候见真章了。这会是有史以来最精彩的比赛。
OC2把控制下，主要是冷静的血线不高。小伟来了，
小伟来了，开大了！
好多人全场安静，秒一个，
带头的
冷静。
是的
，OC 也变成残边，
但是被风吹了的。
是的，而这边藤井树回头找到 LYD。LYD 虽然有正义把刀，回头再打一个，难道他要1v3吗？
哎呀，比较难。
เราดีใจมากที่ได้ทำตามความฝันบนเวทีระดับโลก โดยปกติแล้วเราต้องการที่จะพัฒนาและก้าวหน้าต่อไป ตอนนี้ถึงเวลาที่จะเริ่มบทเรียนใหม่แล้ว พวกเราพร้อมที่จะสู้
Ning on squad 6. Oh, now we see the Ning ult coming out. FA going for a mad scramble here. Does not want to get stunned and loves. Gets saved by Olivier. Their beautiful stuff here. Is it all for naught?
只有胜者才有权利决定赛场上什么是对的，什么是错的，以全新的面貌登上最大的世界舞台，赢到最后才是真正的赢家。
是的，在旁边的一个赤点无名反而是帮他打出了一波控制，直接 RD 的 Water 来到了他的手里，双抓了，拍下去 ，Water 直接倒了。本来而且 LW 这边好像也是折损。
冠军的甜头，我们还想再尝一次。
Ladies and gentlemen from across the world, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm, of course, your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, and joining me today is my right-hand man, Hip Rain. How are we feeling today, Jake?
I am feeling good, refreshed, and ready to get in to the World Championship. Obviously, we're on to day 2, we're on to trios. I'm just so excited. I've been buzzing for the last couple of weeks, getting ready to go into this, and you know, I'm just so excited about it. It's gonna be an absolute doozy of a day.
Oh man, if yesterday was any indicator of what today is going to be like, things are going to be insane. We're talking about 6 of the most intense games we've seen on the pro competitive stage ever in solos, and trios is always just that much more hectic. You know, I'm ready to jump straight into it and see how things are going to go. Of course, today is Groups A and Groups B, just like yesterday it was, but man, we've got some interesting names coming through. Of course, you guys got to watch the Smack Talk here just before we got things started, and many of these teams clearly think that they have what it takes to walk away. Of course, GG are reigning champions from season 2 of the Pro League, ready to come in and try to take it all. The question is, will they be able to do it? Of course, Fun Plus Phoenix in a very similar state. You know, a team that's very well known across esports has come in and done very, very well in Naraka, but unfortunately a team that we've seen when it comes to pressure, when it comes down to those grand finals during the weekends, this is a team that cracks under that pressure, and this is an even bigger stage. So the question I think on everybody's mind is, have they overcome that ability where they just crumble under these huge amounts of pressure, and will they be able to perform the way they want to?
I'm going to answer that question for you. Yes. I think season 1, they definitely crumbled under pressure. I think season 2, they were a way more consistent team. You didn't see them. They definitely didn't have as high highs, I think was the major difference, but their lows were nowhere near as low. And what you saw was when they were in a bi-weekly final, yes, they weren't taking it all like we kind of had the expectation of FPX from season 1, but they weren't cracking. They were just consistently up there. They were consistently a front-running and a forerunning team. So I think, you know, for FPX, it doesn't look like the pressure problem is really there anymore. They just need to kind of get that that high end back, because I think that's one thing they were missing all of season 2 was, we weren't seeing these insane record-breaking scoring games. They were just third or second pretty much most of their games, and that was pretty much where they were. And I mean, you even saw in the tease at the beginning, GG were talking about how FX probably are the biggest threat to them here, and they'll be playing versus them today. It's going to be a very exciting one. Now, here we go. This is how everything will be running. If you've been watching the NBPL, you'll understand this. But for everybody who does take first place, you'll get yourself 5 ranking points. And first through to second will take a kill multiplier of 1.4. So that'll be timesing their score by that. And then it works its way down depending on where you are. We'll be kicking off today with a Morris Isle game. Then a Holorov's 3 and 5. Yes, Holorov's 3 and 5. So it's 2 games of Morris Isle. No, I'm an idiot. Don't worry. That's the time of day. I'm not gonna lie. I can't read Chinese. So it's Holorov. No, Morris Isle, Holorov, Morris Isle, Morris Isle, Holorov, Morris Isle today. So pretty much the same pattern that we've been using for a pretty long time. You can see the overall prize pool for the World Championship for trios. It's mega. That is a massive amount of money to grab.
Oh yeah, this is a huge amount of money, and not shown here on the screen as well is there's alternate prizes for every single game. So the MVP from each game is walking away with money. The most kills from each game is walking away with money. There's a lot of money on the line for every one of these players. Every single game matters here, not only because of the money, but also, we're just in the group stage, right? We're not in the grand finals yet. Only these top 16 teams from Group A, B, and C will be moving on to compete in the grand finals. So you do not want to be in the bottom 8 at the end of these challenges here. And we're taking a look at the groups as we speak now. Group A, B, and C here. C has been touted as the group of death, as it were. This is a group you do not want to be competing in if you're looking to have any hope of moving forward. And I can see it. It's a really stacked group here. Well, of course, we've got Fun Plus Phoenix, we've got OUG, we've got GD Aces, some of the biggest names that we've seen here in the CN region. All of these teams have performed very, very well, and Group C certainly is a group to be reckoned with. But we saw it earlier. WBG kind of disagrees with that take on Group C being the group of death. They think that it's Group A is the group to worry about. And we're going to find out today, because it is Groups A and B going head to head, just how true that holds. We take a look at all of the teams backstage here, VL and the likes of everybody. It's it's a good group of players we've assembled here today. As somebody who's got to cast multiple regions, who's got to cast NA, who's got to cast SEA, and of course the CN Pro League, and I got to watch and cast some of EU as well. Just great guys across the table here, and all of these teams really deserve to be here. It is going to be an incredible day of Naraka.
I think, sorry, I was completely muted. My bad. What I was going to say was kind of following on your point about Group A not being, did you say someone said Group A was a group of death? Because that is...
WBG disagreed that it was Group C that was the group of death. He thinks it's Group A.
He thinks it's Group A. That is unbelievable copium. Like, I genuinely grade A copium, man. I hate to be that. Actually, I'm gonna be that guy. I think the reason this group's kind of free is because WBG's in this group. I think XTG are definitely. I'll be out there and say it. I think XTG are a very scary team, and I think they're a team you can't disrespect. I think 17JL, another phenomenal team here in this group. I just think you've got a massive weakness when one of the top teams, quote unquote, is WBG, a team who basically scraped their way into the World Championship. So I know it's a bit vicious to say in game one, and I am happy to eat my words on this. But for right now, as we open groups, I do think Group A is probably the group you're most excited about playing versus. Yes, there's scary teams in there, but I think when you've got the likes of WBG, there's a massive weakness, because when you look at that role and that seed going into their group. YZG, OUG, infinitely scarier teams. I mean, OUG just phenomenally good. YZG have always been dominating wherever they go. So I think these are good. I like Group C. Group B is obviously the one we're all excited about. I think they are going to be very, very fun. But obviously it's A and B today. So we got the likes of GG, the champions from... wait, is it A and B or is it A and C? Am I having a brain fart?
It's A and B today.
A and B, okay, thank you. Before I just ramble off about something completely different. I think, you got GG, you got YZG. They are the two teams I've got my eyes on for today. As the guys that I want to be kind of like tracking. But, you're the NA guy. And we do have... Is it one NA team in here? How many NA teams we got? I'm remembering. No NA teams. Where the hell are... Where are the NA teams? Oh, there. Yeah, we have got NA teams. I'm sorry, I'm looking at another graphic and I'm just trying to put my brain together where we are. So we got two NA teams. I'm curious, which one of these is the one you're excited about? Are you excited about both, I guess?
I mean, to be quite honest, I'm excited about Poopy's team. Poopy is somebody who has world experience. He's been here before in the J Cup. He's come back again. And I've said it time and time before, as somebody who used to compete in the NA scene and for one point in time was one of the top Monk players in the world. He's the only other Monk I've ever encountered in NA who's been able to grab me. So that in alone says a whole lot. But we've got a quick video before we come back and discuss that point more and get ready to lock in for game number 1.
今年成绩的话，那肯定想着是比去年好一点嘛，就是因为去年也算是有遗憾嘛，就是也有不甘心，就是看别人捧杯，所以今年就想突破一下嘛，也想拿个冠军。月山加强嘛，我感觉是一种提升嘛，因为我是感觉他的月山确实很厉害，然后加强的也是就是比较偏团队嘛，然后也可以更好的是适配团队。然后说武神的话，他说他这次不想要武神的称号，他想要 FMVP。
Nice to hear that from XCG. Talking a little bit about the UA-Shen, and we were talking about everything before getting into today's games. There are new comps in trios to watch out for, and this UA-Shen is one of these new comps. Because you were saying to me before we got going, they kind of stripped down the Transformer comp, and we saw more and more people play like dissected versions where they'd keep the Monk, but they'd put, take the UA-Shen out for a Tammy. Kurumi kind of just got removed from that comp entirely. And UA-Shen kind of just fell a little bit to the wayside. Was showing up in a few comps here and there, but you were talking to me, Rune, about how there's a more solid UA-Shen comp now. So I think, what is this comp? How does it play? Why is this comp showing up now?
So one of the big things is that the Gates of Yang have been added to the competitive scene, right? Yeah. And these are very, very good for these teams because not only are they an opportunity to 1v1 another team without fear of a third party, but winning them also secures them one of those Morse blessings that's got that gear that they desperately want, as well as one of those big time buffs that all of these teams really need. So you have to shift the mindset from going, okay, why would I go contest a box on the map where, 6 teams can come contest me when I can just fight one team and not have to worry about anything else, not have to worry about the third party or any of that, right? And we've seen a team comp built around this that excels at fighting in this tiny arena, and it's UA-Shen, Justina, and Tarka, right? This particular team, this is the exact fight that they want, right? Because UA-Shen can ult up, he can transform, and you cannot run away. Justina has all the room in the world to maneuver and lock you down, and Tarka, you cannot escape from Tarka in this arena. It is literally just lock down your opponents with the scariest ults in the game and go, we don't want you going anywhere, and you secure big loot off of it and you take big games off of it. And speaking of which, we're going to take a look at some of the comps coming forward here, and we're going to see a couple more traditional Transformers comps coming through here with UA-Shen and Temi, as well as Transformers here. GG here hovering 2 monks, which they know they can't play, so going to be interesting to see what they swap in here. If I have to guess, it's going to be maybe a UA-Shen here as well. And then we're taking a look here at VNGC running that Takeda comp we've seen before as well. And then, of course, we're seeing some more of the classic Viper comps here with the Wu Chen coming through from Team Wolves, as well as, of course, the Yodohime still being used there as well. And then pretty much what you expect across the board, or what we've seen in general from the Pro League.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go, getting ready to go on to our first game of the day. A fairly widespread for the players. They are all separated all around the area. There is a cluster up. I think that's near Sungwin's Rest, just from that weird angle I was at looking there. But it does look like we got, you know, one big cluster. Yep, just by Sungwin's Rest. Could see some action. Actually, that's a lot of the CN teams are over there as well. YZG, Wolves, J-Team, all in that area. Could get very, very explosive over here. I expect that's where we're going to see a bunch of the action. And like you were saying, fairly typical team comps here. We were seeing, you know, over into the end, some other picks getting kind of showing up and starting to be used. But I think for game one, going to stick to what they know best, stick to what they play best, and it's going to be Comfort as we're dropping in onto GG right now, who have got themselves in a very comfortable position. Nobody around them. They can just grab a little bit of that kind of basic loot before they feel comfortable to go a little bit further in and get to that maybe more clustered areas with more loot on the grabs. But J-Team are going to run right past YZG here. Can see Xiaohu will be able to spot the J-Team members momentarily, although they are below the ridgeline, so should be able to avoid line of sight on them for now, as Eagle is pretty eager to find themselves some gear because they are not equipped. And if they are jumped onto by YZG, who are looking to close the gap on them now, this could get hairy already. Weapons have been picked up and J-Team being hunted here by YZG. Are YZG going to pull the trigger, or are they going to maybe just play this a little bit slower? It looks like they are eager for the fight, as CXZ is going to chase down these members. Xiaohu just going to grab himself a little bit more gear, try and keep the pressure up. He does connect there. Eagle actually gets onto CXZ, as Eagle actually able to take a whole bunch of damage off him, stripping the shield away for the moment, just forcing them back to maybe reassess this engagement. But YZG have already been able to pick up a kill onto J-Team's Little. He is taken down nice and early. Eagle pinned against the wall as well. And YZG just hounding the defending world champions here in J-Team. And they are going to be losing this fight whole-handedly unless they can pull off a miracle. The counter will not do enough. He tries to get the block off, throws himself the ultimate, able to find one in response. ZK on the run, and he is out of there.
Yeah, you know, J-Team forced to make really tough decisions here, as they didn't even have but the one set of armor. And you have to give it to Eagle here, right? His ultimate's so dependent on the armor and gear that he has, and you know this fight is coming. Eagle, unfortunately, not able to find his ultimate before this engagement takes place. They either didn't have the Fireflies early on they were hoping for, which is why they spawned on this side of the map, or they just weren't able to get enough damage out in that engagement. You saw him using the scale rush early on. It's just him trying to stack damage so that you can turn that damage into rage so he can get that ultimate off. And unfortunately, we see ZK gets completely caught out off to the side, and then Eagle tries to move to assist there, using the dual blades to create distance and threaten the gap as they try to close. But he's just not able to turn those dual blades around, gets parried, and immediately gets shut down. There's one player left alive, and it's the Takeda. And unfortunately, we see the Yueshan ult come out, and there has been a nerf to Takeda where he no longer staggers Yueshan. So it's the worst possible situation for a Takeda to really be in, is with a Takeda staring him in the face while he's got his ult going, because there's nothing he can do about it. We're going to see here XCG throwing down a Bane's Breath to kind of counteract this space, to buy them a little bit of space from VNGC here. VNGC backing off almost immediately, but Roy Hehe caught out, and then Simpson walks back into the Wisp as well and gets caught out and takes a ton of damage here. XCG wasting no time, pulling those muskets out and just obliterating the health bars and shields off of these players. NiHQ gonna go and pop the Yueshan ult here and start pushing in onto VNGC. Xiaonan gonna take a moment to pop a reset. Ling X caught out in a wisp of his own here, and now we're going to see the Monk coming through as well from Xiaonan as VNGC continues to be on the run. XCG just popping a ton of damage onto him, but the third party coming in, XCG has already expended all 3 of their ultimates and need to look to back out of this fight as soon as possible. ESK is here and they are fresh. They also have that Viper ult to counteract Xiaonan's Monk. They're just gonna pepper down Xiaonan here as heavy as they can. ESK looking to push forward here. Probably going to pop that Viper ult as soon as they go in. They're now trying to fall back to the Bane's Breath, but the Bane's Breath is over. They're waiting. They've got Xiaonan caught out. No, that's Ling HQ, actually. If they can go ahead and pick them off, they don't even have to spend the ults here. What a third party from ESK.
Coming in from Southeast Asia, ESK able to take down a very, very threatening team here. Already picking themselves up, but they've still got this fight going for the moment, and that is going to be one player incredibly low. They're going to pop the Viper ultimate to try and save the day, but ESK, one man standing, and he won't be standing for long because the uppercut comes in and he is pounded by VNGC. Absolutely flawless victory and turnaround from these guys, able to take down the third party threat, and we've already had quite a lot of action to kick it off with. So many players, so many teams kind of just brawling and scrapping it out. We're actually going to cut over to Wolves, who find themselves in an altercation here. 14 going to look for the stun down, and he has finished up XCG. Nice and easy. Wolves able to get themselves their first kill of the game. So it wasn't a full squad wipe, but they were able to at least come in and tidy up a player. Really, really nice stuff from them, as they actually do find XCG's Xiaonan as well. So Wolves will be able to get themselves their second kill, unless Xiaonan has some kind of miracle in the tank. I don't think he does, because 3 of Wolves will make sure he goes down, and that'll be their second kill of this game. Right now, EWG are leading in the kill score, but only 4 kills, so it's very catchable for any of these teams, and it looks like VNGC, fresh off that previous fight victory, are going to be looking to try and pick up Wolves here, but immediately One Fang gets himself knocked up into the air. Simpson tries to throw the Wisp out, but there goes Wolves. They peace out with the Yue Shen. The Wu Shen do not want anything to do with that, as actually VNGC are going to keep the pressure onto Wolves for now. Ultimate has been used. Obviously, that get out of jail card for Wolves has been burnt. So they need to play this nice and safe. We're going to see the ultimate come out from One Fang. He's already got Fat Milk with 1 slash. Gets him with the second. And it is chunky because he is down. Now they're looking for Royal Hill, but he's going to be able to get away for the moment. A great counter onto Simpson. One Fang with the purple dual swords is just laying in the hurt. Simpson goes down. And Wolves are absolutely on fire at the start of this game.
Yeah, Wolves picking up 5 eliminations here, played this very, very well. We see VNGC push into this knowing that that Viper ult was just expended off the back of Wolves. They're forced to burn the Wu Chen ult early, but it's a smart play, right? They're hoping that that Viper is going to be able to get that ultimate back up online very soon. And it's very typical for Vipers in these particular comps to run all rage building runes. So they use the Wu Chen ult, they get out, they escape very easily from Temi ult that's thrown just a little short. It does catch one of them out, but one is not enough. They cover with the Yodo Hime ultimate, and almost as soon as they pop the Yodo ult, we see that the Viper has their ult back up, comes back in, locks down the team, ensures that the Yodo ult picks up 1 kill, and from there it's just a 3v2. The other team's already expended most of their ultimates as well, so they don't really have a foot to stand on there. VNGC just overextends and Wolves punishes it.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff actually coming in from Wolves to take that. You can see where the circle is shifting and the Mora's Blessing spawning up. Bunch of teams that are closing in on that Draco Storm. Obviously did receive a few changes between the end of NBPL Season 2 and the start of the World Cup or Championship. We'll get onto that momentarily because we can see BLD here looking to be uncontested. This is going to be a Vermilion's Birdmite Mora's Blessing, and it's just going to be a freebie for BLD. So while it's been a quiet start for them, I
was just saying, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually a Realm of Yang coming through for them.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh. I did not even notice that.
Yeah, BLD looks like they're going to be going head-to-head with EWG here. So we're going to see how this fight breaks out. EWG with a very interesting comp to take a fight here inside here. They need to be careful, though, as SD does have that Monk, but they've got those pillars They definitely have the space to be able to get away from the Monk, and they've got the Viper ult, right? As long as that Viper doesn't get grabbed out of their ult, they're going to do very well into this particular matchup. We're going to see the Monk go airborne immediately with the cannon, trying to get some extra damage off here. SD immediately going to pop the Yuashan ult, wanting to come in. Of course, they're running the more traditional comp here with Karumi we haven't seen in a long time since Season 1. See if it plays out in their advantage here. But SD not really getting a lot of damage out here. We're going to see a couple parries come through, and then Dumpling is going to be able to follow that up with some significant amount of damage. The Matari ult coming through. Here's the Monk ult, but now they can counteract this with the Viper ult if they find the opportunity to go and pop it. As VL here trying to close the gap, but not quite able to find it just yet. VL has burned 2 of their ultimates. Viper might not have that ultimate just yet because they have not threatened to burn it there. Justina coming through. Maybe that's not a Viper. No, that yeah, that's.
We're on a different one, by the way.
No, it's not a Viper. Yeah. I'm sorry. We jumped over to SD. It's not EWG anymore. Yeah, it's just a Justina. I apologize.
Well, Dumpling with the nunchucks gonna get onto Revelia here already. VL have lost a single player, and it looks like SD are going to try and push that advantage because Zay has no opportunity. Dumpling slides in. That is going to be the end. Zay, the only standing member, and it is a quick and easy 3-0 over to the side of SD, and they're going to be able to get this Mora's Blessing for free. We'll see what they're going to be able to get from this Mora's Blessing as well. As take their time. Going to be, you get all free, don't you?
No, you can pick. Yeah, you can pick
you get all three. You get to pick which one.
Yeah.
No, you just get all 3 at once. That'd be absolutely bonkers. So they do take the Vermilion's Bird Might. I actually like that because it's while Draco Storm's very strong. I think especially with the changes to Draco Storm where you don't get the damage reduction, having the basically the free revive is just such an important safety card. It means you can fight as aggressively as you like and basically consequence free.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, not only that, if you also find yourself in a situation where you're not able to find teams, you can just walk out into the zone, let yourself get eliminated without giving points to any single team, and then use the ghost form to move around, gather intelligence about where these teams are, and then respawn with all that beautiful loot you've been able to secure, right? It's just such a massive advantage in a situation like this, especially into the early game where you're trying to be hyper aggressive and eliminate as many players as possible and build a lead going into late game.
Well, ESK actually are going to be the first team knocked out, cutting over to Moore, who are finding themselves in a fight versus Wolves, as Wolves are going to have to try and blink out from this one. Moore from EU able to take down Wolves. Well, not take them down, but win the fight because they force Wolves to retreat, which is a victory in my eyes. That's some EU hopium for you there. Although Wolves are a British org, so, you know, at the same time, I don't know who I'm cheering for here. I'm very torn.
Well, you know who I'm cheering for. Wolves is my team here, so more than happy to see them doing well and walk away from this fight here. J-Team engaging with the likes of Team TM here, but it is not going well for TM as the Pampy is extremely low. He's able to get one grab from J-Team, but J-Team's Eagle comes in with the stomp, doesn't even let him get the slam out, puts an end to Pampy immediately. He's going to get the grab here. Unfortunately, he's not going to. No, he does get the slam off here. We saw the Wisp come through, but it's not enough to go ahead and cancel, and BLD shows up looking for the juicy third party. Those J-Team kind of caught with their pants down here, and the other team, TM, just immediately gets away. Their last player here, J-Team's Eagle, is going to be the one focused down, which is very, very smart from the likes of Team BLD. BLD coming back in onto TM now. He's trying to get the resurrection on their third, and it might have been a bit of a mistake here as BLD just blitzes Akami out of existence, and now TM, with only one remaining member left alive, forced to run deeper and deeper into the zone if they want to get away here. BLD not able to find them, decides that they are more than happy with the loot and kills that they've acquired here, so they're going to back off and head back towards the zone. SD finding themselves engaged here with VL once again outside of this. VL on that timer, right, where they need to consume one of those soul bloom essences to keep themselves from being automatically eliminated. They've only got 1 minute left to do so, so this fight is the fight they need if they are going to stay alive here. But SD in a 3-1 right now is not looking great for them. We're going to see Creditor get absolutely parried here, and all 3 of these players just blitz them down. They do have 1 player left VL somewhere running off, and I'm not sure if they were able to find themselves a Soul Bloom Essence or not, but if they don't very soon, they will shortly be removed from the game. J-Team Lee comes back in the kill feed and actually picks up a kill off of TM. It looks like one of the TM members tried to come back in and resurrect, and that J-Team was still waiting around to be able to come pick Eagle back up, as they do pick up an elimination there. EWG here, you know, one of these rifts once again. PLD. Oh no, this is a replay. I apologize.
EWG actually knocked out GG a minute ago as well. So
just
as a quick note, they are kind of killing it right now. Quite scary. Hey, the team that said it was a dangerous group have done nothing. I'm not gonna let this go. WBG, unfortunately, a team who have been
goodbye to Zay.
Dominant during. Oh, I mean, it's WBG. Let's not write them out yet. They are just chilling. Yeah, I'm gonna be that guy today. They are gonna get themselves into the realm of Yanglo. Curious to see who they're gonna be going toe to toe with. And keep in mind the revives are now Gonzo, so these are risky ones to be taking. See who they're gonna be going up against. Oh, J-Team just got eliminated. I didn't see who finished them up. BLD were able to take down J-Team, so we're actually seeing a fair few amount of the CN teams getting knocked out fairly early in this lobby, but Wolves and EWG right now are going to be leading the charges. More here from EU, already pretty well equipped. All purple armor, all purple weapons. Going to pick themselves up the Draco Storm, and they're pushing up onto SD, seeing if they can maybe get themselves into some action, into a fight here. SD immediately see the Draco Storm running at them, and they bolt. Absolutely nothing to be done with those. They do not want to be fighting versus Moore, but Moore going to be pretty relentless on their chase. Do you cut over to... Was that WBG? Like, it's such a small... Yeah, it is. Did they even win a fight, or did they just get a free one? Did no one else go free?
I think they were uncontested, so they're going to be walking away with that Moore's Blessing entirely for free. That's another reason to step into those realms of Yang, right? Is sometimes people aren't going to be walking in there, and you're just going to get free loot, right?
Yeah.
And then nobody can contest you if they don't step through.
I mean, it's really big, actually, for WBG. Basically, just got... I mean, it's a free Moore's Blessing, but, like... At the end of the day, that's probably the best way to look at it. It was just a free Moore's Blessing. But we're seeing SD here and Moore both popping those ultimates from the monks. Transformations have been thrown out. Wave Forever taking quite a lot of damage here. Remember, Moore still have that Draco Storm, so they are going to be wanting to keep the pressure up. A grab with the Draco Storm and all of that just going to do so much hurt, as Dumpling actually doing quite a lot of damage here to one of the Moore members. Blue Pepsi needs to be careful. That grab hits, he's in trouble. Sissy's also going to de-transform in time, but they've still got 44 seconds to use this Draco Storm, and with no monks available, Moore are going to find themselves two-man knocked up, and XCG are looking to slide into the action. SD are so low. Liao Wang able to find himself one kill immediately, as it looks like Pepsi will be next down as well. Moore able to grab themselves two cheeky kills, as Xiaonan now going to transform and see if he can find a grab onto these Moore members. They got 23 seconds left on the Draco Storm, and Moore are just bailing out of this action. They don't want to fight. The no ult zone is popped, and Xiaonan loses his transformation immediately. That advantage dissipates, and Moore probably able to force XCG away and get a reset off the back of that.
Yeah, this was a huge engagement for Moore here. They were able to pick up those, and there's a no ult zone. It was such a smart call here from Team Moore, especially as they popped it right on the edge and were able to cancel that monk transformation. It just dissipated all the pressure XCG had into that third party, and XCG knew it and immediately back out of the fight. XCG here, though, more than happy to take the scraps that Moore leaves behind as they find SD's Dumpling out here in Celestra, and Dumpling fighting for everything he's got left, but there's no way he can do anything into the unsurmountable force that's likes of the full team of XCG, as they pick up at least one elimination for themselves here, going to a total of 3 elims. If we take a look at the top of the order, EWG holding on to first place with 11 eliminations. Wolves, YZG holding on to second place with 5 eliminations each, and then SD, unfortunately, eliminated entirely from the game here, only with 5 eliminations, holding on to 3rd place for just a few more seconds till somebody else picks up another elimination, either XCG or BLD. EWG up top, looking at down below onto the likes of 17JL, looking to find an opportune moment to go ahead and execute a fight here. But 17JL's Benchu, forward operator here, just gathering a little bit of intel, needs to be careful, as I do not think they have seen the likes of EWG topside. WBG over here, feeling pretty after securing themselves that lovely Morris blessing. We see, of course, Sleepwalker here going to do a little armor swap into the purple armor from his teammate. Got that lovely legendary spear, which means his monk hands are going to do a lot of damage for WBG. But WBG's got a lot of work to put in if they want to walk away the MVPs for this one.
Yeah, WBG have to do some serious work to make this game go in their favor. Still running again. I was kind of talking a lot of these Karumi comps on the Transformers. Very interesting to kind of see the return of that. Again, I think that might just be a comfort thing. I really think for a lot of these players, it's the first day of the World Championship. Nerves are going to be there. Probably just play what you play best and like a comp you've played pretty much all year. Like, as much as Karumi wasn't that picked during the 2nd season, it's still something they're very practiced on. So comfort is really important.
So part of it is that, and the other part being that Temi and Wu Chen, who are typically substituted in for Karumi, don't bring a lot in those fights in the realm of Yang for that Transformers comp, right? Yeah. Because Wu Chen not really able to teleport you out of where Temi's just making an arena in an arena that already exists. So you're not getting a lot of mileage out of those 2 particular ults, whereas Karumi in that arena can still tether onto your monk. She can heal. She can drop the ultimate for your team to fight in, and you still, you know, there's not much room for them to get away from that ult. They're almost forced to fight you inside of her ultimate. So she does kind of find her way creeping back into the meta here, mainly because of the fact that she offers more inside that realm of Yang than some of the other heroes do. But we have seen some of the other comps still running Temi, who are more than happy to just go secure the regular versions of the Morris Blessing, because as we've seen time and time again, it tends to be the end game where these Transformer comps really pop off.
Yeah, that is what you're playing for when you're playing a monk comp. You really want to be in that late game where you can basically just find the grabs. Now, what I do like about the kind of the Roma Yang style and the meta of the game is it actually means there's less players in these final circles, and you don't get as clustered fights because people will just be getting naturally knocked out or losing lives early to these realms of Yang, but maybe they wouldn't have if it was a Morris Blessing, because they'll see who's about and decide not to get involved, not to take it. So it is interesting to see, you know, that shift in the meta, and like the ability just to remove loads of people away. Is did just see the Morris Blessing get picked up. Monk gets golden armor, has the bouncing shells as well, so nice and annoying. As Zhu here actually got the triple shot on the bow, doesn't have the flaming combo as well, which is always a nasty combination. Big AoE fire basically coming out from the arrows, but only got one of those Soul Jades to make that first part actually viable. For now, though, Wolves quite happy with themselves. 5 kills already, but they got some work to do if they want to catch up to EWG, who are absolutely slaughtering right now. They are looking very, very strong. Sleepwalker and the rest of WBG, I mean, they're geared, and they're on a traditional monk comp, and they're in the final circle. If I think of WBG, this is the version of WBG from Season 1, where you have that traditional monk comp, you're playing into the final circle, and that's where you're looking to pop off. If they can't make that work, I will continue to have serious doubts about this team, just due to their performance during Season 2, where they were just not finding the mark at all. So they've got good loadouts, they've got good gear, they have the tools to make this game go for them, but they got some work to do to catch up to some of these front runners here. So also having a quick look at the Soul Jades for YZG. Unfortunately, can't read Chinese, but can tell you there's 4 legendary Soul Jades split across that team. So they are also relatively geared as well at the moment, as XCG actually just thrown down the little sandstorm for themselves as a area of safety where they can just recover and heal themselves up.
Yeah, you know, XEG here on the backside, quite a setup here in terms of Soul Jades as well. I'm not sure. I think that's Wolves taking shots at them with the tri-shop over there. You know, we talk about some of these teams and habits, right? You know, you're talking about WBG and how in season 1, you know, this is the more traditional comp that they played, right? They played low and slow. They wanted to make it to end game and pop off in that end game. Wolves here kind of repeating the same struggles that they've had in season 2 is here they are. They're towards the end game. They actually have kills under their belt in this particular game, but look at their gear. They have 1 set of purple armor, 2 blue armors, and most of them are rocking blue weapons. It's the same thing we've seen from Wolves time and time again, where they don't get involved enough in the mid game, and all of a sudden they find themselves here in the end game without the loot to back it up. And these are the games where Wolves just kind of sputters out in those final circles, right? It's when they actually get involved in the mid game and get some loot under their belt, and they've got kind of that purple tier loot going into the end game. That's where we always typically see Wolves pop off. Otherwise, they struggle and find themselves in the exact same situation they are right now. Unfortunately, YZG loses Zhao Toto as I'm talking here to the likes of XCG, and Wolves loses One Feng to 17JL. We're going to see here as EWG also slides in and cleans up another member of YZG, CXZ. Immediately disappears from the map here, and EWG, look at this. This is so clean from EWG. They see a moment of weakness in XCG. All of them immediately just slide in, pick up the elimination, and then find space for themselves here. We can also see them just casting the ult from inside the house to just threaten this space from Moore, who's come over here. Moore, of course, going to find the last remaining member of YZG, QGG, in the corner. QGG with their ult going to pop it, but it's not going to do them too much good, right? You've got the likes of Team Moore here, you know, already in a 3v1 with you, and we see EWG is interested in coming into this fight, but they're waiting. They're going to let... Go ahead.
Well, I just said YCG is actually doing quite a lot of damage to Moore. He's on his own, and he's actually just like absolutely slamming them right now, and they're all quite low from him. Not like in death range yet, and now that he's lost the transformation, that threat has gone, but he just burnt a lot of resources on Moore to get a full reset off, and now they're going to be a little bit slower on the tempo on the rotation because of this. YZG, the problem for QGG right now is he's lost his armor. He's going to have to try and recover it. He's a very desirable kill for a team because he's an easy pickup, but he's also got that golden armor, which is incredibly desirable for any of these Transformer teams. As he is being hunted for the moment. We're actually down with WBG. They've got golden weapons onto Sleepwalker, but I think the whole team is rocking blue armor. So they are incredibly low as Xiaonan is just being bopped back into the zone. Is going to jump down away for the moment as Sleepwalker now being ganged up onto because he's been somewhat left on his lonesome as One Feng on that low ground joins up with the rest of Wolves here as Sleepwalker has lost quite a lot of HP, and Yuran may just look to try and get a little bit more damage off. Does find a nice grab here for Sleepwalker, but he de-transforms, which means he has lost that pressure immediately. It's just going to heal up here off the Karen just to get himself some health back as PP from WBG is low HP. He's going to get himself re-grabbed, slammed into the zone, able to survive. Was that another grab onto PP? I missed that. No, he's still alive. He's in the corner. The de-transform comes forward, and Sissy now needs to try and just move away. Absolutely wonderful grab from him, though, forcing out a lot of HP from WBG, and PP's down. XCG able to take him out. WBG have been able to pick themselves up 2 kills, but they are down their Karumi, which is a really, really rough one for them right now as One Feng and the rest of Wolves are keeping the pressure up onto XCG. Sleepwalker here on the high ground finds himself 1 grab, finds 2, gets the slam, takes out 2. Oh, this is the Sleepwalker we remember. This is the man who made WBG the champions of the NBPL in Season 1, finding the grabs on the Monk, a return to form, finally after a rough season. But will it be enough? He's on his own. He's only got 4 kills for his team, and Wolves are starting to bleed out now. Down 2 members with just their Justina left, and they have to hold versus 18 other players for now. 2 minutes left until the circle fully closes out, and everybody is just scrapping on the side of the mountain as AS for 17JL is looking to try and put a 4th kill on the board here for the team. Finds 1 grab, can't quite find that 2nd, will go for the slam, and that'll be Moore's coup going down as Moore are now finding themselves in a little bit more of a dangerous position. But 17JL with the flamer actually forcing Sleepwalker into the zone as he is burning down. He is going low, able to hold for just a little bit longer as Sleepwalker is toasted. BenQ finds himself the kill and finishes up WBG, eliminating them from the lobby as XCG are just being cooked alive by BenQ. He's doing so much work with this flamer, finding so many important kills for himself here. Wolves' final member does get grabbed, but they are able to break out and just about make it away. As you can see, Sissy, low HP on the low ground, but will not be surviving for long as Wolves able to find themselves the kill somehow. But 17JL making a comeback in this game. More go down to XCG. Their 7th kill gets picked up. Xiaonan loses the transformation and is immediately jumped onto by multiple ultimates as EWG's Zhao Lue trying to find himself the stun onto BenQ, unable to fully connect it. BenQ's low HP, but the circle is going to be forcing everybody onto the edge of this wall. It's not going to be closing on flat land, and this is going to be an incredibly messy last couple of moments as AS finds himself a slam onto Loves from BLD, finishing him up and eliminating his team. EWG just got their Viper as Wolves goes down, but 17JL, they have found their 2nd win in this game, and they are hunting for that final spot. They are hunting to take the 1st win of the trios here at the World Championship. Xiaonan desperately trying to find these uppercuts onto these members, trying to hold and make this victory one for his teams. Comes in with a cannon, has that golden dagger. He has the work to work with, and he's able to find himself 1 kill already. He's going to pop the bell, but he's in the zone. He's on his lonesome. And 17JL will take game number 1.
Like 17JL coming alive here in the final zone. But the question is it enough for them? Did they actually pick up enough points to overcome EWG? EWG was at like 11 eliminations. Where'd they go to? 8? 9?
It was, I think it was like 1 kill between them when there were like 2 or 3 players left, like for them to take out, and they got a couple of them. So they definitely overtook. 17JL take the 1st game. Absolutely phenomenal end game from these guys. They look super crisp. They look super strong. And, you know, as much as I will whack on Group A, I did say 17JL are a terrifying team to watch out for. They've been making an incredible resurgence in the tail end of Season 2 and already kicking off the trios in the World Championship with the 1st victory. They're going to be very happy with themselves for that one.
Oh, absolutely huge for the likes of 17JL coming in, able to pick up the 1st MVP. You know, this is where you want to be, right? If you're going to kick off the World Championship here for trios, there's no better way, no bigger confidence booster than to walk away the MVPs for game 1. I got to give it to Team Wolves as well here. In the end, they were down to 2 players in those final circles, and ZU able to stay alive for so long, even able to pick up an extra elimination amidst all of that chaos. WBG Sleepwalker as well coming in, and, you know, they didn't do a whole lot throughout the earlier to mid game. They did almost nothing, actually. But Sleepwalker coming in there in the end, able to pick up some much needed grabs and kills there. And I have to give it to Sleepwalker because this was not a great final zone for Monk. That verticality makes it so hard to land those grabs. And we saw it time and time again. Teams were more than happy to jump to the bottom of that gorge, even while the zone was collapsing, just to get away from those hands up top. And those Monks found it very, very hard to get those double grabs off. We saw very few of them actually come through from these teams, and most of the time they would pick up 1 person, and the coordination just wasn't there for a lot of these teams to then turn around and get those kills. You know, typically in the Pro League, what we see is, you know, they'll pick up 1 grab, realize they can't get another. The team will turn around with a flamer or a musket or something and just go ahead and try to eliminate that person straight out of their team's hands. We saw almost none of that here in this final circle. We saw a lot of chaos, a lot of these support members just kind of trying to jump around on the side of that cliff and make other players vulnerable for grabs, but not really able to find the grabs for their Monks. So it just comes down to really solid play on the behalf of 17JL in the end.
Yeah, I mean, also really want to hit on the just like the Roma Yang. I love what it does to trios tempos because like my issue with trios for a while has been, you know, samey comps. It feels like that issue is finally starting to die down. Yes, we had a lot of transformer comps, and yes, I'm still a little bit tired of transformers, but I think we are starting to see way more variability and, you know, a bit more innovation in trios. But my other issue with trios for a long time was it was quite stagnant for a while, like especially in that mid game. It felt like teams were too risk adverse to do anything, and Roma Yang forces them to fight. It forces them to take stuff. And yes, WBG did get a free Roma Yang and a free Morris Blessing of their choice, but I think when you look at the like the rest of that game and like what the other teams are doing, like we had 27 players in the kind of like in that end zone. Normally you've got like 31, 32 players around that point. Like you really haven't lost that many teams. So it was really fun to see a more fast paced, a more fast tempo game. And there we go. It is going to be 17JL who take the first place here in this game, get themselves just with the ranking into first because they had 13 kills and EWG had 13 as well. I forgot that EWG did tidy up one cheeky kill on the way out, but XCG also, I low-key kind of slept on these guys. They were popping off in that final circle as well.
Look, XCG for me is a team that I'm always watching, right? You know, in season 1, XSG kind of overshadowed them just a little bit. They kind of just did what XCG did better. Now that XSG is gone, XCG in season 2 really had their opportunity to shine. And what they do is consistency. And honestly, if you're XCG, you're really happy with this game. Yeah, you want to win this game. You want to walk away with the most points. But for them, as long as they're placing top 3, top 5 every game, they're really happy with their performance because when they come in and have the big pop-off game, they have huge pop-off games that are 30-plus point games. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you've been consistent all season, all game, you know, all tournament. You just pop off and there you go. Now you're in the top because of that consistency. Taking a look at our overall MVP team here, ZU, Benchu, AS. And I mean, I really got to give it to ZU here in the end. The way he was moving around in that final circle, he was absolutely playing one heck of a support. He was able to facilitate grabs for his team. He was able to catch players out, knock them into the zone. But it's going to be AS who comes up our overall MVP here with 6 eliminations, 11,000 damage coming out from AS, his second MVP here. And of course, you know, with skills and ultimates doing most of that damage, 4.6 thousand damage. And look at these Soul Jades, Razor Swift, Soul Release, Skyforce, Soul Slash. Just absolutely insane lineup here. And this being very, very huge for a Monk, Skyforce, so important because, you know, you monk up when you're super low HP, right? You've got no armor left. If you get a double grab and get a quick cheeky elimination, when you come back out of that monk, all of a sudden you've got full armor again because Skyforce just heals it, right?
Yeah,
huge
it's really good.
For the likes
it's
of
a
Monk
really
player.
strong combo. Very, very strong. But I mean, just unbelievably kitted here for 17JL. I'm kind of going back to the scoreboard because they really get to kind of hit on that. But GG went out very early. Very, very early. Not particularly the greatest start to the day. And I have way higher expectations of GG. So bit of a disappointing game for them. I think everything else went kind of to what I was expecting. You know, the top 3 were all obviously CN teams, but we saw some life from some of those NA teams. I mean, 4th was an NA team. EU, unfortunately, didn't have quite as hot a showing, but man, Wolves, that felt like such a Wolves game. Like, they had a really good start to that game, and then it was just a little bit chill, and then they kind of just fell short in the final circle, weren't able to stick it together because they fell apart. Anyway, our interview for that game is ready, so we want to pass it over to that, and then we're back with game number 2. See you in a moment.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first post-game interview for the Trail mode. Now joining us here will be Team Max playing in Singapore. Hi, Team Max.
Hello， 大家好，我们是。
Please say hi to our audience. 给大家打个招呼吧。
Hi, hi everyone. We're Team Max.
So our first question is that you put out a combo with both Tianhai, Yueshan, and Kurumi. What's the thought behind that? 所以我们的第一个问题是，你们使用了一个双变，就天海月山加上胡桃的阵容，是怎么做出这个选择的？
因为这是整个节杯的第一把3排比赛嘛，所以我们想拿出胡桃这个英雄来增加比赛的容错，来提高我们的分数。
So because it's the first game of the J Cup, we want to use Screwme because it increased our chance. So we would give us more leeway. So it's easier for us. So our second question would be, who is the best Tian Hai player in this game? 所以你们觉得最好的这个大佛的玩家会是谁呢？
我觉得最厉害的大佛就是我左边这位 DCRKK， 他能给我最大的安全感吧，在决赛圈中。
So I think the best Monk, the best Tian Hai player would be DCRKK right beside me, because he would give me feel a lot of safer while in the final circle. So our last question would be, what's your expectation for this tournament? 所以我们最后一个问题是，你们
首先我还是希望我们能够在小组赛里出现，进入决赛。然后我希望我和我的队员们能够在比赛中打出自己的风采，有自己的高光操作。
So our expectation would be advance to the knockout round. We want to just show off our skills and just play at our best level. 那我们再问一个问题吧。So there will be another question. Who is the team that you want to play against the most? 我们想问一下，就是你觉得哪支队伍是你们最期待对决
的？是 OUG 战队吧，因为 OUG 战队整体妖红尘的实力非常强，我们的很多妖红尘的细节都是跟他们学的，然后我们也很期待在未来的比赛中与他们交手，因为我们想打败我们学习的人。
I think it would be Team OUG because their Viper, Wu Chen, and Yuto Hime combo is really strong, and we learned a lot from them. So we really want to face them in the later rounds and just defeat the team that we learned a lot from. And with that, we also want to ask if there are anything you want to say to the other team that coming from global regions. Do you think they will do well in the J Cup? 所以我们还有一个问题，就是想问一下，你有什么想对其他海外战队说的？就是这个在他们是否能在节杯里表现的也非常好，像之前一样。
我觉得大家稳住加油。就像昨天有一位非常亮眼的海外赛区的单排选手一样，我们只要稳住就一定能赢。
We just want to say that let's just do our best and try to play safe. We have seen Rohit Hehe that did really well yesterday, and just like him, if we play at our level, we'll be as good as him. All right, please say hello again to our audience and say something to yourself or to the opponents. 那在最后再跟我们观众再说点什么吧。
谢谢大家这么久以来对我们的支持，我们会好好努力的。
Thank you for the support from our audience. We'll keep trying our best. All right, thank you for the post-game interview, and we'll take a short break from here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint World Championship. We're coming fresh off a 17 JL win in our first game of the day. Moving on to game number 2. Obviously, moving on to a different map as well. I think this one's going to be very, very fun. I'm still so hyped on the Realm of Yang stuff. It just made the game so much more fast-paced. Like, we were in that final circle, and I don't really feel we had a lull. Like, we normally have a lull, but like that game just was unrelenting. It didn't stop until the end. And that's my kind of Naraka, baby. That's what I'm like. That's what I want.
Like, that's what we all love about Naraka, right? Naraka is, I have said this and I'll say it probably 100 more times before the year's over, but it's truly a spectator sport, right? Coming out and watching Naraka, there's always something going on. There's always some action happening. It's not a bunch of this, oh, I'm going to sit in this house and wait for an eternity to see what happens. And even in those moments, even where you have somebody sitting in the house, there's another team that's on the prowl looking for them. Yeah. They've got that scent. They're on the hunt, and you're sitting on the edge of your seat wondering, are they going to find these guys or not? They're not halfway across the map checking another, town or city and nobody's even there. These guys know what they're doing. The action always comes and they always deliver. And speaking of delivering, it was 17 JL who delivered. And you know what? I've got to give it to them. They've got that popularity contest going on here. And I think we were all a little surprised to see that 17 JL as a team was kind of winning that. Because, we think of, you look at the NBPL, you look at teams like J Team or WBG, they have huge fans that are always there waving signs around and things like that. So it is a little shocking to see that 17 JL is such a beloved team. I mean, I've always enjoyed watching them, and they always bring something to the table. And they're definitely, like you said, they came very much alive in the end of season 2 of the Pro League. So it's nice to see not only their fans here to support them, but them showing love back to the fans by coming in and winning game number 1. I'm sure it's a huge confidence booster across the board for them.
Oh, that must be such a boost. You got everyone cheering for you at home. You take game number 1. You feel like this is your arc, isn't it, in a way? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of teams standing between them and obviously that victory, but a phenomenal win for them, and it was a close one. Let's be real. It was XCG who had just as many kills as them. It was purely placement that put them in first place there. It was a very, very tight one on the score. Was it EWG?
It was EWG, yeah.
Sorry, it was EWG. Yes, yeah. A lot of G's, a lot of G's. Anyway, which heroes were picked by Team Max in game 1? Was it Tianhai, Yueishen, and Tami? Or was it Tianhai, Yueishen, and Kurumi? Oh, God. I don't know if I can remember the name who did that. Oh, that's a challenging question when the guy who just yelled at it for like however long has now forgotten already. Wait, which one was it?
I'll give. No, I'm not going to say directly, but I will give chat a little hint on this one. We talked a lot about seeing some very familiar comps early on in the day. So, is some comps that we haven't seen in a while is going to be your hint, chat. But no, very much great question here coming out, and you guys can go ahead and put these answers in chat, so you guys stand a chance to win some of those Lotus treasures. And there's some goodies in there. I know I'm still chasing some of the cosmetics in the lovely Lotus treasures right now. I think I'm 70 treasure boxes deep right now, still looking for the exact thing that I want. So there's some goodies in there for you guys to be had. And speaking of goodies, we're getting ready to jump into game number 2, and every one of these games is going to be a treat for you, ladies and gentlemen, today, because game 1 was wild, and I expect game 2 to be just as wild as we jump on ship and head on over to Hollow Roth here. And it is going to be dusk for our weather condition as we head in, so a lot of these players gonna be thinking about that as we get ready to lock in for game number 2. Let's take a look and see what comps we see coming through. What do you mean? Valda, I was gonna say the first thing I saw was EWG locking a Valda in to a Transformer comp with a Tami. I love this.
This is the only acceptable Transformers comp, by the way. I refuse to listen to anybody says otherwise. This is the most fun. You catch him with a tidal wave, and then the monk just picks them out. You spear them in the monk's hand, and he slams them. It's gorgeous. Unreliable, but very, very fun. I was knowing just the amount of Transformers we're having. Unfortunately, it feels like there is a bit of a return to that. J Team are sticking to more typical comps you do see here on Holoroth.
Well, here's
Sorry,
here's the big thing with J Team, right? You're talking about how many Transformers comps there are here, right? You have to remember, J Team won the World Cup last year off the back of a very unsuspecting comp that featured Viper to counter all of the Transformer comps in J Cup last year. So here we are in the World Championship with, again, Transformer comps making a comeback because of recent changes. And what does J Team do? Oh, hey, here's a very unique comp featuring Viper to counteract these. And we're going to throw Takeda in here as well, because J Team likes to be the pioneer of these new comps, and it has served them well in the past before. So let's see if it's a return to form here as we lock in for game 2. Taking a look, we've got a really good spread across the map. We're going to see at least one team heading up to Yueshun Ruins, which is going to be very, very interesting. Wolves all the way down at the top basically have that place almost entirely to themselves, except being contested on the outskirts by Team GG.
Yeah, absolutely. And 17JL going to grab himself a bunch of free loot here. I love this map purely because the amount of loot. You get some really good loot really quick. And we talk about, you know, value of comps on certain maps. And we've been quite vocal about how we think, you know, Holoroth doesn't have bad circles for monks, but it's I think it's more reliable that you're probably going to get a circle with a lot of terrain, which means monk can struggle. But then the flip side of that is just the quality of the loot on Holoroth means that monk's quite good, because monk, again, reliable on getting that good loot. So it's that weird kind of like, in one way, it's like you might have a circle that doesn't suit your monk, but at the same time, you could also get pretty good gear for your monk. So if you do get a circle that's good for it, then it's going to be very, very impactful. So I always find it interesting kind of watching what teams do look to pick up. Obviously, we've seen a massive rise in Takeda on Holoroth in both solos and trios. Players are really starting to favor him here, as WBG kind of sticking to a more traditional comp, rocking the Tammy in this monk comp. So we have seen so much over in the NBPL for the last season. I mean, pretty much the staple monk comp is the one with Tammy, or Transformer comp, I guess, with Tammy. But Wolves, anyway, have found themselves GG. GG, pretty bad first game for themselves. Knocked out very, very early and put in a very dangerous position. Wolves immediately actually have to pop the transformation here because they got themselves pretty heavily chunked out, and Wolves now looking to get away, but already One Fang has been incredibly chunked out by Miskir, who's chasing with these slams onto him, does get caught on the pillar, so it's unable to actually really make it stick. And 14, he transformed to scare GG away, but hasn't been able to find a grab, and GG's just scattered. They want nothing to do with this fight anymore. And Wolves, they burned a pretty crucial ultimate there and didn't really gain anything for it. 14's going to have to heal himself back up. Not the start they wanted in this game.
No, you know, 14 here, though, and Wolves are off to a decent start in terms of loot, though, which is something they typically struggle with. You know, we saw last game, they were all still rocking blue armor by endgame. Here they are with 2 purple armors under their belt and at least 1 purple weapon between them. GG, however, all rocking white armor. They've not even been able to find blue armor here. And Wolves now, yes, they did trade that monk ult, but they traded it for a crucial ult off the back of Team GG as well. And GG now in a position where they're on the receiving end of their Yueshun ult here from Team Wolves, and Wolves just blitzing through GG as GG doesn't have the armor or gear to back it up. We're going to see a parry come out here from LXM, but the rest of Wolves here to support him very quickly. 14's going to find himself on the receiving end of LXM. Up at least 1 elimination here. LXM says, look, I might be going down, GG might be going down here, but
are you sure about that?
1 elimination. But I'm very sure,
about
as
that.
he gets himself Dragon Rush immediately into the Nezha's Might, and Wolves follows it up. The ult also locking him down in place there against the wall, but GG does crucially pick up at least 1 elimination there before they get sent back to the Soul Altar. They make Wolves work for it, and they make Wolves burn resources. So great plays from GG in a very sticky situation for the likes of them. As we see now XCG coming in here on the likes of Max Club. Max just trying to hold it together. We're going to see their Transformer trying to cover for the rest of the team, but Lulu gets grabbed. Lulu's just going to get immediately smashed onto here, and we're going to see Zhao on a throw from the grab down. Kuhn going to be forced to de-transform on the backside of the wall as VL shows up and starts hammering both teams with cannons. XCG going to back off as well as Max Club in the other direction, and it looks like VL has chosen Max Club as their potential target here. But Rivalia here a little far away from the rest of their team, so it doesn't look like they're actually going to pressure into this fight.
Yeah, it looks like they are just going to back off for now as XCG looking to hunt down Max, though. Seeing if they can get these arrow shots in here. Not going to be able to... Actually, he does hit one there. Takes the armor away of NightHQ. That's going to be them a little bit more scared on that front. They are just going to get the armor recovery. In comes the Sandstorm, and Max are being completely maxed out here. Looking for these counters. The double uppercut comes in. It looks like Kirk is going to be going very, very low. Pinned against the wall. NightHQ does get taken down, actually, as they do find themselves an opportunity to turn it around. The transformation comes out as well. And suddenly, Max bought themselves the space and make it work. They even find a grab onto J-Team's ZK, getting the slam off. Maybe the re-grab. Yes, they can find it. Maybe the triple. Oh, they get another J-Team member. It's not the same grab on the same person, but man, are they making it work. They are going to be losing way too much HP here, though, to J-Team, and J-Team should just be able to get a freebie. No slam will come through as Eagle slides in and takes that kill. J-Team are on the board with their second kill.
Yeah, huge for J-Team there as they come in and they clean up the scraps for that fight. XCG making the smart decision there to just go ahead and back straight out of that fight after basically having won it. Sure, they probably could have stuck around and picked up Zhao, but those monk transformations make a lot of noise and draw a lot of attention. And sure enough, J-Team's there to immediately follow it up, trying to come through there. And is the one who shows up for the third party. If XCG had stuck around, they could have found themselves in a very nasty situation. Wolves here in a terrible situation. Caught quite literally between a Monk, a Ballista, and a Bane's Breath. There's not a whole lot Team Wolves could really do in this particular situation. EWG shows up. They've got the Ballista control. One of them drops the Bane's Breath, and Yiran sitting there with the ult, waiting. So the Monk has nothing he can do in this situation. The Ballista just gets free shots on him. He can't really tap dodge. He can't afford to stop and demonk either because he's locked into that animation, and the Bane's Breath will likely just go ahead and drop on his head while he's stuck and just gets eliminated by that. And then immediately after that, he would have to bell. And if he bells and the Ballista shot comes after the end of his bell animation, he just dies anyway. It's such an unfortunate situation for Wolves to get caught out in there, but they do get caught out in it, and they're going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. Luckily, they still have their resurrections here and are going to be able to stay alive here in the game. One of them also, more importantly, holding on to that resurrection as they wait for the likes of EWG to go ahead and back off of their bodies there. So hopefully he can go in and maybe get some resurrections off, but we'll see how that plays out here as ESK being chased by 17JL, our MVPs from last game. And 17JL here kind of stacked. They don't have the purple armor they're looking for, but that legendary longsword going to put in absolute work as AS continues to just grapple chase, but they need to be careful. VL waiting in the wings here, and sure enough, there's the third party, and VL initiates on this. They don't know 17JL's here. They're going to start burning ultimates immediately, and as soon as the rest of 17JL shows up, this is going to be a smorgasbord for the likes of 17JL, a very easy third-party target for the likes of them. VL getting picked up by ESK here, and 17JL more than happy to also start throwing shots as Krez just goes super low from the likes of Musket and repeating crossbow here from 17JL, and sure enough, they come in and they start cleaning up the scraps.
Well, 17JL, lovely little pickup there, lovely little tidy up. It's only their second kill, so again, 17JL, a team who've been relatively quiet at the start, and oh, here we go. We're gonna get ourselves a bit of a 3v3. WBG will be going up against EWG. Sleepwalker immediately throws down the transformation as he's gonna try and look for a grab onto one of these members. Not able to get it as in they go with the Valda. Sleepwalker's just lost way too much HP. The spear to the back of the head, and they're just ganging up on the monk. They do find a grab in response, though. The double slam comes out, and Uran is down. Sleepwalker might just have done it. He's low HP, though. Can Sansi do it? Can he save the day? Sleepwalker putting in the work. How on earth did WBG win that?
You know, EWG had such a good strategy there. We saw the wind wall come up. We saw, of course, the Valda come up and just spear on repeat the monk, who couldn't do anything about Valda just sitting up in her ultimate there. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. He was able to find the double grab. And sometimes that's all it takes for these Transformer comps, is to just be able to find that double grab. And speaking as a monk player, I know just how hard that can be. And WBG Sleepwalker, I've said it before, I'll say it again. You can't sleep on Sleepwalker. He is one of the best monk players in the league. TM here also going to come out on top in their realm of Yang. WBG picks up Vermilion Bird's Might. Let's see what TM decides to take here.
Looks like it is
Looks like
going to be a Bird's Might for themselves.
Yes, it is.
So, oh, Mystic Might gets picked up for GG. Interesting. So, they didn't get this from a realm of Yang. They just got their Mystic Might. Now, Mystic Might did get the damage reduction that Draco Storm used to have. They took that off Draco Storm and added it to Mystic Might. Do I think Mystic Might is now on par with Draco Storm and Vermilion Bird's Might? No. It's definitely a significant step up for it, and it makes it a little bit more of a desirable one, because before Mystic Might was a bit... it was a bit, you kind of lost the coin toss, and you had like a 1 in 3 chance of getting the bad one, and when you got it, it really felt bad, especially when you put like a lot of effort and resources in to get it. Now, I think it stings a little bit less. Obviously, it recovers your rage, it gives you that kind of scouting ability, but then also giving you damage reduction. Does make for a more interesting kind of like, I guess it's still pretty passive as a buff, but I think it's definitely in a way better place than it was, before, or, well, I literally just the patch before. So I do like this change. I still think it needs... I was talking to Darby about it, actually. I was saying I think it just needs like a slight movement speed buff as well. And then I think it's probably actually quite good. If it gives you just more movement speed. The ability, basically at that point, it's like the hunt and pursue one, where like you're harder to kill because you're the hunter. You got the movement speed. You don't have to rely on as many grapples to keep your kind of chase going as well. I think movement speed and Mystic Might is a pretty top one to grab, as a WBG are low-key starting to get kind of scary. They are getting quite a lot of gear. They had this in the last game though. They weren't so geared up, but they had good weapons. And they just fell short. They just fell short in that final circle. So eyes definitely on WBG to see if, World Championship is where they finally find that return to form. As we're seeing Valda Spear coming down. EWG, fresh off their loss in the realm of Yang, looking to win versus TM here, as Pampy going to be de-transforming, is instantly going down. The grab from Uran, as well as he looks for that second grab, can't quite get it, is not going to get the slam down in time, but they will find the catch out for the moment. And doesn't matter if TM have themselves the Vermilion's Bird's Might, because it won't be winning them this fight, but it will at least be saving them from this fight. They're going to desperately try and get away, get the heels off, but Unique not going to be able to live for long. Picked up as the Bird Might comes in, and the shark from Sansi swallows them whole. EWG find themselves a win, but oh no! WBG!
This is so sad for EWG. Okay, I have to talk about what just happened here, because I don't think we quite picked up on it. But the fact that EWG finds Team TM, the only team on the map that still has Vermilion's Bird Might, is absolutely terrible for them, because they still had the debuff from losing the fight inside the realm of Yang, and they had 50 seconds remaining to pick up a Soul Bloom Essence from winning a fight. They win a fight, but it's the only fight on the map that's not going to net them a Soul Bloom Essence because of the Vermilion Bird Might not leaving a Karen behind. So EWG goes out, they find the eliminations that they need, but it's the only team in the entire game that won't give them that precious precious Soul Bloom to save their lives. And as we see here, you can take a look at the scoreboard. There they are. They win the fight, but they're still eliminated because no Soul Bloom Essence comes down. The Vermilion Bird Mite actually eliminating EWG.
That is painful. That is very, very painful for them. Knocked out with 5 kills, and it's not going to get much better for them. Them and ESK and VNGC have all been knocked out so far. Actually, ESK is still in it. They've still got 1 player, so 2 players down, 2 teams down, sorry. So 14 teams do remain, and seeing where the circles go, you can see there's 2 Realmer Yangs spawning up and a Draco Storm. Actually, is that 3 Realmer Yangs? That is
indeed 3
Realmer Yangs.
realms.
It looks like J-Team are going to get into this one. Looks like they should be able to do so. They actually find themselves in a fight versus SD here. SD, Way Forever, just going to try and pop the stun down onto these members. J-Team going to finish up Way Forever. They got time to get in. They're chilling. They're going to get themselves an extra couple of kills if they can. And there we go. Able to head forward, and they can go into that Realm of Yang quite comfortably if they want to take it. But they are being somewhat hesitant from the looks of things about actually going for it. Interesting. WBG, though, they are chilling, man. Like, they want to fight. They've got some confidence in them. This is good to see. I like this. Sleepwalker immediately opening up a transform. You see it atop the pillar. Another transform has broken out. Is going to be forced down. That repeating crossbow doing quite a lot of HP here as Mines immediately getting chunked out as in comes Loves as well in response. Mines is just too low. Sleepwalker will chase him down and look to finish him up. The bell is going to get popped. He's going to rely on his armor, maybe get himself a bit of a heal off. A Sleepwalker has lost a fair amount of HP as well, getting a few wild hits in. He's going to have to de-transform, pop that bell. Still got his shield to work with in the meanwhile. Switches out to the cannon mean for a quick bit of damage as Jing going toe-to-toe with Loves here. BLD very much on the back foot, but Sleepwalker low HP as he's going to try and desperately hold on for now. They're going to try and see if they can get this a little bit extra damage onto Sleepwalker. Loves, can he finish him up? Yes, he can. Sleepwalker's low. Now they get 1 more kill. Loves is running away. He has nobody else with him. And WBG win the fight. 2 Realmer Yangs back-to-back for them.
Yeah, this is huge for WBG. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them coming in here. They're running Transformers comp again. They know they need to gear to go to late game. Last game, they didn't really get the final circle they needed for a Monk to actually pop off here. It looks like they're going to take the Mystic Might as well. And this is a great stage to start hunting teams down in the game as well for them because of how geared they actually are as a Transformer comp. So I agree with the pick of taking the Mystic Might out of here over the Draco Storm. XCG obviously going for the Draco Storm as well. Team Moore getting ready to go to head here with Team GG. GG, of course, struggling last game. This game, they've been able to pick up 4 eliminations and try to make something happen here. Moore sees 330 pop up here, and unfortunately, I do believe Ku goes down, and the instantaneous double grab. And this is why you don't mess with 330 when he's on Monk. Again, we talked about Sleepwalker earlier. We've talked about Eagle earlier. 330 being the other Monk we always talk about being one of the best Monk players in the CN Pro League. And he just shows immediately why. Monk's up, grabs 2 people off the rip, and it switches that fight on its head instantaneously.
You can also see he's trying to prove that he's the best Monk in the world. Good wisp actually lands onto Zing there for CXG. Just able to get themselves away from the cannon barrage that is hunting them down. So BLD just watching from beyond the grave at the moment as WBG just getting even more Soul Jades. So many legendary Soul Jades. There's a couple on the floor as well. I assume not ones of use to them, so they are just going to leave them there. But WBG are kitted right now. The only thing they're really missing is golden armor at this point. But for the most part, Sleepwalker, golden weapon, he is going to be absolutely chunking people when he gets onto them. Bell gets popped just to see if anybody is about. And it is going to be a scary, scary game to go up versus the likes of WBG in their current state. But YZG are tied with them in kills, and we haven't really seen too much of YZG. They've just been kind of quietly picking up kills left, right, and center. As BLD do get the respawn off in time. So they are going to be sitting quite comfortable, and they're just going to kind of grab what soldiers I guess they can from here. There's probably at least a few good ones in all of that.
Yeah, the problem is they're running on a ticking clock right now. They have 1 minute and 45 seconds to find and kill a team so that they can get Soul Bloom essences, right? As soon as that minute 45 ticks up, it doesn't matter what they're doing. They could literally have just killed somebody, and if they haven't picked up the Soul Bloom essence, they're gone. They disappear from this game forevermore. And they have a very tall hill to climb here. 1 minute and 45 seconds to find and eliminate another team is a very tall order for a team who just resurrected and finds themselves very far behind. And the closest team near them is WBG. And I'm going to tell you right now, WBG is not the team they want to try to take this fight against.
No, not at all. They want nothing to do with them. But we're going to cut out of the snow, or just to the edge of it. So we're looking over at BLD. Obviously, like you're saying, they need to find these kills if they want to keep themselves in this game. And VL looks to be the team that they're going to open up onto. Zay going to open up immediately. They go catch onto them. And oh, there it is. That's a lot of damage. Those soldiers doing work, but the Wushen is going to deny BLD unable to find the kill, but they are going to chase into the zone. They are desperate, and you can see it. Krendor so low. Krendator, sorry, very, very low. BLD Loves able to grab him. There we go. Picking it up quite comfortably as Mind's now going to go for the transformation and look to try and finish up the remaining members. Zay is going to eat a little bit of damages. Actually, it looks like TM are closing in, and so are Wolves. Wolves are looking just to tidy this one up. The cannon barrage just raining down onto Riviera as they are being chunked out. Paralyzing just able to get his way out to safety, as well as Wolves able to slide in and just threaten the kill. That was very, very scary, as VL are going to be eliminated as Riviera is going to be knocked out.
Yeah, man, what a turn of events there. BLD as well. They were able to get in and find the elimination in the 11th hour there. And unfortunately, Wolves and TM just show up out of nowhere, ready to punish the likes of both teams. And I think BLD actually just ends up with a single player left alive, holding on for dear life. And Wolves here, this could be a very interesting game for them, because this is typically where we see Wolves pop off. They play much better games here on Holoroth for some reason. They also typically, when they have good gear going into late game, that's when they excel. And here they are getting ready to go into late game in a Transformers comp with huge gear for their team, and they're running that Transformers comp that serves them so well in the late game. It's going to be interesting to see as we head towards those final circles. We are zone 4, getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 24 seconds as we take a look here at XCG trading shots with a YZG. YZG trying to use those cannons to just go ahead and build a little bit of rage up and burn some resources out of XCG here. And XCG more than happy to just keep things on the move, but they need to be careful. Team Wolves waiting just over this hill here, waiting for any team to dare push them. TM also down that same hill, looking to push up and potentially move onto that Morris Blessing, see if there's any scraps left behind. But I do believe Wolves has scraped that barrel clean, as they are carrying some very, very good loot for themselves here. Purple armor on everybody except their monk, who's rocking that legendary armor for himself right now, and I do believe a legendary weapon as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I like about this map. It's there's so much gear, and everyone just starts doing just insane damage when you're on this map. It's brilliant. As we are getting a snow ending here to this game. Wolves just circulating around the edge of Imperial Village. Have obviously picked up that Mora's Blessing, got themselves the armor and the goodies that were inside it. So I was just looking for a couple of shots onto the TM boys over there, but not going to be able to land those shots, unfortunately, for now. 6 minutes left until this game starts to get into that crazy everybody's in the zone fight. And unlike the last game, it does feel like we do have a brief moment of respite, a brief moment where the players can just look to try and control a certain part of the map or a certain part of the zone for them to basically hide at. So, interestingly different game from before.
Yeah, you know, slightly different, but look at how many players we have left alive going into the zone, right? We're zone 5 now, 24 players left alive, whereas typically we still have 30 to 32 players kicking about here. There's been a lot of eliminations coming through, part of that being from the, you know, the realm of Yang, and then the aggression that creates out of the teams who lose in there, who are forced to pop out. Wolves picks up another. This is going to be...
How? How do they keep doing this? They've got a golden repeating crossbow and a golden swarm now. Like, their ranged harass is going to be unparalleled. Like, no one's going to be able to deal with that. Like, you transform into a monk, and you are just going to die. Because you're just a massive target. Swarm unloads, repeating crossbow unloads. And if you miss that one grab, in the time it takes you to get the reset, you have to think about moving. I don't think there's a Kurumi transformer team here either. No, so... there is no way to top yourself back up. You might just have to be forced to ult early. So if you can find the pick onto Wolves, that's going to be very, very big. As this here Zephyr being sent out. Pampy here has transformed and Sandstorm is going to go down. So there is still at least some way for these players to stay somewhat safe. But for now, I was looking to move away there. Pampy did look for a grab. Also the Terror Cross of Warrior, but unable to make those shots land. And 4 minutes... 45. Circle now sliding in. Wolves have transformed themselves. It's going to land a cheeky grab onto another monk. So they're not going to be able to pull them with you. 40 is just going to back away from that.
I'm not sure what happened to GU here, but somebody pummeled the ever-living heck out of Team Wolves here while 14 was looking for those grabs and was unable to find them, but it looks like they were able to get an ultimate down there from their Temi and cover. GG's Miskia here gonna go down here to 17 JL, who is a team that's not been quiet today whatsoever, but GG's 330 able to get the grab onto TM and 17 JL, able to get at least one kill out of the double grab. J Team's the Eagle coming through as well. Yep, 17 JL is going to go down, and now J-Team Eagle starting to put in the work here on this comp, picking up a couple of eliminations. 330 still looking for more eliminations. Wolves sitting up top here, though, and it looks like 330 going to be forced to D-Monk. Doesn't have any of that ultimate left for himself. XCG going to pick up that elimination on to CXE here before he demonks as well. Wants to loot that body, but fire arrows coming out from the side from whom I can only assume is Team Wolves there, making it very hard for them to loot that body. YZG down to 2 members left alive, trying to pick up another member of Team GG there on the Terracotta Warrior. Almost does with the Soul Slash. Comes in, forced to cancel that Soul Slash out there as he sees the potential parry coming out and is forced to turn around and just release a regular charged click there. WBG sitting up top as well. WBG, another team that's been doing very, very well here in game number 2. They started to make a little bit of a comeback there in game 1, but weren't quite able to make it happen in the final zone. And now here with 9 eliminations under their belt coming to the final zone, it's starting to look like it could be a WBG game here. YZG forced to monk up here as Team Wolves comes in, and it looks like they actually pick up a grab onto XCG's Ling HQ. And we see Wolves 14 coming around the corner as well, looking to make a grab here, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to as Nai HQ goes ahead and turns into the Terracotta Warrior. So 14 just looking to throw hands at anybody he can here, and there's not a lot of targets available for 14. And YZG picks up Sleepwalker. He doesn't have the follow from his team to make anything happen. The grab comes out, the slam comes down, his teammate comes in and tries to make something happen there, but he's not quite able to make the coverage happen, and WBG is going to keep Sleepwalker alive here. 330 coming up and over the top here, looking to land some grabs, is going to pick up Sleepwalker. Twice Sleepwalker's been grabbed now. He's going to get the 1 gram on Sleepwalker, gets the slam out, gets the re-grab onto Sleepwalker, picks up TM as well, and that's going to be it. WBG loses their monk. This is the worst possible scenario for the likes of WBG. Into the final circle, looted up all the gear they could possibly want, and their monk finds himself grabbed out time and time again and gets eliminated right here in the Rift.
They look so much better, but they still having absolutely catastrophic issues for themselves. As we actually do see YZG taking out some of the members of Wolves there as well. It's getting scary. It's getting hard for any of these kind of top teams to make that final moment, that final big stretch here. YZG leading the charge. You see the UASN ult out to safety just to get away for the moment, but GG relentless in their pursuit for this damage, for these kills, as Miss Kia does look for the slam there, but not able to get it. Here comes a massive Viper stun from JT's Little, able to lock the entire lobby down, goes for the damage onto Miss Kia, can't quite connect it, and is taken out by a longsword charge click with a range. Absolutely beautiful slash coming in as 3-3-0 for GG has transformed. There's 3 monks now in this circle. Grabs going a little bit wide there from Wolves, but they are able to get one on to QGG. Can he get the slam is the real question. No, interrupt it before it's even going to be happening. Everybody's staying up in the air. There's 9 players, and this is getting very, very close. We do see Xiao goes down there for Wolves, and it is just up to 14 to somehow hold long enough in this game, to hold fast. He has the bell, he has golden armor, but he doesn't have the health to work with, and he will be going down absolutely flawless there from 3-3-0. And GG, it looks like this is their game. QGG is going to try and put a stop to that, as he does take out one of the members. As 1 versus 2, he can't hold fast enough. And GG, they'll take first in placement. Do they take first in points?
Well, we're going to find out very shortly whether they're going to be walking away the MVP. And sure enough, with the first place finish, the multiplier is going to buy GG their first MVP here in the World Championship. And of course, much, much better game for them here in Game 2 than in Game 1. And man, what a game this was. So many teams with the potential to come out on top here. Wolves with a massive amount of gear in the right place. That Transformer comp comes out, unfortunately. All of the players, this was a bad ending circle for Transformers.
Yes.
There's just so much little terrain for these Transformers to work with to grab anything, and they want to focus on getting eliminations, right? They're here, they're monked up, they're like, I want to go for these grabs, but at some point you need to turn and look at these other monks and go, there's my elimination. I need to stop wasting time trying to grab players who are hiding where I can't grab them, and just start turning that energy on them. WBG, unfortunately, Sleepwalker costs them this game. He gets grabbed not once, but 4 different times by 3 separate monks before he's able to monk up in this final circle and do exactly what WBG needs him to do. They had the loot, they had the eliminations, this was their game to lose, and it's all on the back of Sleepwalker, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a fatal mistake there from WBG, but unfortunately, kind of on brand. They've been a team that, you know, have been making pretty crucial mistakes. I will say, comparative to Season 2, WBG, this is definitely a vast improvement because they're actually being proactive. I think the major issue I had with WBG is they kind of don't do anything. That was their biggest problem in Season 2, was they were a team who just waited and either got knocked out before Final Circle or walked into Final Circle and immediately went down, or just went out early in a fight they didn't want to be taking. So it's interesting to see, but WBG just realized this and they're feeling emboldened, they're feeling confident, and they are playing way more aggressive. And they do look like a better team, but there's still those crucial mistakes coming out for them. Sleepwalker mispositioning and just getting himself heavily punished time and time again has bit them somewhat 2 games in a row here. But GG, they had a rough game 1 and they bounced back in this game number 2.
Oh, absolutely. GG played very, very well. Many of these teams came to this final circle, and I think everybody just kind of struggled to find their beat here, quite honestly. Nobody really took a commanding lead in this final circle till the very end, where the zone was all the way collapsed and there was like 4 players left alive. GG at that point was just able to have the numbers to control the zone. But up to that point, it was more controlled chaos, right? Many of these players sliding in, finding eliminations on unsuspecting players who are paying attention to 3 or 4 variables, and unfortunately you can only have eyes in so many places. That 5th variable slides in and is able to pick up the elimination off of you, and that's what we saw a lot of GG doing. They didn't have control of the situation, but they were able to take advantage of the chaos and make some plays for themselves, so that those 9 eliminations they had were enough coming into the final circle to buy them their MVP here for game game number 2 off the back of so much chaos happening. And it's great return to form for GG here. This is typically what GG does. GG doesn't typically slide in and just take advantage of controlling these final circles. They're very, very good at catching teams who are making mistakes. And yeah, here we go. An 18 elimination game and first place finish for GG nets them a game score of 30.2, an absolute massive score for the likes of Team GG. YZG with 15 eliminations will be rounding out that second place for a 24-point game score. WBG, much better performance in this game though, a 12.8. J team in that fourth place position though, with an 11.8, also having a very strong game. The Viper ult that comes out from J team in the end was huge. Unfortunately, there was so much chaos, they weren't able to team up and capitalize on it. And then the Viper themselves also gets eliminated. It could have been huge for them in that particular moment. Wolves staying in the top 5 again though, not having the best performance, but having a consistent performance and putting at least double-digit points on the board for themselves.
And what's interesting is Wolves are a team who, you know, I, in season 1, was saying we're not a consistent team. That consistency has started to grow there. And while they were consistently middle during their domestic games, first day of Worlds, they've been up there, consistently up on the top end of the table all day so far. And I know we're only 2 games in, but it is still very interesting to see. These are some pretty phenomenal numbers coming out. I mean, I'm going to hazard a guess, but 330 might be MVP this game. 6 kills apiece for each of these players. Just an incredible game from these guys. GG, the champions of Season 2 of the NBPL, do make game number 2 go in their favor, but these have been very, very close games. We're seeing a lot of points getting scored across the board here, and no surprises, 330 is the MVP from this game. 25,000 damage, 6 kills, and it's a pretty good Soul Jade layout. It's not the same as, it's not as big as the ones before, but the Soul Jade you're talking about, Skyforce is in there. That's the one you need when you're playing the Monk, and that's the one they're rocking.
Yeah, it's such a massive piece of the puzzle here for Moncomp. Skyforce is worth rolling for these teams in competitive. We haven't seen typically teams go to a box and roll Soul Jades. We saw a lot of that in these last 2 games, and they're looking for that missing piece of the puzzle. Because here's the thing, you've removed Kurumi from this comp typically, right? You're either running Takeda or you're running Temi in place of the Kurumi here. The Monk doesn't have that support anymore, that ability to re-heal back up. Skyforce is almost completely able to replace Kurumi in the comp alone, because if he gets a single elimination off the back of a double grab, when he comes back out of that ult, he has full shields, which is just massive for him because he can let himself tick down to almost no HP whatsoever, de-transform just by forcing it and go, oh, hey, look, I had golden shield and now my golden shields are full, pop that bell and find himself in a situation where he can easily go run off and just start building rage for that ultimate again. And it's a great utilization of 330 here, and 330 had some very, very impressive moments coming through in this game. There was the moment where TM pushed onto them and it looked like he just was on point. Monk's up, an instant double grab, flips the fight. But speaking of flipping things, we're gonna flip things over to Terry for a quick interview before we come back in and lock in for game number 3.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the post-game interview. Now joining us here will be Akame from Toman Esports. Hi, Akame, please say hi to our audience and introduce yourself.
Chào em có thể giới thiệu về bản thân mình.
Chào mọi người, mình là Akame, mình đến từ đội tuyển Toman Esports, đại diện cho Việt Nam đến kỳ chung kết thế giới.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Akame đến từ Hi, I'm Akame from Toman, and I'm from Vietnam.
So Akame, you played very well and you got many kills in this last game. And what do you think of the tempo of this current meta?
Cái game vừa rồi em đã chơi rất tốt và em cảm thấy Em ấn tượng nhất về cái nhân vật nào trong game vào trận đánh nào?
Em khá ấn tượng về vị trí của 330 đến từ team GG. Thấy đánh TN2 khá hay.
He very interesting about the what? I'm sorry.
3-3-0. GG.
From GG team, he very interesting about us.
Okay, so we're going on to our next question. So, what's your favorite team composition in this meta right now, and why?
Team nào là team mà em cảm thấy ấn tượng nhất trong cái trận đánh vừa rồi?
Team GG, vậy thì tại vì họ đạt top 1 trận vừa rồi.
That is the GG team because GG team because they are in the top 1 just now.
And what's your goal for this tournament?
Cái target của tụi em là gì? Cái mong muốn của đội em là gì?
Đầu tiên là mình target là phải qua được vòng bảng, và sâu hơn nữa là mình muốn đạt được top 5 của giải đấu lần này.
My team target is can go in the next round and can get can stand in the top 5, rank the top 5.
And we know that Team Toman also come into play at Worlds last year. Do you think you guys will do better this year too?
Họ có thấy rằng là cái team của em có tham gia trận đấu quốc tế năm ngoái, thì em có nghĩ rằng là em sẽ làm được tốt hơn ở năm nay không?
Em đồng đội team của em thì khá là tự tin là sẽ làm tốt hơn kỳ chung kết thế giới năm trước.
We are very confident, so just hope that we can do the best performance.
All right, thank you for joining us. All right, we'll give back to the case tester later and just take a short break. Thank you.
GD 吧，
也是最希望狼队进了。
我比较希望狼队进吧。
不要把自己信心打没了，我们现在有点没信心。吃一把鸡，我们就
吃把鸡就有了，没事。
一个鸡，我们这把还有15个人呢。
无敌的这位置，这把人鸡啊！
对，这把人鸡。
等一下来打谁？等一下来打谁？等一下来打谁？等一下来打谁？
下来一个大佛，
不刀，我死了。
杀一个，
这边到了。
我们杀一个，杀两个。
排名，你这保排名，好吧。
我被抓走了。
我变了。
一定要保住。
我往我这打好了。打这个5天也行，我帮你逼了。我 好，好叉，我回到他了，死了，
好杀好杀，
自欢，劈到了劈到了，好来，
小心还有挺大，
好抓，
好抓，
我被抢了，帮我一下这个，
再跑，别急，
让我吃个大出来，等会儿，这个
夺火，好正，不急，我还有大
，OK。我要抢这个花，我抢到花了，我抢到花了，
死了！
给我吃，我的，
你吃，
他血没你多 ，nice，可以，哇，等我结束，哇，真的想哭，
没想到我们会打得这么艰难，说实话。
我们刚刚收到消息，狼队总分来到了104.9，我们刚刚说及格线是多少
？100，
我们猜测100，但是导播给的是90。
Doesn't have the luxury of getting a reshield is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flavor. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. Hornfly is able to find 1 kill before he goes through, but Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. It's gonna be there to finally give his championship title as Spider has been able to take the win.
Ladies and gentlemen from across the world, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. And man, what a day it has been thus far. 2 games deep, and the surprises keep on rolling. I mean, I guess no surprise that GG is going to be walking away with at least 1 MVP today. They do come in very high. You know, they are the champions from Season 2. They have got the most experience in terms of the most recent comps, and they came in very, very confidently thinking that they are going to be the champions, and hopefully they can back it up, because thus far they've been kind of coin flippy. Game 1 was a very bad game for the likes of Team GG, and Game 2 was a much, much better game for them. So let's see what they do in Game 3, Jake.
I mean, I'm very quick to draw conclusions when you're in like a tournament like this, that you kick it off. I'm like, man, already GG have only got a 50% like actually performing well rate. But then you cut over to the other side and you're like, well, WBG have been good for 2 games, so that's off character. I don't know at what point I don't know where we start to close out and actually draw proper conclusions. I think 2 games is maybe a little bit too early. Yes, GG had a shaky Game 1. Game 2 way better. Yes, WBG pretty shaky first game at the beginning and then had a really good tail end to that game. Wasn't quite enough, but they did have their moment. But then you look at like Game 2 and WBG also look good there. The question is are they going to look good in Game 3, Game 4, Game 5? And what point are we confident to say, okay, WBG are actually back and are a threat? Because, you know, like I said, at the beginning of the day, a big reason for why I put Group A as like the easy group was because WBG were in it. And if suddenly they start to look like a scary team again, then all of a sudden you've got a group that's actually suddenly very scary with the defending world champions in J Team. Yes, out of all of the Chinese teams, they're probably not the most scary, but they are still the defending world champions. And until somebody takes today, well, not today, sorry, until somebody takes this tournament, they will still hold that title, and it could still be them. Anyway, who didn't win MVP of Game 2? Was it GG's 3-0, Tian Hai, GG, Miss Kia, or D Monk? 2 of those being players, 2 of those being heroes. Who didn't take it?
You know, this is a bit of a trick question. I like these. We've been getting these trick questions lately. You really gotta scratch your brain and make sure you're paying attention to the wording here. And it's who didn't win the MVP of game number 2. There's only one right answer here. So make sure you're paying attention to the question, because you can win yourself one of those lovely Lotus treasures.
Isn't there technically 2 right answers here?
No.
Wait.
Wait. Jake's even confused. You know it's a good question when even Jake's
genuinely
confused.
I am actually flying. Wait, who didn't win? But there was only one MVP.
Right? There's only one player that was an MVP.
Oh God, my brain. That doesn't. Okay.
You know it's
smart.
A good question.
No. Very smart. Very smart. The wording is quite ambiguous. Oh man. Rune gave me the answer, by the way, guys. So I now understand it, but I was like, I'm very confused. But yes, there we go. Okay. Wow, my brain doesn't work. Anyway, make sure you do check your Whisper box, because that's where your Lotus treasure will be sent to you. So make sure you do enter it right and don't get as confused as me. Apparently my brain is not functioning right now, but we are getting ready to go into this game number 3, and I'm excited to track how some of these teams do. Also, I'm excited to track what the comps are going to be looking like. We've got 2 games of Morris Isle coming up back to back. So let's see what these guys are going to be putting together. Half the players obviously over in Singapore, while the rest are back at the main studio in Shanghai. Let's see what this is going to look like.
You know, this is where things get very interesting in the day for me, because it's 2 games back to back on the same map, right? If you can find your footing in the first of these 2 games, odds are you can carry that momentum over into the second day. This is the best opportunity for one team to find a consistent sort of streak, maybe potentially find that back-to-back victory. As we take a look here, GG going to be bringing out the Transformers comp once again. But if you notice here, they're going to be bringing Kurumi into the comp this time, because they know, or I'm assuming they know, that they're going to want to challenge those realms of Yang, and Kurumi bringing more to the table than to Mulk in this particular instance inside those realms of Yang, whereas Temi just kind of creates an arena. Kurumi actually brings that support there for the Monk player. We're going to see a couple of these Viper comps coming through. Okay, I say a couple, but a lot more of these Viper comps coming through. EWG is going to be sticking to their Transformers comp as well. ESK also doing the same. VL going to be bringing out their Transformers comp for the first time, but going to be opting to bring in that Temi instead of the Kurumi, whereas SD going to be bringing Kurumi in for the comp as well. It's very interesting to watch these Transformers comps evolve the way that they are right now, and Kurumi falling back into place in these particular comps because of the realm of Yang. But I'm very interested to see how the next game goes, as many of these teams are starting to use up a lot of these transformer points for their hero points, and will not be able to do so for much longer throughout the day here. We're going to see Celestra locking down with multiple teams heading there to challenge one another. As we take a look up here to the left of Celestra towards Shipwreck, only going to see one team heading over here towards the mill, and a couple of teams heading up to Eventide Temple. Looks like Wolves is going to be one of them. GG down here. This is a smart play by GG. J-Team also going to be up in Sunwing. GG down here playing this very smart. This is a strategy I personally use in some of my own ranked games that I play, is we're going to start near Secret Tunnel here. They can get some loot, but most importantly, there's always guaranteed Fireflies there. That means you can immediately pick up your ult and then head straight up into Eventide Temple, where you know there's going to be 2 teams going head to head, and third party those teams having a resource you know they're not capable of having yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're seeing TM taking on SD in a fight here. are just going to get himself pretty heavily chunked out here. Just go for the cheeky freeze, breaks that immediately. Does get a clang off, and Pampy pretty low HP here. SD, they do bring in an extra player. Blue Pepsi has picked up some blue armor for themselves at the moment, as Dumpling is going to get a bit of a recovery off, immediately lose a whole bunch of health again, recovers a little bit more, and this is just getting messy. Akame actually tidying up a whole bunch of people as TM able to win out on that fight. And I just want to take this moment to quickly go back and talk about these transformer comps and like the hero usage and the hero points, because what we were seeing from some players was them feeling maybe a little bit more comfortable in kind of dividing and conquering. So they'll take the UA Shen in one comp and then they'll take the Monk in the other comp, and basically not put all their eggs in one basket. Wolves, are they losing this? This is coming down to a 1v1.
It is a 1v1 right now between Roy Hihu, who was the player yesterday in Game 6 who walked away with 6 eliminations. So the 1v1 where he wants to be really in this particular fight. One Fang, though, unfortunately, Roy using that shorter stun. One Fang able to get up where he's in an advantage, able to catch the freeze out. Roy with a 1 HP gets the F2 off, but it's not going to be enough as Wolves going to be able to come over and start the resurrection on his teams here. It's going to be interesting to see if ENGC goes and gives them the salty run back, but Wolves finding themselves on top of that particular fight and off to a very good start with 3 eliminations under their belt and all of Eventide for them to loot.
But WBG are kicking off with 4. So that is a very, very interesting bit. They're just playing so much more aggressive. They're feeling so much more confident. WBG, maybe they were just pretending during Season 2. Well, I guess we'll have to find out, but YZG CXC finds himself in trouble. Great F ability actually coming in from the Yoto just to get a bit of safety for his team. I don't know if he was able to survive that. Was just off my screen at the time, but YZG are being slammed. TM able to win this one as the Bane's breath comes down. Very, very clean fight there from TM. Winning the fight versus YZG, a team who we've been very, very positive about. Praised this team time and time again. One of our regions who aren't CN able to take them down, as cutting over now to another team from a different region, VL from EU. It's been a pretty lackluster day from these guys, unfortunately. Are finding themselves in a fight versus the previous victors from the last game and the champions of the CN region, GG. Predator is going to quickly go down into the transformation, try and see if he can find a grab off onto somebody, but he is taking so much damage from GG, who's 3-0 is just raining the cannon down onto him, and I think he might be a little bit donezo, unfortunately. Is going to try and find a cheeky grab, but it's just not going to be enough. The cannons are raining in onto him, and he is down.
Yeah, really interesting here from Team GG as well. They started up top by where Secret Tunnel was. Access to those Fireflies. They were at the very north of the map, basically, and they find themselves all the way down on the southern side, heading towards Shadow Jade Mine there. So very interesting. They must have beelined immediately towards the south side of the map with some sort of purpose in mind, but clearly they find out VL and pick up themselves some early eliminations as well. ESK here going head-to-head with Team TM, the current kill leaders. TM down a member, though, as they try to lock down these members of ESK. It is a 2v2, but now it's turning into a 2v1, and it's a little too much for Pampy to handle here, as ESK is able to slide back in and grab Krez just in the nick of time. ESK picks up a couple of eliminations for themselves here, and TM's going to be sent back to the Soul Altar, but TM off to a very good start. 7 eliminations before you get sent back to the Resurrection Altar early on is very, very good for any team.
Yeah, it really is. 5 minutes on the clock here. They've still got plenty of time to work with. J-Team unable to find themselves a kill yet, and more our other EU team playing in today's games. Also on 0 kills, and unfortunately for EU, it has been a pretty rough day for these guys. They have not had the greatest showing so far, but J-Team and more both going to pop their Monk transformation. Sissy loses a fair amount of HP immediately. A grab comes in and a slam goes down. that's going to be the end of Coco, able to take them out nice and easy. And Sissy's transformation probably won't last long, especially when his final teammate who's alive is now down as well with him. And J-Team just found themselves a very easy, quick 3 kills. Yes, they had to burn 2 ultimates to do it, but that was a very, very confident fight from J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team played that very, very well. And look, doing it smart, right? Using the Yueshon to separate the solos away from the Monk so that the Monk can't body block the grabs for them is just a smart strategy, right? Because then your Monk can pick up these straggling players and all your team has to do is follow up onto your slams, and you can almost ignore the other Monk at that point, especially when only one player on your team's able to be grabbed. J-Team comes in, sees them, divides them, and conquers. WBG down here off to a pretty decent start as well, 4 eliminations. This was a team at the very beginning of the day, Jake. You were very verbal about, their performance has been very lackluster. But honestly, they've shown consistency throughout these last 2 games. And here in game 3, they are continuing to keep that aggression coming forward. And if they keep this up by the end of the day, they are definitely going to rock themselves up an MVP, because they only seem to be getting better and better as the day goes, Jake.
I said it at the beginning of the day. I am willing to eat my words, but I am gonna reserve the feast until the last possible moment. We'll see. WBG are looking infinitely better than what we saw from them in domestically, but I will hold off until we get, a little bit more as the higher you climb, further you fall, I guess. It's probably the best way to look at that. There is a world where this could go wrong for them. Anyway, Roma Yang spawning up. This is when it gets spicy. This is when it gets nice and feisty. We'll see who's going to be going into where. AWG got the Bane's Breath down in the area as well, so nobody is going to be thinking about coming and within a country mile of them. Seeing if they can contest, as EWG just going to wait this out and wait for the spawn to come through. See where they can go. GG are going to be a team coming in, and I am curious what teams we're going to be put up against too. I kind of want like a GG versus WBG fight, just to see how these guys actually fare. Because it's one of the few times where you do get like a true 3v3, where there's no risk of the third party. It's not down to the end circle and the zone forcing you in. It is just an arena is set up and you just go in as GG will be taking EWG. So this will be an interesting one on this side. Miskia is able to drop down in. We have SD versus ESK. So 2 teams from the non-CN regions. And here we go, EWG versus GG. This one is going to be an interesting one. The Monk transformation already broken out immediately. Iran, with the repeating crossbow into him, is just lost so much health already. That is horrible for him, but the slam from 330 should be enough to save the day as he gets the slam down. 2 members of GG get slammed by Iran, though, as he is doing some serious work. Now the shove back comes in, and 330 just needs to finish Iran up. He's going to chase him around the edge. The repeating crossbow comes in. There's another grab, tries to go out, but it's not going to happen, and the D transformation is there. 330 now feels confident to jump into Iran's pocket and finish him up, putting the stamp down on this Monk. Bell popped, but it's a little early. 330 also popping the bell himself just to avoid the clang for now. The Yueshens are going to be going in, but Uran looks for the turnaround onto 330, gets the slam down, strips him of his armor as he needs to see if he can get the turnaround onto Uran, as another meter dump from these nunchucks is coming forward. 330 able to take down Sansi here as Uran rocking absolutely no armor. Cannon fire will finish him up, and 330 and the rest of GG will be victorious here. Meanwhile, ESK win over on their side.
Yeah, absolutely massive for Team GG here. They need to go loot those other 2 bodies as well. Or, that's right. They can't loot those bodies. But no, EWG there with 2 Dragon's Roars, by the way. Massive Soul Jades for them. So hopefully they're going to be able to come out and respawn and find some eliminations for themselves here off the back of the gear that they still hold on. Because they are on that timer. You can see it to the left-hand side of the screen there. 3 minutes and 57 seconds. And they need to find some eliminations and pick up those Soul Bloom Essences so they can wash that sadness away from them, because I do believe EWG had a flawless record in the realm of Yang in the last 2 games. They had not lost one of those matchups yet, and this was the first time we see EWG lose one, and it's to the current champions from season 2, Team GG.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to lose a 1v1 or a 3v3 to anybody, I guess, you know, at least you can go, well, we did lose to one of the best teams. So, yeah, it was a close one. But you don't want to be losing to a team at the bottom. That'd be a little bit pride denting. Probably the best way to word it is XCG get themselves a rebirth charm. And you know what? A team who we were quite excited about did have a good game 1, but so far, I'm not overly sold yet. I mean, I'm not going to say they look bad, but they definitely don't look as consistently strong as they were during the regular season. So eyes definitely on them, but EWG finding themselves in a fight here versus VL. Obviously, EWG looking to probably take themselves the victory here. Getting 1 grab. Looking for that second. Those repeater crossbows are so effective versus the monkey. Such a big target. It's just consistent damage that like burns through that health bar. You can see now, actually, they're feeling comfortable enough to jump into Uran's pocket. He's not even going to get the slam out because he is down. ESK find themselves the victory. They got the bird's might as well, so they're very comfortable to do so.
Yeah, ESK coming in with a very clean third party here. EWG able to at least, it looks like one of them to get the Soul Bloom essence that they need there. So the timer off their back, but they lose Yiran to do it. So now they are once again on a timer to go ahead and find a resurrection charm before there are no more resurrection charms available in this game, so that they can have their full comp back in the pocket. And unfortunately, you know, with those comps, you put most of your best gear on your monk. So losing Yiran means they are down gear as well. And they're going to have to look to re-gear back up Yiran if they get him back into the game. So we see SD giving chase to more here, looking to go ahead and pick up some elimination. CC gets caught out and takes quite a bit of damage here from the likes of Wayfarer and Dumpling. Dumpling looking to go in, but CC is going to find the monk transformation, is going to find Dumpling as well in his first grip. Lao Wang here trying to come through and pump some damage out onto Dumpling. Dumpling gets sent flying. The regrab does not come through. The Karumi ult comes in, buys Dumpling the time he needs to get the Yueshan ult off, and more finds themselves on the receiving end of some pain they were not looking for. We're going to see the Temi ult come out to buy CC time to try to get away from this so he can get a reset off, because he goes very, very low. Only half health. Looks like he's able to get a couple of shield pots off here as SD now pressures in heavily onto more. Dumpling putting in absolute work on the Yuesha. That transformation not going to last too much longer, though. He needs to be careful about where he finds himself detransforming. There it is. Dumpling very, very low. Coco, though, also very low in that transformation, about to end. Wave Forever trying to get the grab off onto Coco as SD continues to push this. The rest of more trying to push in from behind, but SD manages to split Co off, and that is going to be it as SD picks up one of those eliminations, and CC and Lao Wang are going to be forced to back off of this fight.
Very, very good fight there coming in from SD. I just had a brain fart on how to like break down a fight. My brain just, oh no, it happened. They got Yang. We need to give it a cool name. We need to give that like that name. What are we gonna call it? This is a replay. Previous fight.
Yeah, this is a replay of the fight here between I do believe SD and ESK.
I feel Get Yang is quite a good one. Like, you just got Yang.
You just got Yang. We'll have to discuss that one off broadcast and figure out a cool one for that.
Oh, I know. This is the perfect time. I think this is the time to talk about it. You know, they got Yanged. Get Yanged, kid. That's when you die to the brief period of time. I like it. You know what? I'm coining it. That's the official term. I'm sure nobody has a problem with me giving things in the game official terms. If you die to the realm of Yang debuff before you can get Soul Blue messes, you got Yanged. There we go. Anyway, Pampy is looking to jump in. YCG, are they actually just ambushing outside the realm of Yang here? They just jump in.
Yeah, here's the thing.
way.
You just walk in.
No way.
No, if they actually catch a Kame out here, YZG goes in with a 3-2. No, wait, they missed the opportunity to go in.
Close.
What a turn of events!
That is tragic. So TM, they might lose the player, but they get the free Mora's blessing. Oh,
you have to take Draco here. You can't take no. This team's waiting in the wings for you. If you're gonna win this fight 2v3, you take Draco. What is Uni doing?
They're just
trying to.
What just happened, man? That was almost, that was so big brain, by the way, to like take them out, then jump in and have a 2v3. But they just a little bit too slow to it.
Look,
oh
they
my
have.
God.
They have the Resurrection Charm to get Akame back, but at this point, take the Draco Storm so that you can turn this fight. Akame's just going to get caught out here by YZG again. There's no place for Akame to go. TM takes the Resurrection Charm, brings Akame back, and all they've done is filter more points into YZG.
That was, yeah, I mean, a comedy of errors is probably the best way to word that. WBG did get the Draco Storm from there. I believe they were in a Yang. I didn't see who they were fighting. They might have just got a freebie as well. But WBG, pretty terrifying right now. Now TM needs to somehow find another Mora's Blessing to get another Rebirth Charm. That was, yeah, a bit of a fumble from TM there. And considering they've got 8 kills, like, they want this game to go for them. They want this game to go well. I mean, you can see the overall points today, how many points have been earned by these teams. And, you know, even though they are leading the charge with 8 kills, if they have a good enough game, they could jump up a fair few places in the overall standings. Right now, GG are leading the charge with YZG in second, 17JL are in third, EWG fourth, Wolves are in fifth, XCG in sixth, and then WBG are in 7th place. The top 7 are all CN teams. JT are the only one because of how well TM's game is going. JT are the only CN team not on the top end of the table right now.
Yeah, this has been a very, very interesting 3 games thus far. But man, TM, some very interesting choices. They are able to get their player back though. So at the end of the day, you know, their team is assembled. They've got 8 eliminations under their belt, getting right ahead in the end game. ESK though, with 10 eliminations into the double digits with that Transformers comp heading to late game, this could be a good game for ESK as well, as they also came out on top on one of those Realms of Yang. As we were talking, WBG picks up another kill here. That's 2 kills they picked up as they move up into 5th place now off the back of that. 6 eliminations to their name this game. Wolves got a lot of work to put in here as TM here. Wait, does TM lose another member along the way here? Akame is back. Somewhere a member of TM gets caught out here. I do believe maybe it was the player that WBG picked up. I was so caught up in talking about what WBG is doing, I didn't realize TM makes yet another mistake as their Tumult gets caught out. 17JL going head to head here with a J. Oh my goodness, J-Team catches the grab off of the Yodo ult. Huge for Eagle, but now this is really smart from XCG. They see their Yodo get grabbed out of their ult. They Wu Chen ult away and immediately turn back in, knowing that J-Team only has 1 ult to their name. Eagle easily gets picked up here. He's got no place to go as the Yueshan not able to cover him here. XCG picks up a very quick elimination. 17JL sees Lee caught out by themselves, and they are more than happy to pressure this to pick up an elimination as well. He turns it around with the Dragon's Roar, but the zone tick just constantly pummeling him, and 17JL is going to pick up Lee from J-Team as well. ZK hiding in a bush at the edge of the zone.
Yeah, it's slowly work his way back in. Now, 17JL needs to be careful because XCG could gatekeep the edge of the zone. They're going to see 17JL move in, and Benchu, low HP, is having to reset and get a bit of a heal up within that zone just to get himself back to safety. But XCG hunting the 17JL members here. They're going to repair over the ridgeline, and NiHQ is going to be aware of where these guys are. I want to play it a little bit more calm, a little bit more controlled for now, but now it feels like the chase is on. Now it feels like XCG, they want to take this fight. They missed the grapple. Slows down the tempo of the chase quite a lot, and As long as 17JL do the next few bits of movement right, they should have been able to buy themselves some space. I say that, and Xiaonan actually going to jump in forwards here with the ultimate, try and catch out the 17JL member AS. Down he goes.
Yeah, no place for AS to go here, unfortunately. Great use of the ult from Xiaonan, right? Because AS gets caught separated from his team, but he can just go back topside with his team. Xiaonan puts himself between the two of them and pops the ultimate and says, yeah, you can climb that cliff, but you're going to get stunned. And if your team comes down here, they're going to get stunned. He literally forces them apart from one another. AS has no choice but to retreat down the backside of the rock. He's able to get away from the ultimate, but not able to get away from the team. And they're able to pick up the straggler there from 17JL. And it's just a free elimination for the pop of one ultimate. Generally speaking, you're going to pop through. Oh, my goodness. EWG getting hit with a huge, massive damage coming in from the Bane's Breath, doing a ton of damage. We're going to see... they get a Blood Ripper from this as well. Oh, my goodness.
No, come on!
Oh, my God. EWG.
They've eaten 3 now. Santi! Oh! Oh, God! I've never been so scared in my life. It's a horror film.
EWG just on the run from this Bane's Breath. TM also unfortunately eliminated here by WBG. While we're speaking, WBG with 8 eliminations to their name now. SD coming in on the likes of XCG, and oh my goodness, does SD miscalculate as XCG turns around and obliterates Way Forever. He disappears in the blink of an eye, caught in the dual blade stagger, and the rest of the team follows it up, and into the maws of XCG goes SD.
Another kill under their belt, their 5th one of this game. EWG over here. Still very equipped. Got the Golden Blood Ripper for you, Ran. Let's see how he's going to use that one. Pretty hard to use a Blood Ripper in a... Wow, that's 5 Soul Jades. 5 Golden Soul Jades on Xiaolue. It's quite hard to use the Blood Ripper in a monk lobby because you're just running around and you're just such an easy target to grab. Like, yeah, you're running around, so you got a bit of movement and dodging, but like, you're not grappling, you're not double jumping, you're just, you know, trying to cut people's ankles off. So, a bit of a sad one. It's always a meme weapon, and I do like it when it comes up, but it doesn't quite do enough.
Look, it's very much a cheese weapon, right? Don't get me wrong. We love to see it. It's hilarious when we get to watch somebody die to it. I myself have farmed some great clips with the likes of Blood Ripper, but that's really all it is, right? And these players aren't here to farm clips. They are here to play the game, win the world championship, and walk away with some huge money and respect, right? Now, that said, Yiron, of course, is not going to pass up on having a gold weapon to hot swap into when he transforms into Monk, right? He wants to have that extra damage when he transforms. He holds it in the back pocket. The second he needs to transform, he's going to hot swap straight into that Blood Ripper and be ready to go. Or you can do what he's doing here as well. You can threaten space with it, right? Nobody wants to walk straight into a Blood Ripper. It's just not a great position to be in. And they know if they clank onto that Blood Ripper, he's just going to swap to his main weapon and not bother trying to cheese it out. He's using it here also to just cover the box for his team here. And they're not having to expend an ultimate for this box right now. EWG literally takes this Morse Blessing for free. And now Zhao Liu, their other Transformer, also going to be walking around with legendary armor and a set of legendary nunchucks. And he is going to be a force to be reckoned with here as he picks up a couple more legendary Soul Jades as well. This comp coming together very well. Sanzi actually not with the legendary armor. They put it on Zhao Liu. I misspoke there. I thought Zhao Liu was their Yueshun, but it's actually Sanzi. So Sanzi with the blue armor, very interesting choice for their particular comp at the moment. That said, they might just be looking for the opportunity to do a quick armor swap here. YZG sitting on top. YZG, it's been a very interesting team to watch today. They haven't had the games we're used to seeing out of YZG. It's almost like they get to the end zone and they've got the football in hand, but they just fumble it right before they can get to that end zone and score the points they're really looking to. And that's typically where YZG excels, is in those final circles.
Absolutely. YZG are a late game team. And to be fair, I think a lot of the teams in this lobby and in this game are late game teams. Like Wolves, definitely not. Wolves are an early to mid game team who have been working on their late game and have been recovering. With WBG, late game team, YZG, late game team, GG, late game team. Like a lot of like the kind of front runners and the teams who we have got our eyes on are late game teams. So it's a fairly interesting lobby in that sense where, you know, even that being said, this is the most players we've seen come to this point in the game. There's 28 players. So, you know, still less than we used to domestically over in CN. So a little bit of an interesting one. Moore's Sissy able to find a grab here. Repeating crossbow means that is an easy kill onto VL.
Yeah, Yaku there's nothing he can do. No team to support him there. He's just stuck and caught out. Wolves here, 14 getting caught out by GG's 330. He's just trying to survive as he steps into the zone. There's not a lot of place for him to move off to here. The two remaining members, no, all of Wolves is still alive. I'm not seeing where the rest of Wolves is, but he's trying to get back to his team here. Yiran gonna get picked up by XCG. Miskia gonna pick up ESK's Krez as well. ESK, the top leading team right now, down to a single member now. Yeah, boy, just trying to hold on as he de-Yuashans here. The Terracotta Warrior gotta go away, and he needs to stay alive because there are a lot of teams eliminated here, but a lot of teams holding on by one player left in these 17 players, and every placement matters for him. WBG gonna pick up another elimination on to 17 JL here. WBG now leading the lobby with 11 eliminations. Wolves 14 caught out here by the likes of EWG's Sanzi. Sanzi looking to make the elimination. There it is. He is gonna find Wolves 14 with the jump of Wolves down to a single member left remaining alive here in game number 3. EWG loses Yiran yet again. The question is, will they be able to get him back up a second time? As more CC here is going to throw these hands out, is able to find a double grab, picks up Zhao Liu, and EWG Sanzi is going to go down to WBG, and it's 12 for 12 tied between ESK and WBG. Sleepwalker going to find Moore's Lao Wang and pick up yet another elimination here, bringing WBG to 13 eliminations. Jing going very low. The Wu Channel coming out and bringing him to safety for just a second. Wolves holding on at the top of the tree here, just trying to stay alive. More down to 2 members left alive. 2 eliminations under their belt here into the final circle, but not enough to help them make a comeback here. WBG Sleepwalker gonna find a stun onto GG's 330. Moore's Coup gonna get picked up here by GG's 330. The slam comes through and the confirm on the kill as well as GG goes to 10. He's also gonna pick up ESK's Yeah Boy. The last remaining member of ESK is going to be eliminated by GG's Miskia, and it looks like it could be coming up at GG once again here. It's between WBG, GG, and the likes of these stragglers left remaining alive. WBG sends 330. Will Ziyu sends him into the zone. Ziyu picks up an elimination. WBG gets rid of the biggest problem from Team GG, which is of course going to be 330. LXM Taylor trying to get the resurrection. But no, WBG gets eliminated here at the hands of Miskia. Sleepwalker also gets eliminated. Just a Jing left remaining for WBG. A Viper stun coming in from the likes of YZG's CXE, able to get a couple of stuns out, and WBG goes down to GG's LXM. GG looks to do the back-to-back champions here. Sorry, not champions, back-to-back victories here. MVPs in our world championship. Wolves Ziyu is going to find an ultimate onto 330. Does some big damage here. 330, though, going to find an ultimate of his own. The Kurumi cover here for this team. Kurumi being pivotal for the likes of Team GG, and Ziyu just trying not to feed any more points into GG, but the musket shot comes through. There's nothing Wolves can do. Miskia picks up the elimination, and it all comes up Team GG again in game number 3.
GG pulling it out 2 games in a row. Really, really good stuff from these guys. I thought WBG were about to have their moment in the sun, and GG said, call an ambulance, but not for me. And just denied them of that. Absolutely beautiful from GG, showing us why they are the defending champions for the NBPL and why they were a top 3 team during Season 1 as well. Just phenomenal stuff coming in from these guys. A very, very chaotic final circle. I got a little lost in all of the action there. And then you blink and suddenly WBG's on top, and then you blink again and GG have denied them. But spirits seem high for WBG. You look over at these guys, they're chatting away. There was some smiles there. They are in good spirits, and I would be in good spirits as well, because this is the best we've seen them play since summer.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for the likes of WBG and GG coming alive here in the end game here. And you know what? I'm going to say it. GG's 330, probably going to walk away the MVP again, get some huge grabs on the Monk here, but he goes down a lot. And it's LXM on the Kurumi that keeps that team ticking. This is why Kurumi was always slotted into this particular comp. We saw 330 go down twice on the edge of zone, and LXM able to just tether, keep it moving until 330 was able to come back up. And then 330 had the rage to just monk back up and get straight back into the fight. And that's how GG was able to control the zone. So even though 330 is likely going to come up as our MVP, I got to give it to LXM because he played one heck of a support game for the likes of Team GG.
He really did. He really, really did. That was an absolutely phenomenal game coming in from the guys over on GG. Obviously now looking towards game 4. We're beyond that halfway mark. Have they got enough steam in the tank just to completely stomp this lobby? And let's be real, we are going to go back to that storyline at the beginning of the day. Yes, WBG look way better than anticipated, but Group A is technically the group of life. This is the group that everyone thinks is the easy one to take down. If you're going to have a good day, today is probably that day on Group B. If you're GG and you want to get as many wins as possible, this is probably the group you want to be doing it into. So I'm very excited by the rest of these games. See, you know, what else have we got in the tank? My only concern right now is it is very CN dominated. We're seeing a lot of CN teams making it in to the kind of end of the game. I do worry that some of the other regions are starting to slip a little bit already. Obviously, it's still fairly early days. Maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself on that one, but I do have my concerns. I think they're valid. You know, TM though had a moment. Was it TM with 10 kills? No, it was ESK. ESK with 10 kills. Like that was almost good for them.
Yeah, ESK TM actually played really good games here. TM made some very critical mistakes. They let one of their members get caught out outside the realm of Yang. Knowing that that team was going to be waiting outside, they took Mystic Might over Draco Storm for some reason. And then they resurrect one of their team members only to watch them immediately die, to go resurrect them again, and then to die out to that yet again. But as we take a look at the standings here, it is GG in first place with a 26 game score. WBG not far behind them though with 15 eliminations as well, and a 21.5 game score for WBG. And SEA's ESK with 12 eliminations, rounding out third place with a 15.4 game score. Wolves, once again, I think Wolves has been in 5th place every single game.
I can guarantee at least 2. I'm not sure about game 1. I can't remember. I think they were 3rd in game 1. So yeah, they've been in top 5. They've had 3rd, 5th, 5th today. They are having a good day. A consistent day is a good day in my books.
Oh, absolutely. Wolves having a very consistent day. But WBG also has been consistently in the top 5 every game. These two teams having a very good day thus far. I mean, WBG clearly having a better day as they've gotten better every single game. GG having the best day though. They back-to-back victories here is always huge into any day, much less the first day of the World Championship. And as you can see here, again, we gonna see 330 likely be the MVP. Look, he's got 5 kills. He's 21,000 damage. Miskia actually has 7 eliminations, 21,000 damage, so Miskia may walk away the MVP. But in my book, it's LXM. LXM's support from Kurumi is what kept this team together in this final circle. So LXM, you might not hear it from anybody else, but for me, your honorary MVP in my book, as Miskia does walk away with the MVP here, 21,000 damage and 7 eliminations.
Absolutely big stuff as well. Got the Hector attack, Tarts on the kick, and armor pierces of legendary Soul Jades. Just very, very clean game coming in from Miskia for here for the side of GG. And yeah, I think today's consistency is impressive. We're seeing the same teams on the top end of the table all day long. And while GG have been mostly consistent, if you ignore game number 1, game number 1 was just a blip on the radar. That was one rough game, and they have made up for it and some. They are looking very, very scary 3 games in. How are they going to look for the next 3 games is obviously going to be the big question for all of us, and we're going to have to track them across these next 3 games. But an incredible game from GG, a second victory for these guys under their belt, and they are going to be feeling ecstatic with themselves. But I think if I want to step away from, you know, from the Chinese region and look at the other guys, I think, you know, Southeast Asia, it's ESK. They just had a good game. I'm sure that is a massive confidence boost to those guys. They're going to be feeling way happier with that. I want to see some more from these regions. And I think the big problem you've got right now is everyone in this particular group, group kind of mixture, are very obsessed with these monk comps. And are you going to out-monk GG? No, you're not. 330 is genuinely one of the best monks. He's the best monk in China, and he's putting a stamp down on best monk in the world right now. Like, are you going to out-monk this guy? Probably not. So find something to deal with it. You know, we've got the Viper comps, the Yoto comps. We haven't seen the UA comp you're talking about, the ones built for like the 3v3s. I still want to see that. So I want to see some adaptation going into game number 4. Anyway, we're going to throw it over to Terry with the interview, and I'll be back with game number 4. So see you in a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the post-game interview after that breathtaking game. Now joining us will be DAY2 from Eskrima. Hi, DAY2. That was some fantastic play right there. Please say hi to our audience.
Hello, I'm DAY2 from Team Eskrima.
So that was a really close game. You guys were really close to winning. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it feels great, especially since our first 2 games didn't do well, and we're able to pick up this game, so our confidence went back to top. So yeah.
Nice. So what adjustment did you do to have that performance compared to the first 2?
I think in the first 2 games we were kind of reserved in strategizing what in strategizing the steps that we're about to do. But this time we just trust our teammates, trust our usual rotation, then it went off, so we'll probably do the same thing next game.
So we saw you use the team comp of Tianhai, Yueshan, and Temuch, but you lost Temuch very early on in the very end circle. So what was your strategy at the very end?
Yep, I think at the end of the 3rd game is kind of chaotic. We believe a better positioning for Vajra transformation would make it a better play for us, especially like ulting on top of the tree. When Temulk at the last game just ult, it's more of a defensive, and it didn't do well in our end. So.
But you guys had a lead very early on. So what do you think you can do better to reserve that lead and secure the victory next time?
I think better planning in what to do on the late part of the game.
Very nice. So This is the first time you guys are playing at Worlds. What's your guys' thought, and is there anything you want to say to the other players?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I was saying this is the first time you guys are playing at Worlds. And is there anything you want to say to your peers, to your opponents?
So for those who support us, please continue believing in us, as we're really prepared to do everything to get to the final stage.
And what is your goal for this tournament?
Yeah, of course we wanted to win the NBWC, and another part of that is to bring or make Naraka more popular in our country.
Thank you for joining us, DAY2. Hope you can keep up with your good performance. All right. Thank you for watching our post-game interview. We'll give back to the casters and take a short break.
像一道桥，江河早晚上，留下诗人我来熬。而你断断续续唱着歌，假装没爱了。同时也逆下青春我来啊！
我进来，我躲了，我进来逼了，可以开腰刀，我看着红叶，车道发给我东西，你吃，跑我，杀男，好提了，再打，发给我，你吃，上面两个人在打架，两个人，我来，就这两个了，OK， 大被踢了，另外一个呢？另外一个躲一下，另外一个往毒里飞了，我进毒躲了，他死了，他被毒死了，别被毒死 ，A 他一下，我不进去了，没事，我被毒死的，头是我们的就 OK。哎呀，总算吃了一把呀，没什么头，吃烂了，可以，吃了一把就下，吃了一把就笑嘻了。
可以不用买票了。
等我推一下就不行了。
哎，
等我推一下呀。
我说可以，你不用提前买票了。
好像推一推啊，反正我说什么呢？我都买好了。我都买好了，等我推一下。推一下，得推，把按摩钱给我退回来。
真的退呀，票钱呀。
Everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint World Championship. We're getting ready to go on to game number 5 as G4. Getting ahead of myself. Game number 4 as GG look to be on a bit of a streak, to be honest. They are pulling out some numbers in these last 2 games.
You know, there's something I said directly before the start of this game as well. If there was a game for you to do well in, it's this last game, because it's much easier to carry that momentum over into game number 4 because you're on the same map. You come back in, you can just do exactly what you did before and walk away probably with a back-to-back. GG just came in with a back-to-back. So if they're able to come in and walk away with 3 MVPs here, it is going to be a massive day for them. As we take a look at the total standings here, unfortunately, J team down in 10th place here off the back of 2 very, very poor games for the like of them. VN's TM holding on to 9th place right now because they had a very good game 3 that's been able to bring them up in the standings. Of course, GG double back-to-back MVPs. No way they're not currently holding on first place. YZG off the back of a very good game 2 and some consistency here in game 3, gonna be holding on to that second place. WBG has been a very consistent team today, and they've consistently gotten better every single game. Currently holding on to that 3rd place. 17JL, another team, a fan favorite, walked away with their first MVP of the day, holding on to 4th place. And Wolves, who ironically has been in 5th place for most of their games, has put consistently up on the board, basically an average of 10 points for a total of 30.6 points, is still holding on to 5th place.
I'd like to bring your attention to 2 Wolves, though, compared to like 17JL, EWG, XCG. Like, look at the scores. Like, big game, bad game, bad game. Then EWG, big game, bad game, bad game. But Wolves, it was just good game, good game, good game. Not high scoring, but decent games. And that's the power of this consistency, is if 17JL continue to score low like they have been doing, Wolves will just surpass them. And they'll just comfortably walk past them. And they'll, you know, they're not relying on one big cushion and then a bad game, because they know they're at least scoring 10 points per game. Like, Wolves are just, I am so shocked to be calling Wolves the consistent team right now. Like, they're a team for so long domestically who were like either absolutely popping off or doing nothing. Their inconsistency was almost what made them fun, because they would always get like 8 kills and you'd be like, this is gonna be a killer game for Wolves, and then they just go out first and just get 8 points and no multiplier or anything like that. And now they're getting those kills, but they're carrying it through. They're making it work for themselves, and they're looking great. Anyway, speaking of kills, how many kills did GG get in game number 3? Was it 13, 14, 15, or 16? This is the third one I can't remember the answer for. That's really...
Yet again, I know the answer for this one, and this is the easiest one we've had all day.
I know. My brain
There's
just
no trickery going on here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first one was no trickery. I was just being an idiot. But like this one, like there was a lot of kills, mate. There was just a lot of kills going down.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I actually, this is the only one I can't remember at all. I'm not gonna hazard a guess. I've been sending Rune my guesses. Anyway, make sure you do check that whisper box, and you can get yourself a Lotus treasure. What have you got from your one so far? I haven't been able to open any yet.
I've gotten quite a couple good things, but I'm still waiting. I really want the new longsword skin or the lovely Tianhai skin. Both of them look absolutely incredible, and I want to add them to my collection as a former Tianhai main. I gotta have all the good cosmetics. You know how it is. But no, like you were saying though, the Wolves has played very consistently today, and here's the important thing: Wolves needs one good game to be in first place. That's it. That's the thing is this is why consistency is so important. If you're a consistency team, having one pop-off game means 10 times as much as some of these teams who have 6 bad games and then one pop-off game. Because then that one pop-off game is just covering all of the bad games you've had. If you had consistently decent games where you've put at least double-digit points on the board, all of a sudden that one pop-off game jumps you all the way to first place. And Wolves has set themselves up for that success. If they come in and have a 30-point game, they're in first, second place range for themselves, and it's a very good place for Wolves to be in towards the end of day 1, just playing consistently, because it's not like the regular bi-weekly where you get 2 days to compete. There's a lot of days to compete here in this particular stage for solos and trios. So the more consistent you are as the team, the better off you're going to be, and the better chance that you get to go to grand finals. And here's the thing: if you're going to take risks, this isn't the stage really to take risks in, right? Because this is just about getting out of group stage, being in that top 16, and qualifying for grand finals. Because once you get to grand finals, that's when it's time to start taking risks. That's when everything is on the line. That's when it's everything or nothing, right? You either give it all you've got and you end up in the bottom, and you can at least say, look, I made it to the big stage at the end. We tried and it just didn't work out for us. Whereas if you don't even get to go there, it's a horrible day for you. If you're Team Wolves right now, you're smiling. You're playing very consistent game. You're in 5th place. If you do this all the way throughout, you're so far from being in the bottom 8, it's not even funny.
No, you're completely right. It's you know, at the end of the day, it's no different from, you know, the NBPL in the sense where, like, all you really need to do is get to that bi-weekly. You know, it's not a long stretch for Worlds. You know, other esports, they run their World Championship for just a month. This is a fairly short form Worlds Championship. So all it really is about is making it into that top 16, like you said, and then making sure you hit the money when it counts. Let's see, though, as we move on to game 4, because we're still a ways off getting in towards that top 16. And, ooh, there we go. A little bit less Transformers, or these other versions of Transformers coming out. I am here for it. I am liking this.
I got to take a look at Team GG right here. They are spending a lot of points right now. This is going to be their 4th game running Transformers comp. And I get it, right? They're carrying that momentum. This is the game they want to come in and have that Transformers comp for, because this is most likely the best opportunity for them to pop off after 2 back-to-back wins, and we're not swapping maps, right? The thing is, in their next 2 games, their hero pool selection is going to be very slow. They're going to have very few points left remaining for them to be taking heroes that they haven't, you know, that they've played before, right?
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
might be why they facilitated the switch into Karumi as well, not just because it helps them in the realm of Yang, but they were running Temi before into this particular comp, and now they're like, well, okay, we need to run a hero that's going to cost us less points because we are running slim pickings after this game. And we take a look here, teams very, very spread out, a lot of fights looking to break out here in Celestra, and nobody going to Eventide Temple, which is a gold loot zone where there should be plenty of loot for these players. GG over here, of course, are winners from the last 2 games, looking to loot up just to the south side of Celestra before they potentially push up and head into Celestra, where the fighting is going to break out. TM here, this is where TM picked up most of their points last game. They picked up 7 eliminations before Zone 1 collapsed down onto Zone 2, before those first Realm of Yangs came through, and they did it off the back of eliminating 2 teams here in Celestra. So let's see if they can keep it going. They've already picked up 1 elimination early on into the game here. So TM trying to keep that same momentum going, and this time carry it into the late game.
They've already got 1 kill as well, so starting off with something, right? Simpson from VNGC was taken down by TM, and ESK actually kind of guarding the Karen as well to make sure that this is not going to be just any old revive. It's now cutting over to Wolves. We're talking about consistency, but right now they're on the back foot versus EWG. Wolves low HP. We're going to see the ultimate come out from One Fang, and one in response though, as look at the damage on EWG. They're low HP. The slash lands onto you, and One Fang answers out with a kill himself. He's a massive charge click, tries to get the counter off, but it ain't gonna happen. 14 has to 1 versus 2, and I don't think he's got enough fuel in the tank. EWG White Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves here, unfortunately, this is a risky run coming into a place like Celestra off the rip when there's so many teams coming here, right? Not only did they not have the best gear, they did not have the opportunity to build Rage whatsoever. They were able to answer one of those ultimates in kind with the Yodel and pick up at least an elimination, but EWG, who clearly ran more Rage runes early on here, had the upper hand because of the lesser gear there on Team Wolves. Wolves going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. They're not eliminated here just yet. WBG also on the receiving end of some pain here from a TM and YZG. WBG, a team who's also been very, very consistent, been consistently getting better every single game thus far today. But now getting eliminated off the rip here, WBG is going to have to find their feet underneath themselves again, just like Team Wolves is going to have to do. ESK up top looking to make some moves here as TM continues to find eliminations left, right, and center in Celestra. They're only up to 2 thus far, but more than happy to take the picks where they can find them. Team Max here down in Shipwreck, looking to give chase here to SD. They also, of course, have that Bane's Breath covering for themselves. Kuhn trying to give chase here, and SD's Dumpling playing very well, coming in, jumping off of the side to keep Kuhn off the rest of his team. Kuhn gonna slash him and get him into a nice stun loop there, but Dumpling doing the same to the rest of Max's team here. Kuhn very, very low, but it looks like Max is going to clean up SD here, as Dumpling is the last remaining player, and his ult's gonna run out before Kuhn's does, and Max will secure themselves 3 eliminations.
Yeah, lovely little pick up there as EWG actually continuing their streak of murder on the poor VL, who are gonna not get any feels here because they do look for the ult out as VL popped themselves the Monk transformation. Predator is looking for a cheeky grab, not gonna be able to find it. EWG now looking just to try and escape away, but they are being chased down. I didn't see who was on them, but Predator is boxing a tree right now and unable to find himself a single grab, unfortunately, as EWG, I believe they lost their Yoto in all of that action, so they are just going to have to pull back somewhat, as now TM going to continue this fight versus VL. Going to see a big stun potentially making the connection. It did hit onto just one, as Pampy going to be looking for these slashes. Actually cancels the ult early because he's just stuck on a wall. He can't get close enough to these members. And now Yaku goes into the Terracotta Warrior form and looks to keep the chase, the fight going. It looks like TM are quite quick to peel back, but actually just peel straight back into the action as Yaku able to get himself a bit of damage off there onto Unique, as actually they're just TM playing this very staggered, very controlled fight. They wait for something to get burnt, they step back, wait for it to kind of go on to close to cooldown, jump in, but the team still feel comfortable, and then get themselves a kill and then leave. Really, really staggered fight, but nice to see from them as YZG going to get themselves into somewhat of a scrap here versus EWG. You can see already Ryan's been able to do a fair amount of damage, but he is on his own. So I don't think he's going to be able to survive for too much longer. YZG, 3 versus 1, able to find that kill.
Yeah, YZG able to pick that elimination up there. But like you said, TM is playing quite the textbook game here. Like you said, they're waiting for cooldowns about to be over. They're catching players out by themselves. And here, Yaku comes back in. TM waiting in the wings, trying to stop the resurrection there, is able to find Yaku, caught out, pick up the eliminations. And TM's picked up 6 eliminations, and they've not done it in 2 team fights. They've done it picking off stragglers one at a time there in Celestra. They hot drop Celestra and are just controlling these fights on the edge of Celestra, where they're able to get in and they're able to just take these fights in a much more favorable controlled style for themselves. And it's a very interesting play style you don't see often in Naraka, and more here just getting juggled by XCG into the different hits of the Bane's Breath and able to air juggle them from Bane's Breath hit to Bane's Breath hit. It's a sad place to be there for Team More, unfortunately, as we now turn our attention over to BLD and SD. BLD pressuring in onto SD. SD with their back quite literally against a wall, as BLD also has a bounty onto them. SD, of course, were just respawned from their fights earlier, so they don't have the best of gear. Away forever, going to be caught out, stunned in the zone, and going to be locked down by Yodo Hime, and BLD is just going to absolutely obliterate the lights of Team SD here. We do see Blue Pepsi here actually using a little bit of tech here with that umbrella, using the grapple and throwing the umbrella extended forward and basically being able to surf on Kurumi for extra distance there. Gets them quite a bit of distance, but it doesn't really matter when all 3 members here of BLD chase you down. But still nice to see a lovely little piece of Kurumi tech, as we haven't seen Kurumi here in trios in a hot minute.
It has been a hot minute since we've seen a Kurumi, but am I happy to have her back? I don't know. I don't know, Rune. She's criminal of the things that annoy me. The same reason I don't like Z-Ping, same reason Justina irritates me. They're too sustain heavy. They're too stally. I like your Yotos because it's action. It's big swords and lots of burst damage. You know, as much as Monk is maybe a little overused, it's hype. He finds the grabs, he gets the slam, people go bye-bye. That's the Naraka I like. But I guess it's been a while since I've seen Kurumi, so I'm over it, I guess. Oh, more finding themselves locked down. They are gonna look for a turnaround lockdown onto Wolves. I didn't see if they actually broke line of sight there, but Wolves, they don't care, they're out.
Yeah, Wolves gonna come in there, pick up that 1 elimination, use the Wu Chen ult to get away from the follow-up Viper stun. But Wolves actually kind of in a good situation here, as they just pick up an elimination and they only have to burn a couple of resources here before they can fall back and go back in for another engagement here. VNGC going up against GG here in the realm of Yang. Gonna be going head-to-head with the standing champions and current first-place team. GG been relatively quiet for themselves here this game. No eliminations under this belt. Their first opportunity to pick some of those up. 330 opting for a little bit of a different strategy here. He typically monks up immediately in the middle here. He waits for a little bit, and unfortunately Miskia does end up going low. VNGC's Roy is going to answer in kind as we see the Temi ult come out and from the opposing team. But we talked about this before. Temi doesn't really bring a lot to these fights here in the realm of Yang, and having that Kurumi who can support your team and constantly heal actually is a huge boon for the likes of Team GG right now, and it slowly pays off as they're able to chip away at the health of these members of VNGC while constantly being healed by their Karumi. It's bought them the space that they need here. Miskia goes very low, but Karumi, once again, comes in with the ultimate and buys Miskia back into this fight. VNGC have the opportunity to turn it, and if they had had a Karumi of their own, they would probably still be in this fight. GG showing exactly why Karumi's coming back into this Transformer comp here with the Realm of Yang being available here in our World Championship.
Yeah, it was really nice actually to see that going down. It was a very close fight. I think VNGC put on a pretty good fight versus GG there. J-Team also did win their Realm of Yang. I don't think GG, I think they just got theirs from a regular Mora's Blessing. I didn't see, I was kind of paying attention to the fights. I didn't actually see when GG popped up, how they got it. But I believe
GG,
it was...
GG was the team in the Realm of Yang we watched fight and win.
Oh, sorry, J-Team was the team I'm talking about. No, J-Team won. ESK, there we go. Brain fart. I think ESK got this from a regular one. We just saw GG. J-Team won their Realm of Yang. I saw that announcement. So I think ESK was just a regular Mora's Blessing. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, here's VNGC. Let's see if they're about to get themselves in, well, are they going to get yanged? They're immediately going to find a team who are willing to throw themselves at them. So there is an opportunity for them to make this work. In comes the Sandstorm, and immediately Max's health bars are low. VNGC, they do not want to get yanged today. Already finding Max incredibly low, not able to actually finish the kill up, unfortunately, though, as they need to make this time work for them. They don't have too long. 2 minutes and 55 seconds chasing for those Soul Bloom Essences to make sure their dreams and their hopes within this game stay alive. Cunt is being chased down here by Simpson. Simpson keeps the pressure up onto him. Now J-Team are sliding in. J-Team with the Vermilion's Birds Might are feeling it. They are feeling aggressive as Roy Hill is down. VNGC, they might not even get time to get themselves yanged because they are just being run over by J-Team, who are fresh off their own fight, off their own Realm of Yang, and they are in such a happy position. YZG now jumping into the middle of the action. They're looking to lock them all down, but it's only gonna just force out the Vermilion's Bird Mites from J-Team. ZK gonna try and get himself a little bit extra damage off. He almost gets off the charge click on the 2-1. He is low HP, but he's able to find something. Those 17 JLs able to steal it away, I think. That was messy, that was carnage, and TM should just be able to finish up ZK here, unless ZK has something. I don't think he does. Birds might pop, and J-Team get the reset.
TM playing very, very well here in this particular game, able to pick up their 8th elimination of the game for themselves, and they're playing very calculated. I like this version of TM and the way they're playing right now, where they're just calculatingly coming in, they're picking off solo members from these teams, picking up eliminations consistently throughout the game, not playing risky Naraka, but still making moves and finding these third parties. They know after these Realms of Yang that there's going to be teams desperate to come out and take fights, and they know they're going to be able to take advantage of it. Here they find 17 JL's Benchu and pick up a 9th elimination for themselves. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is a very calculated TM. They are not happy how the likes of last game went for them. And look at this, more Ku caught out, separated from his team. This is what TM does. God, I love this particular playstyle from this team. This is something I've wanted to see in the Naraka competitive scene for a long time. We see these teams who go in and they're just like, it's all or nothing. We're going to fight this team 3v3, right? And we've seen teams that come in and will third party, and, you know, they're not happy to let members get away. TM doesn't care. TM is more than happy to take one person at a time as a team, eliminate them, put the point under their belt, and go, okay, where's our next point? And just keep it moving throughout the entire duration of the game. As long as they put points on the board every minute or so, by the time they get to that final circle, they're going to find themselves in a really good position. Aww. And we just watch as VNGC Simpson gets yanged.
It's catching on. It's catching. It feels good to say, doesn't it? Did you see the map, by the way? Did you see how there was a Realm of Yang next to Amora's Blessing spawning up and nobody was over?
I did.
So somebody could go get 2 more as blessings. I don't think the buffs stack. I've genuinely never seen it. I'm going to assume you can't have 2 buffs on. If you can, we're about to see the craziest thing you've ever seen. Do you know?
I don't know, actually. I don't know if you can actually stack them.
We might find out. If somebody goes into the realm of Yang and then grabs the Draco Storm, I mean, either way, they're getting 2 gold weapons. But J-Team are going to find themselves versus GG. J-Team and GG both off the back of a victory in their own realm of Yang. So pretty geared up teams here. Let's see if 3-3-0's quick on the mark. He's going to transform immediately. So's Eagle, though. So both of these guys are going to go toe-to-toe. And the shoving match should just start out. GG immediately getting him... Well, 3-3-0 getting himself heavily chunked out. Miss Kia's grabbed. Miss Kia is low. All he's going to take is a slam. They're going to finish him up, though. He transforms in time. Miss Kia just about gets away with it. 3-3-0 gets himself a grab off, but it's not going to happen. He's not going to get the slam. He's interrupted his low HP. Eagle is immediately grabbed, slams down, and he is out. J-Team, they have the man disadvantage. The slam won't come down because the D transformation comes in time, but the Kurumi healing is just so big. 3-3-0 ripping through the health bars, and GG just make it so close, but they win.
Yeah, GG there. If Miski had actually been slammed there by the Monk and not given the opportunity to transform, this would have been a very, very different fight. But the support coming through from the Kurumi, again, Alex M, the MVP for Team GG right now. This support actually making moves for the likes of Team GG. EWG gonna find out Wolves. Jiu in a corner here as he gets caught out. And now the rest of Wolves forced to take this into a 2v3, but 14 gonna back off, give at least one of the other members of Team Wolves the opportunity to stay in this game. Wolves has had a very slow start to this particular game, and now things are looking even more rough for them. They've been so consistent today. This might be the first bad game we see coming out from Team Wolves.
That was definitely a rough one for them, losing 2 immediately. J-Team now on the run after a pretty fresh loss for themselves. Are they going to get yanged is the question, I guess. WBG, actually, we're having a look at them now. Only 3 kills. Quiet game comparative to what we've seen for the rest of the day for them. That's such a nice longsword skin. It's very basic, but it's really cool. It's kind of like a lightsaber. One Fang is 1 versus 3G, basically, because he is being run down. Gonna pop himself the ultimate. Maybe some level of a hero play can come out, but I am somewhat doubtful about that. LXM is getting himself a little bit low. Oh, One Fang almost pulls it off as Wolves are eliminated.
We hate to see it come out from Team Wolves here, but unfortunately, you can't have good games all the time. And this particular game is going to be the game that's not great for Team Wolves. But right now, it currently looks like it's all coming up Team GG once again. And this is exactly what I talked about. It's so much easier to carry the momentum over from game 3 to game 4 because of it being the same map. And then because you are able to come in, and GG risked this, right? They take the Transformers comp for basically the 4th time and risk not having any hero points for the final 2 games, going, if we get a 3rd MVP back-to-back, it doesn't really matter how we perform in the last 2 games if we have to stack some weird comps with heroes we're not really comfortable with, because we've basically already secured the day for ourselves. Nobody else is going to come in and do 3 MVPs. It's just not going to happen. J-Team's Eagle going to get a slam here off on to Krez, and it looks like they're also going to pick up Yeah Boy from ESK as well, trying to find TM Spampy, but not going to be able to. J-Team still on a timer here, needs to make something happen as TM shows up. They are going to pop that no ult zone as Eagle is forced to end their ultimate as well, but Eagle going to go down, and TM with his calculated 3rd party yet again going to find eliminations. They're going to find ZK, they're going to find ESK. Lee, the last remaining member here for J-Team, keeping it moving, but TM on the move as well. Lee, no place to go. And man, TM, dude, this play style from them is so good. it's just calculated is the only way to describe this. Look at this. We see WBG show up. They immediately back off to the no ult zone, look to take the reset and get away from this. They only want to take fights that are 100% in their favor, and it is serving them so well.
They have their own tempo and their own memento in fights, and I think that's what's really fun to watch. Is they ebb and flow when it suits them. They don't play to somebody else's tempo, somebody else's kind of play style. They understand when to take an engagement and when to back off from an engagement and how to back off from an engagement, which I think is the big thing. Because a lot of people get too low and then start running. They will take a fight, take a kill, go, there's no point over chasing, getting chunks and getting third party. We'll back off, reset, and then basically keep the fight going from there. TM are genuinely a very, very technical team to watch. They are incredibly fun. And we are now watching 17JL, who are a bit more chaotic, let's say, as they are being run over by BLD. BLD able to grab themselves yet another kill. Southeast Asian team here. BLD actually on the 8th kill. We've got 2 non-CN teams actually looking quite good right now, which is really, really nice to see. We got TM obviously from Vietnam and then BLD from Southeast Asia. Really, really solid stuff coming in from these guys. And it's making the game very, very fun to watch. Is Kame from TM now is actually getting fairly heavily chunked out. The CC might just be a little bit too much. They're unable to save him because Max able to come in and take themselves a kill on to TM, but great Wuxian ult out means they will be able to get that reset off and recover after that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. This is textbook by Team TM. They started to have this sort of momentum last game, and then off the back of a mistake where they try to slip into the realm of Yang, and Akami gets caught outside, unable to slide in. They panic. They take the Mystic Might instead of taking the Draco Storm. They resurrect one of their teammates while still trying to be on the run. Akami gets picked out again. They get another res while still being chased and lose yet another member, and TM just not able to recover from the panic caused by that ambush at the realm of Yang. Whereas this game, it has been calm and calculating from the very start, and they've been able to carry that momentum throughout the game. Like you said, more than happy to engage in a fight, take a single elimination, walk away and reset. Do it all over again. They are winning this game one elimination at a time. They are not having huge pop-off moments. They are just putting points on the board.
Yeah, they are actually putting a lot of work into that. Looking really, really solid. As Max and 17JL taking themselves into a little bit of a scrap, but just going to back away from that, decide not to go for it. And I mean, kind of going back to the likes of TM and how you beat a team who are almost running in a very calculated way is you introduce carnage. You know, if they're doing their maths equations, you come in and start adding science to the mix and get them really confused. That's how you catch them out. And TM, obviously, this game seems to have a bit of grip on everything they need to be doing. Playing this game very, very well. This could be our first non-Chinese team winning a game here in the World Championship. I'm here for it. I hope so.
Here to see Max moving across the map here. You know, and the thing is TM though, it's such, like you said, the ebb and flow that this team has is so great to watch. Now, of course, the old proverbial grease in that clockwork being Team GG here, who's off the back of 2 back-to-back victories, and of course the championship from Season 2 as well. This team's hungry. Right? They're not going to let TM come in and play calculated in the final circle. And I hate to say this, final circles are not something you can control. Sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you can lock down control of those final circles and you can just control that sort of narrative. But typically speaking, final circles are pure chaos. Yeah, WBG is going to lose Jing here as the zone collapses down. That Wuxian ult taking them a little too far out of the zone. Max also going to come in looking to clean up at least one of these eliminations onto WBG as they catch out one of their members here. And it looks like they are. No, WBG keeping it moving here. Max not quite able to catch Mi Tian out as he gets up and finds the reset here. Huge for WBG. Sleepwalker, on the other hand, taking zone tick left and right. WBG not able to recover Jing quite yet, but if they can lose the likes of Max Club, they might be able to slip into the zone and pick Jing back up, making WBG hold. TM coming in here uncontested, looking to secure Moore's blessing for themselves, and this is going to be huge for the likes of TM as they pick up a gold. I think that's a flamer actually for themselves. Yeah, but the gold armor onto Viper is absolutely massive for TM, because one of the great things about being a Viper team is when your Viper engages heavily, that's one of the optimal ways to control a final zone, and TM needs to be controlling and calculating if they want to win this game.
Now, I will say we are in, you know, in a more built-up area for the final circle. There's going to be a lot of buildings, a lot of places to break line of sight. The Monk comps are going to struggle in this. Also, the Vipers, it'll be easy to avoid those big stuns, but in those later circles, it'll also be easier to get onto a rooftop and drop down to multiple people when people are a little bit more packed in. You can catch people inside buildings, but you're not going to see this kind of like lobby-sized Viper stuns. It'll be more localized and kind of smaller groups of players getting caught out. As TM, they're just going to settle themselves down in some real estate, set up a place for them to blink back to with the Wushen. And we are very much in the Buccaneer phase, where everybody is just taking those cannon shots at each other. GG trying to rule the top of the building. I'm going to actually throw down the Monk transformation and see if they can find a grab. Might be a little bit hard, because as soon as a Monk transforms, everybody scatters away and gets as far away from that Monk as they possibly can. And I don't think 330 is going to really find an easy grab for himself, but he gets Oliver, and Oliver is donezo. BLD losing a player, and it was the start of a good game for them as well. So to lose Oliver is going to really, really sting.
Yeah, absolutely. TM here still holding on to this little hut here, but it looks like they've caught BLD out below here, so they're going to engage onto that. GG's 330 going very, very low roof side here, as many of those range shots started to come out, and he was forced to de-ult. BLD coming in here, Oliver, with a massive ult from the Viper here, but they need to be careful as Max and BLD engage with one another, waiting in the wings. If I'm not mistaken, TM very, very nearby. Mine's coming topside, trying to lock down Lulu here, going to be forced into the Temi ult, and then followed up on with the Justina ult as well. TM more than happy to just hold onto their space. They know they've got a massive kill lead here. They know they need to make these kills count for as much as possible, because they haven't had the big pop-off game they're looking for, and they're starting to have one right now. So trying to hold this space. Max is going to lose Lulu, though, to the engagement with a BLD. XCG going to come over and pick the body from BLD's Oliver, who it looks like, I guess, they were able to get back up after GG's 330 was able to get the kill. But Oliver once again down, and BLD not an opportunity to come in and pick them back up. TM just holding this space here, using those longsword slashes and cannons to keep players at bay, keep them from pressuring in the Wu Chen here with the huge longsword slashes coming through from that legendary Soul Jade with that really cool skin you were talking about. It does look like a lightsaber, I'm not gonna lie. TM just holding on to this. All these players, like you said, Buccaneer face, cannons going wild. We're gonna see once again, I do believe this is Xiaonan up top into the Monk, looking to find some grabs. GG's 330 doing the same. Look at GG's 330. Look how confident. Is he just standing still here? Doesn't care. Knows nobody's gonna fucking challenge him. He sees Sai or CC in the side. Oh my goodness, we actually see a double slam coming out here from Xiaonan onto BLD and more. 330 on the other side, not able to find those same levels of grabs. XCG picks up 2 more eliminations for themselves, much needed as it takes them to 3. Team Akami gonna find another elimination. Pappy gonna find another elimination. TM down to 15 right now. This could be it for Team TM. They're still holding on to this space. They've got the Wu Chen Orb. Nobody currently able to just challenge them in the space that they are holding on to.
There's so many players left in this circle, 19 people, and in comes Xiaonan with a massive transformation into the grab onto Moors. Liao Wang slammed down, chunks through his shield heavily.
Not enough to find the kill, unfortunately. As 330 is actually being forced off the rooftops and is onto the ground. Everybody is just jumping and avoiding. Flamers onto 330. He tries to find a grab in response, but XCG just keeping the flaming going, keeping the damage onto 330. He's looking for a slam onto 2. Sleepwalker comes in. Stun in. Cancels the Wu Shen ultimate out. And Sleepwalker with a charge click secures himself the kill. But now he's toasted. Loses a whole bunch of HP. Down on the low ground, another flame is breaking out. Pampy's losing so much HP. TM want to find this win. They could find their first victory here at the World Championship, but there's so many teams contesting them. EWG are out. Pampy takes down 330. Pampy takes down LXM. He is tidying up. He is still going. He's losing teammates left, right, and center as XCG fall down. YZG are the last team standing. I don't know who won that.
There's no question. TM is the winner. That's a 20 bomb coming out from Team TM in Vietnam. What a massive game for these guys. So controlled, so calculating, just excellent. It's so fun to watch. What a game for Team TM. I might be a fan.
That was an absolutely insane game from TM. They look very controlled, very, very calculated as a team. They get themselves the first win for Vietnam at the World Championship, the first team to be a non-Chinese team as well to win. And that was just a textbook play from them. They played that so well. A 20-bomb game coming in. Spirits are high elsewhere over in Shanghai, though, with the Chinese teams. But man, that final circle was unbelievably fun. It was just carnage in those final moments. There was a few people left, and there was a lot of people left. There was a lot of transformations. It was just, if you didn't have a good graphics card, your computer's fried. That was just unbelievable, the kind of effects going off there. Carnage of a final circle.
Oh my goodness, yeah. TM, man, what a game. You know, at this point, if I'm Team TM, doesn't matter. This game was just so clip heavy for them. You can just run it back on every single kill because it's just one kill at a time that they slowly tick together. And I've got to give it to Pampy. Pampy, in the end there, he's in that building. They've held onto that space for so long. He starts taking zone tick really heavily. He waits till the very last second for the zone to force them into that one little cubby, pops the ultimate. He held onto it for so long. Even I would have probably panicked inside of that building when I started going very low and just started blind throwing it. He waits till everybody's forced to come together, the most opportune moment, and is able to pick up multiple extra eliminations there in the end. And it's just a massive game for these guys. Well played. Just supremely executed on the ends of TM from the start to the finish. It was controlled chaos for them as well. We talked about what it's going to take to end TM here, and it was throwing a wrench or a monkey in the works, as it were, for them, and nobody was able to do that. They got in, they realized where the zone was probably going to close. They set up shop inside that building and immediately took control of it and said, you're not going to be able to come inside this building and just create chaos. We are going to eliminate you at the door. We're going to play bouncer. And when it is done, it is done. And TM walks away with a massive victory here in game number 4.
Really, really big game coming in for the side of TM there. And I'm super happy to see, you know, Vietnam get their first win at the World Championship. It's what I love about it's just what I love about kind of when you get to an international stage, is you kind of follow the stories of the regions and not just the teams. Obviously, right now, regional China are crushing it in trios, but you know, Vietnam starting to look like a real threat. EU are here. I can't. I mean, not much more I can say. We're having a rough one. Yeah, the funny thing is I remember when we were doing the group draw, I was like, man, EU got it good. They're in Group A. They got it good. And then suddenly WPG just started being a good team. J-Team have been low-key pretty decent as well, to be completely honest with you. But 20 bomb, I think you're wrong, my friend. That's a 22 bomb coming in from TM. 31.6 points in first place. GG have under half their points. 16-point game coming in from GG. And then YZG, 0.2 points behind them in third with 16.2 points. An absolutely explosive game. And Wolves, for the first time today, I literally, just before this game, praised them for how consistently they're scoring. Do get a low-scoring game, but they can pick themselves back up. I have every faith in them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, here's the thing, is when you're having consistent games like Wolves has been having, this particular game doesn't hurt as bad, right? When you're these teams that have been very coin flippy and you have one good game and then you have 3 bad games and then all of a sudden you have another bad game, it hurts so much worse. So Wolves, yes, not the greatest of performances here, but you can't win them all. You can't have a good game every single time. If this is the only bad game Team Wolves has today, they're doing it fairly well for themselves. Unfortunately, we do see VL in the bottom once more, but man, TM, these guys coming in, and you know what? I'm going to call it right now. Pampy, definitely the overall MVP here. 9 kills, 27,000 damage. And honestly, just the patience of Pampy in the end here, when he's in that building, he's going so low. Many players here, even in the CN Pro League, would have panicked and went ahead and thrown that Yodel as soon as possible. He waits to the very last moment, risking everything, and picks up not apparently, I thought he picked up 2 eliminations, picks up 4 in those final moments to go to a 22 kill game. Absolutely massive for the likes of TM. Congratulations to Pampy for his first overall MVP here in the World Cup series. And of course, a huge Soul Jade for him as well. That Skyforce really coming in heavy for all of these MVPs today.
I think the Skyforce might be the most sought after Soul Jade in the World Championships. I know it's strong and it's been strong and it's one that a lot of people like, but I think if we were to run like an actual stat comparison and look at how many, like what Soul Jades are used in what percentage, you would probably see Skyforce is one of the most sought after. And then if you break Soul Jades down by win percent, Skyforce is 100% win rate today. Like people, if you've got Skyforce on your carry, you just win the game. And I know that's an odd metric because everyone could technically have Skyforce, but everyone with Skyforce has won today. So it is a very sought after Soul Jade so far. But we're going to pass it over to Leah, who's getting ready with the interview. So over to you, Leah.
Xin chúc mừng team em đã giành chiến thắng trong trận đấu này. Thì em có thể gửi lời chào đến viewer được không ạ?
Em xin chào mọi người và em cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều đã ủng hộ cho bọn em và theo dõi bọn em.
So hello everyone, I'm Pampy from TM. I'm very happy to win this game.
好的，非常欢迎潘 P 选手来到我们的采访席啊，也可以听到他说到非常开心来到我们的这个采访席。当然，这把比赛下来 ，TM 战队真的是有一个非常精彩的表现，拿了22个击败分。那就想问一下，那你觉得这一把比赛你们队伍可以胜利的关键是什么呢 ？So we all see that your team have a really wonderful performance in this game, and your team got 22 kills. So I really want to know how do you think the key in this game that your team can got a winner?
Trong trận đấu hôm nay thì team em đã có một biểu hiện rất là tốt ở trong trận đấu này khi mà giành được đến 22 kill. Thì yếu tố quan trọng nhất để team em có thể giành được việc đó là gì?
Là quả cuối bọn em đã nhìn ra được cái nhà đó khá là tốt ấy, và team em hôm nay bình tĩnh hơn mỗi hôm, nên là đó là yếu tố quan trọng giúp bọn em ăn được 22 mạng đó.
So the key thing for our team to win this one and get 22 kills is that we can see the house and we came down a lot into the last circle.
哦，好的。那我认为呢，我们这次可以拿到22个击败分，主要是源于最后决赛圈刷的这个位置非常的好。因为天成的地形我们可以看到有很多的房子，所以这个决赛圈的位置是对我们非常有优势的。当然，其实我们也很好奇啊，因为这次是拿的妖红尘阵容，然后潘米拿的是一个妖刀姬的1号位。那你们队伍来说，谁是这个队伍的主核心大脑呢 ？So and we all see that your team use Yudo Viper and Wu Chen combinations in this game, and we really curious about like who is the leader of your team.
Trong trận đấu này thì team em dùng Yodoker và Vô Trần, thì tại sao mà bọn em có được cái pick đó và ai là người kêu gọi chính cho cái team com này?
Bình thường banh bích thì em sẽ là người đưa ra ý kiến cho team em là bích như thế nào và team em ok hết thì bọn em sẽ bích, và bọn em cũng đưa ra cái lựa chọn banh bích các thứ là để tới 6 game luôn rồi, là bọn em tính là game nào đánh con nào rồi.
So I am the team caller for ban pick of our teams, and we are all prepared for the 6 game toward.
哦，那我是我们队伍的这个算是核心和领导吧。然后我们队伍为了这一次捷杯也是做了非常多的准备。那其实这一次 TM 来到捷杯也很好奇啊，就是你们对于像大陆赛区的话，有没有哪个队伍或者是选手你非常想要在比赛当中交手的呢 ？So this time your team come to our World Cup, like which team or player you really want to meet in the game?
Lần đến với MBWC lần này thì team em muốn đánh với team nào nhất hoặc là player nào nhất?
Team em nói chung thì team em muốn đánh với lại XCG và FPX, còn một mình em thì em muốn đánh với lại NightHQ nhất.
So our team is looking forward to fight a battle with XCG and the FPX team.
哦，所以我们队伍其实一直想找FunPlus朱雀去交一下手，因为觉得他们的队伍非常的强。那就想问一下了，这一次 TM 来到我们捷杯的目标是什么样的呢 ？So this time, what's your target in the World Cup?
Đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em mục tiêu của team em là gì?
Mục tiêu của bọn em là trong top 5 của kỳ chung kết thế giới lần này.
Yeah, so we're looking forward into the top 5.
我们希望可以争取到前5名的好成绩。OK， 那也是确实能感受到我们 TM 的这个冲劲和信心啊！当然也是再次恭喜你们获得了这把比赛胜利，希望在之后的比赛里面你们可以有更加精彩的表现。So congratulations again that your team got the winner in this game, and we are looking forward to see the wonderful performance in the following games.
Thank you, Leah, for yet another wonderful interview, this time with V and Pampy. What a game from TM here. I mean, these guys really came in and showed us that it doesn't matter what region you're from. You can come here on the world stage and make things happen. And I mean, I honestly, at the start of this game, it looked like it was going to be Team GG. Team GG had the momentum. They had the double back-to-back. They were rolling most of the lobby that they rolled up on. But TM just started picking players off one by one and built a massive lead going into the final circle.
I mean, it always looked GG, right? Because GG just looking good after 2 absolutely phenomenal games back-to-back. But yeah, I'm hoping we do see some more growth out of other regions as well. I'm still huffing the hopium. We'll see something from EU. We haven't seen anything from NA, to be fair, as well. I haven't really talked too much about those guys. Here you got oh god, brain fart. I'll figure that out. Anyway, I think what we should do is cut to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 5. So we'll see you in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
画个龙，右手画一道菜。来，左边跟我一起。啊，对，我唱那个。
是小雨唱就是那个什么啊？牵着我左手，右手一个。
我唱哪个？小雨不适合唱那个。
小雨就适合唱那个。适合唱那个。
是吗？
小雨的读书时代就是T。
我小学做体操，幼儿园做体操的时候是唱那个蔡依林的《日不落》，你知道吧？祈祷你像那个英勇的警卫军。然后小学也是那个，因为小学跟幼儿园是一个学校，然后初中到高中就是高中没有做体操的，初中做那个铁服也是。左手右手一个慢动作那个，还记得怎么做的？现在知道啊，他就是这样画2圈，然后他们跳一下，然后这样手往下放，然后头放老的。
失误大吉，
只有拦着，我有支架。走吧，去地坑。过来拿支架。我这没被收。过来拿支架，我在运。等一下，2件吗？
我没事。
拿过来呗。
我又能够再次逆。
走吧。有没多的蓝刀呀？
没有，我是
蓝上剑蓝棍的，蓝棍。我没有被抓。你自己抓，好抓。我抓徒弟了，不要着急。
看一下他那红叶，
我这等着。我拉徒弟了，红叶徒弟。我得拉药，不管不了，自己玩，我得拉满，自己抓。我逼急了。再手，加油！来，好的，我的。
OK， 没事。
Nice。
Everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint World Championship. Somehow we're on to game number 5 with only 2 games left, and we are moving on to Holoroth. Our first victors of Holoroth were GG, and it was their first victory of the day. We have just come off a very convincing and a very dominant TM victory. So I think for the other regions playing in the World Championship, maybe a bit of spark of confidence, a spark of hope, but you know, these top Chinese teams are actually defeatable. Gods can bleed. I'm very excited to get into this game. I'm curious if TM are going to be able to keep it up because, like you were saying in that previous game, game 3 looked pretty good for TM, but game 4 was where they came alive.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we look at TM, and I think we've kind of hit the nail on the head, right? If you're able to introduce some chaos into their particular comp or fight, throw a monkey into the works, as it were, TM crumbles a little bit. We watched them make some pretty costly mistakes in game number 4 after setting themselves up for success almost, and then not game number 4, in game number 3, and then coming back into game number 4, nobody was able to create that chaos for them, and because of that they were able to have an incredible performance. And speaking of that performance, we got a quick question for you about it. Which hero did TM Pampy pick in game number 4? Is it A, Yodohime, B, Tianhai, C, Wu Chen, or D, Viper? If you were watching it all,
I know this one. I know this one. Yes!
I say Jake should know this one for once. If Jake knows it, chat, I have all faith that you know it.
It was Wu Chen, guys.
Yeah.
It was Wu Chen. don't try to see. That'll be my clue. It wasn't Wu Chen. It was one of the other 3.
There you go. We've eliminated one of the answers for you. It's either A, B, or D, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go and get your answers in chat, and make sure you watch Whisper Box, because that's where Naraka is going to hit you up with some goodies for yourself. And these Lotus treasures, they have some big goodies. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But again, TM Very dominating performance. And here's the thing: is I think they can do it again. But the thing is they thrive on other people's chaos when it's not chaos put on them, right? I think they need to hot drop, just like they did in Celestra in the last game, and start picking off those easy eliminations. Speaking of which, we've got a quick video for you guys before we come back and see if they're going to do exactly that in game number 5.
Nghĩ là mặt bằng chung của Việt Nam thì nó cũng bằng nhau hết. Quan trọng là ai may mắn hơn thôi. Thì em chỉ cảm thấy là họ đánh rất là hay nhưng mà em chỉ là may mắn lọt vào đây. Nhưng mà em sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Thì team em là cũng thật sự là mạnh ở Việt Nam nhưng mà bọn em không chủ quan và vẫn tập luyện hàng ngày để tiếp những cái chung kết sắp tới.
I'm always very interested in like the other regions and kind of the goings on there, because obviously NA gets coverage, EU only really gets coverage of finals, and then I don't really get to see any of like the Vietnamese, the Southeast Asian, you know, any of the other areas that play. So it's always interesting to me to see, you know, I'm hoping over the next few years we start to get more coverage of these other regions so we can kind of really get a good look at them. And hey, EWG done it again. They've pulled it out. Oh, I'm so excited. Also, look at that GG team. That is that's a pretty scary team to fight if you do end up going toe-to-toe with them in the realm of Yang. So
oh, absolutely. Good.
No. I was rambling, mate. You carry on.
Well, what I was going to say here is GG also is kind of on the back foot in terms of hero select right now. They have burnt most, if not all, of their hero points. So going forward, they have to be very careful about which heroes they are picking. And like you said, this is a fairly good comp for them into the realm of Yang, and it's also a fairly good comp in this map because Takeda excels pretty handily on this map, as we've seen in solos before. Nobody going into the middle of the map, which is a very interesting choice because it's usually a very highly contested area, and what I'm looking for is where our players from our last game are going to be dropping. I'm going to have to assume that they are hot dropping near another team, or I could be entirely wrong and they are off to the side by themselves. So we're going to see how that works out for them here in this game as XCG and YZG go head-to-head immediately. Xiaonan picking up an elimination off the rip here, and XCG going to find themselves with 3 eliminations under their belt very, very quickly.
I mean, look at the kill feed. It's scrolling up like credits at the end of a film. Already seeing quite a few people going down. A lot of action already, and the scoreboard on the left is constantly changing. GG, XCG already with 3 kills, and SD with 2 kills themselves as well, as Wolves are looking to try and deal a blow to BLD here. Scale Rush is potentially achievable there. Does clip actually there with a great sword scale rush from Wolves 14 onto Lubs. Lubs lose a fair amount of HP, and that big swipe from the sword is countered. Able to dodge back away and pick up the weapon. They're jumping in and looking to make quick work of the BLD members. But the Wolves do lose a player. One Feng is down, one of the star players for this team. No Monk transformation available to 14 as well. They actually do pop the Matari out of there for the moment. Gio just trying to dodge away for the moment. Jumping in the Clang, the counter comes in, and BLD are actually starting to beat out Wolves pretty whole-handedly here. Close towards this transformation as the Sandstorm comes out. And that is going to be enough for Wolves to run away from this fight. They cannot continue this.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Wolves there. The fact that 14 lets himself get parried multiple times in that fight, absolutely detrimental for Wolves. Wolves slides back in, though, to find an elimination on the rest player Loves, but it is going to cost Wolves yet another one of their players. 14 comes back in, trying to make something happen here. He is going to come in. He almost picks up the second elimination. We're going to find an armor swap. 14 trying to make it happen, but it's not going to be enough. Wolves, man, they try to make it happen here. They come into the transformation at a huge disadvantage, and I'm not sure what the Wolves is thinking here. Apparently, game number 4 getting to them. The fact that it was the first bad game they've had all day, and now Wolves making bad decisions here in game number 5.
There we go. A bit of a return to Wolves. All we need is WBG to throw themselves out the game in 16th, and then order is restored. I'm just always going to take this opportunity to dump on them. J-Team able to find themselves a kill onto GG here, actually. Remember, again, J-Team, the defending world champions, but oh, here comes a third party with the blue hair and a big old stun to lock him all in place. Eagle will lose his life as XCG also getting himself in danger. Quick Wu Shen all out, able to rise their teammate and get out to safety as Eagle just about limped out of that one. Very, very close fight between some of these teams as 330 is now being hunted down by the members of Max. Low HP already, no armor for him to work with, and Max will not let 330 go, not without a fight. Down he goes. GG lose one of their star players.
And now GG is stuck with just Miskia left alive, and I don't believe either of the other players have resurrections available to them, right? So Miskia, unfortunately, the last remaining member of the team, already early on, GG off to a good start, and then watching it crumble after a third and fourth party follow through and make things extremely difficult for the likes of Team GG. XCG coming back through here was able to get an IHQ back up, so they still hold on to those resurrections at the moment and find themselves with at least one elimination under the belt here as we take a look at YZG moving across here, looking for a little bit of loot and potentially a team to engage with, because they are pretty heavily looted here with all purple armor and most of them with purple weapons in hand here. Max Club looking to come in on the likes of Team SD, who clearly just resurrected here as they are all rocking white armor and mostly white weapons. We do see a couple of purple weapons that it looks like they were able to loot for themselves. Dumpling turning around. This is a rematch of what we saw last game here, where SD was able to flip this fight and come out on top, and it looks like a very similar situation about to happen here, except that Max has been able to drop that no ult zone and has been able to get out with a Bane's Breath here. But TCRK going very, very low. The Bane's Breath coming in and saving the day for Max Club.
Wow, Max are looking kind of mad, actually. Really, really impressive stuff coming out from those guys as Kame, they're going to finish up the TM players, but they are going to transform before this gets a little bit too hairy. Coming in, gets the pop back on Creditor. Creditor loses a fair amount of HP. Pampy finds the Slampy, and Riviera goes down as Pampy now just going to back off. He's a little bit low, and he has got himself a Terracotta Warrior on his bottom, so he's going to just make sure he's away from him for now. And TM, this is what they do. This is it. That perfect TM textbook play. Jump in, find the kill, wait for things to kind of cool off, get it as much of a reset in as possible, and then rejoin into the fight. Kame was doing a good job of kind of buying space for the rest of the team while they got a pot off. And now Pampy, he's back to full health, back to full armor, well, almost full armor, and he can just look to finish up the rest of these kills. It's just it's that ebb and flow style. It's so good to watch from TM. We don't even get teams like this that play in China. Like, it's just mindless aggression over there, and it's all just hands checking. This is genuinely really intelligent play from these guys.
Yeah, you know, the decision making is so important. We talk about it all the time, how important it is, and how much more so in trios. And TM just is on point with it. It's like second nature for them to come in, secure the elimination, and to back off. And you know where we do see that in CN play? It's why Wu Chen has been so very prevalent, right? You see the Viper ult come out, Wu Chen is able to pull you out of that fight, and then you immediately re-engage to those fights, knowing that the enemy team has burnt those resources that they have no way to get back, and it puts you in the upper hand. TM is doing the same thing, but instead of having to burn a Wu Chen ult to do it, they're just doing it. They immediately come in, pick up the elimination, slide out, very, very quickly reset, and then push back into these fights, not after the cooldowns have burned out, but crucially just before, so that the team they're going back into thinks they still have an opportunity to engage that fight at an advantage, and then they very quickly find themselves running out of those ultimates or F abilities and very quickly find themselves being eliminated.
Well, Roma Yangs are going to start to spawn up, so we're going to get some action. We're about to get some fights here as no zone does get popped as EWG find themselves in somewhat of an engagement with the members of TM. Iran just trying to find those cannon shots off, but Not actually able to land anything for now. The Realm of Yang will be spawning up fairly soon. Yuran gets himself caught, and his health bar is just obliterated. It's a no ult zone. He can't use his safety card in his ultimate right now. Is going to go for the full heal, but that Zephyr just absolutely chunks them out. Really, really big pick. And actually, we have other teams joining in as well. Who's going to head in? It looks like already TM wanting to find themselves a pick and just getting into this zone as quick as possible. There are the kills for them. They're going to run into the Realm of Yang. They're happy to do so. And it looks like over on the other side, EWG are going to be throwing hands with WBG, BLD versus 17JL. And the transformations are coming out. The repeating crossbow from Benchu going to be so effective to deal with mines. Look at the health bar. He is just going down, but the grab doesn't quite make it, unfortunately. Loves continues just to kind of poke his head around the edge of the wall, land those shots in. Repeating crossbows are so effective in these zones when there's a monk around. Mines loses most of his health bar. He's going to have to de-transform to keep himself alive now. 17JLAS has found himself a grab, though, in response. Gets himself the re-grab and 2 slams to follow. Is going to lose his transformation, but both of the Terracotta Warriors are unleashed onto the battlefield as everybody scrapping it out for this fight, scrapping out to see who's going to win. This is a very, very close fight here as Mines and AS going toe-to-toe for the moment as the repeating crossbow again just continues to cause a nuisance in the middle of the fight. The bell gets popped by AS. 19% before his ultimate is up. I don't think he's going to have that up and available, and I don't think Mines is going to be with us for long because he is low HP, but the uppercut comes in from Loves onto Benchu. Benchu's low HP, doesn't quite get the next one. There's the counter, there's the kick to follow it up as Loves now has to deal with everyone. Great dodging from him, but it's not going to be enough. Down he goes. A close fight by 17JL.
Yeah, 17JL played this so smart, though. They both just swapped to the repeating crossbows, knowing that the monk can't do anything, virtually stopping the likes of BLDS from being able to use their monk effectively in any way, shape, or form. And BLDS waits too long. They pull the trigger on the Yueshun ult way too late. They should have went ahead and transformed that Yueshun to go in and disrupt both of those repeating crossbows so that they could make use of their monk, but they were so worried about having to pressure into those repeating crossbows as the Yueshun. They pulled the trigger a little too late, and it cost them heavily as 17JL is able to come out on top and pick up that Realm of Yang and those coveted Mora's Blessing items for their team. In the meanwhile, TM wasn't quite able to get into their Realm of Yang fast enough, but it doesn't really matter as they pick up 9 eliminations thus far this match as they once again slowly pick off individual members one at a time and climb their way to the top of the leaderboard.
Do you know what's interesting? Nobody has opted for a Draco Storm. We've had Draco Storms today, but nobody has opted for it. When they win the Realm of Yang, they don't pick Draco Storm. It's only been Vermilion's Bird's Might, and then second, they'll get the Mystic Might. Nobody has opted into Draco Storm, which I think is really interesting. Obviously, there were changes to it. You don't get the damage reduction. That's now on Mystic Might, which makes that way more desirable because you know when a fight's coming, because you have that scouting ability. You then have the reduced damage, so even if the fight does come, you have an advantage in that fight. And yes, the damage buff for Draco Storm is very, very strong, and the slow is very oppressive. I think the Mystic Might, it's just the survivability and the safety that offers has become more desirable. I didn't expect that buff to make Mystic Might that desirable, and Vermilion's Birthright still is the one to take because it's just such a safe one. It gives you aggression and safety all in one. But I do find it very interesting that the players are opting away from the Draco Storm, and it looks to be the least desirable buff right now for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, honestly, I think there's situations, again, I think earlier when we saw TM there in Game 3, where they knew they were coming out of the Realm of Yang and they knew they were going to be immediately contested. I don't think that Mystic Might was the choice there, right? It didn't really offer them anything but a little bit of damage reduction, whereas Draco Storm, while they're being chased, is going to cover them and protect their backside. It was going to be the much better option for them, especially if they wanted to potentially turn around and maybe take the 2v3, having that combat buff. But at the moment, the Mystic Might in general serving many of these teams much better, because scouting and having information as well as the safety net of that damage reduction is just huge for so many of these teams. As we take a look here, BLD on the receiving end of some pain here from 17JL, and they can't really afford to run away from this fight. They need to wait for 17JL, there we go, for the monk to go down, and BLD is on a timer. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds before they get yanged, so they need to push back in here and very aggressively find some eliminations for themselves.
Absolutely. Well, 17JL about to lose that, so actually it might just be looking to back off, because it's going to get to that point where you might lose the fight before it's worth it. Like, you might lose the fight, and if you lose the fight in the next 40 seconds, you're in trouble, because you only got 30 seconds left on the bird smite. So actually it looks like 17JL are just going to get ZU caught out here, and this is getting hairy. Wait, they've lost it. It's gone. This is bad. Bye-bye, ZU. You are down, and there's no bird smite. You're going to lose your loot. That was really unlucky for 17JL, actually. They lost a lot for that.
Yeah, Mines has got at least one player now who's been able to get hold of a Soul Bloom essence for themselves, but the rest of these players are about to get yanked. I do believe it's just going to be Paralyzed that holds on. I'm not sure why Mines is bothering to burn the resources here. Like, why are you taking time to heal? You're a ticking time bomb getting ready to explode. Look, he's dropping all of his money. Smart play here. Knows he's gone, and his teammate's going to have to come back and buy him back here. So it's dropping money for him to be able to do so. Paralyzed coming in here, sees them trying to go back for the resurrection here. He's got to win this 1v1 and hope that the other members from 17JL don't show up. There's Benchu, there's Team GG. Paralyzed in a very, very bad situation at the moment. He was the only player able to get that Soul Bloom essence, and the rest of his team gets sent off to the Shadow Realm.
They get yanged, but speaking of which, we are going to now have WBG going toe-to-toe with VNGC here. Transformations coming out immediately on both sides. But Sleepwalker with the golden hands is throwing them down. But Sleepwalker's actually lost so much HP already. He's low, he's down, he can't even de-transform. Royal Hill able to get it off in time and just about survive. VNGC are walking over WBG right now in this fight, desperately trying to see if they can find some level of a turnaround. Jing jumps in forwards, able to actually find one kill onto Simpson, misses the scale rush off the pillar, jumps over the shot going in towards him as Fat Milk has transformed himself and is looking for PP but can't quite get him as Jing backing off. PP low HP. Jing is going so low as he is going to get taken down. Fat Milk actually de-transforms in time, but that is it. A very, very quick fight and a very, very quick win for VNGC.
Yeah, VNGC very quickly able to take control of that fight there, focusing the monk down. Here's the thing, I've talked about this before and how vulnerable the monk is when he actually monks up. If you have a team that has the wherewithal to just go, okay, swap to ranged weapons and just go ahead and heavy focus him, we're seeing how quickly you can eliminate these monk players, especially now that these teams, instead of just only carrying cannons or muskets in their back pocket, have realized how strong a repeating crossbow is into the monk and how quickly you can melt one. We watch Sleepwalker monk up, and before he has the opportunity to even throw his first hand, he's at half health. He goes for a grab, misses it, and then now he's down to a single tick, and then doesn't even have time to de-transform before he just before he just disappears from the battlefield entirely. YZG here engaging onto Max Club. YZG able to find the elimination on to Lulu. Max with the grab, though, coming out onto DRC, and the Viper stun getting ready to follow up as well. Going to make things very hard here for Max Club as they are able to get to... What is YZG doing? They just stand there. Oh, the Viper stun comes through first. Max is not able to actually get the slam out because he's silenced. He can grab them all day, but he can't slam them, and his transformation ends, and now it's just Kuhn on the run as the likes of YZG hunt him down. I thought YZG was making mistakes, but no, they're just giving false hope to Max Club as they know the transformation is going to run out before the slams come through.
WBG maybe looking for a little bit of revenge onto VNGC here. BNGC gonna deal with Sleepwalker like they did in the Realm of Yang. Gonna be getting them really low. Simpson actually able to go down though. This is gonna be a Soul Bloom picked up for them. That's gonna be a recovery available. Sleepwalker's going low though. In the meanwhile, he's getting chunked out. They are looking to turn it around though. In comes PP for WBG to try and turn the game around as Fat Milk falls. WBG, they might have lost in the Realm of Yang, but it looks like they might have just found their opening, their ability to come back. If the 1v3 comes through, it is going to be the hypest thing ever. He gets the armor swap off. He recovers. Royal Hill got Sleepwalker so low. He's going to transform. He's forcing WBG away. PP is going to dodge away on 1 grab, 2 grabs, 3 grabs. Can he avoid everything? The D-transformation comes in as now in comes the sapping blizzard to deny any rage from these players, and Royal Hill gets the knock on the PP, finishes him up 1 versus 2. There's no way he pulls this off. Royal Hill takes out WBG. What a play!
You know, this is exactly where Roy Hee excels, right? He is a solos player through and through, comes in for his team here, is able to clutch that up, but here's TM waiting in the wings, more than happy to come in and secure all of that juicy loot, and it forces VNGC's Roy Hee just to completely back off from this fight. There's nothing he can really do to stop what just happens there as TM comes in. He's going to come over. He's going to do a little bit of shopping here. Looks like he was able to buy a rebirth charm. So he's going to be able to get at least one of his teammates back here. But TM just going to come in and clean up all of that juicy loot.
That was so clean though. Royal Hill, I don't want to call him Royal Hill. My brain wasn't working there, but really, really nice stuff there from Royal High here. Gets that rebirth as well, so we'll be able to bring back one of his teammates, but they need to find another one if they want to get the whole team back together, the whole squad back together. But really, really clutch stuff. Again, a bit of that was the Mystic Might, the damage reduction, but it now gets taken from the Draco Storm and added to Mystic Might. Basically secured them that fight, because there were moments where they could have gone down earlier, but they were able to survive. And at the end of the day, this is why we're seeing it over the Draco Storm. The survivability is big. Into the Blizzard, Akami goes here. They are going to be losing their Terracotta Warrior form at an extended rate because of this, and won't be able to rebuild it up just to them sitting in this zone. But right now, TM is still having an absolutely fantastic game. 9 kills. That's how many they've been able to pick up, and 3-3-0 back against the wall. Bell popped, but I don't think it's going to do him too much, because he himself is going to be popped by Akana. He sets himself another kill. 5th kill on the lobby, 10th on the game. 10th kill for the team. Looking very, very good. And Miss Kia is now getting run down by XCG. Going to freeze themselves up, try and get away, but this Blizzard is going to be such a nuisance for all of these players. XCG, they've got the warm buffs, so they're okay. And GG being a little bit hit and miss today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, GG coming in here, unfortunately. And again, this is the thing about being a coin flippy team. You have really good games, you have really bad games. And this is going to be a middling game for GG, because they do have 7 eliminations, and there's only 17 players left alive in Zone 4 here. This has been a very, very aggressive game compared to our other games thus far today. So many players eliminated. And again, we have to really attribute it to the Realm of Yang, right? Because not only do you have players now fighting over the entrance to those Realms of Yangs like we saw earlier in this game, and TM didn't even make it in, but they were able to just pick up eliminations from the stragglers trying to get into it. But after those Realms of Yangs, you have players who come out and they are on a timer. It is do or die. So they have to force themselves into engagements with teams that they otherwise would usually not take. So we don't get that lull in the mid game, because they force themselves out into these engagements, and then other teams show up to third party those engagements, and it's just pure chaos that breaks out. And that is the sort of momentum where we see TM accelerating, because they are thriving on controlling that chaos and picking up eliminations, and they have been doing it very well here again in game number 5. And VNGC, on the other hand, are just playing a very straightforward version of Naraka here, continuing to dominate these Realms of Yang, and then come out and fight other teams afterwards and use those buffs to a massive advantage for themselves.
Oh, cutting over to 17JL. Got himself some pretty decent gear, actually. Soul Jade department's a lot of purple, but, you know, you like a little more gold in there. Still, gold armor, gold weapon on the monk. He is tanky, he is hurty, he is a scary boy right now. Speaking of gold Soul Jades, wow, TM. That's 4 on Unique. 1 on Pampy. I'm going to assume that's Skyforce. I'm going to hazard a guess. I can't speak Chinese, but if that's the case, Akami also has Skyforce.
We're going to see here. TM, again, is setting themselves up for success moving forward here. And it very well may be Skyforce that we do see coming through on these teams here. We're going to take a look at YZG, who also have a vast array of these legendary Soul Jades coming through. And yeah, I mean, absolutely just stacked here for YZG. We are finally into Zone 5. Only 17 players left alive. I don't think I can sell just how aggressive this game has been. Typically, we see in like the 30-player range left alive, and we're about half of that right now going into Zone 5. And once again, TM down here sitting very pretty. They're holding onto a space, and they are in the zone. They're in the very middle of the zone, looking to secure themselves yet another Morris Blessing. Need to be careful here at how they go about securing it. They're going to back off as they see a lot of teams pushing forward. They are directly in the middle of the zone, and that's the last kind of place you want to be, because all these other teams are going to be pushing in towards you.
No.
ZK just chilling in the bush behind them. Look at this. How does TM find these picks, man? Absolutely insane. 9HQ is out of position for half a second, and instantaneously TM is ready to capitalize on it. Every single time they find a player out of position for even an instant, they are on it.
Well, 17JL do get the Morris Blessing, but you are completely right. TM they're just so smart with the way they've been playing. And interestingly enough as well, VNGC also leading on the kill charts, exactly the same points as TM right now. We have 2 teams in the running to actually take this game. It's still a ways to go. There's still 15 players. Wait, there's only 15 players left. What the hell? So many people have gone down. Wait, what? I did not realize we lost so many players.
That's what I was just saying. As the Zone 5 started, I was like, we're down to 17 players. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is not Holoroth. I know Holoroth's typically a slower map, so I am shocked to see that many players still left. So that many players taken out as ZK. You sweet summer child, you taking way too many shots. An easy pickup as well. Floating target. Who's gonna get the kill with a musket? It's gonna be AS from 17JL as Pampy. Just doing so much work with that bow onto Benchu. Able to chunk him out and force him to go into the ultimate. Now TM getting jumped onto by Benchu. Pampy is looking for the grabs. Akami going very, very low as AS is also looking for a little bit more. Simpson slammed into the ground. Takes so much health. Instantly grabbed up by AS. You can slam him down in response and finished up by Benchu with 1 slam to the back of the head. AS, though, has used his transformation, and that's 2 ultimates of the transformations used on the side of 17JL, which will leave them fairly exposed. As the D-transformation comes in, the grab a little bit too slow there by AS, and now he's going to get himself potentially a bit of danger. Pampy playing this a little bit more slow reserve, but jumps straight into the middle of the action. Jumps on to, I believe that was Benchu. No, it wasn't. Benchu's already down. That is Ziyu who's going down. TM able to grab himself an additional kill, but Pampy is bleeding out. He needs to find a place to heal, but he can't. There's just too many people hounding him and trying to finish him up. He is down. He is finished up as they lose their monk. I believe they're just down to the Yue Shen now for the side of TM, but 14 kills. Has been an absolutely amazing game for them. Akami is gonna get caught out by the stun. Actually, he wasn't able to break line of sight, and AS is now getting hounded by YZG, who are able to get their 9th kill. Now with the ultimate on here by QGG. He's looking to finish up Royal High. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's gonna transform the Wushen out to safety. It's an open field. He can find the pluck. That's 1 for Royal High. He's looking for 2. He gets another. He's not gonna get the grab, unfortunately. Trying to find another player to get ahead. He's now got a Kame. He's now got Unique. Double slams come down. Another kill picked up for him. Royal, high, with the kills, with the slams, putting in unbelievable work for his team. Another double slam. Pampy can't transform because Pampy's grabbed. Royal high finally goes down, but not before doing unbelievable work for his team. YZG will be looking to close this game up with a kill onto Xiaonan, but Xiaonan's going to lock them all in place. He tries to break line of sight with the invisibility. Xiaonan has no armor to speak of. This is going to have to be a bloody miracle from him. Tries to clip through QGG's health bar, but it ain't happening. That is going to be YZG winning this game.
YZG picking up the final elimination in the game here. I think it might be just enough points here, just enough points for them to walk away the MVP over TM here. But what a game! What a final circle here in game number 5. Roy Hee trying to lock things down as a solo player once again into this fight. As we see once again, he's a very, very good player, very respectable player, of course, from Vietnam, doing a very good job here for VNGC. But of course, YZG going to come out with their first MVP of the day as we take a look back over here. Hold on. We're taking a look here at Team TM yet again. Hold on. Now at VNGC, just taking a look at all these teams.
It was YZG. I just like...
Yeah, it is.
What did they feed Roy High? Sorry, what did they feed him before today? Like, was it just other Naraka players? Like, he's just got a taste for blood. He's terrifying.
I mean, he did
so clean by him. He
did walk away with an 11 elimination game yesterday in game 6 in solo. So,
oh my word.
He has been feeding on Naraka players before today.
Absolutely phenomenal. That was honestly one of the most fun games I've had in a while. A very, very fun game. You know, 1v3s, 1v2s, people actually winning those scenarios. Incredibly fun realm of Yang as well there as well. Like, we were getting... Because, like, sometimes they're a little stally. Sometimes it's just kind of the monks, like, buying time. But, like, that was... Those scraps were over quick or very technical, and they were really interesting and like intricate to watch. So we were spoiled for that game. Like, game 6 is gonna have to really perform to live up to that, because that was genuinely one of the most fun games of Naraka I've had to watch in such a long time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was a treat to watch. I don't think there was a single moment of dull in that game whatsoever. There was no slow. There was no chill. You were very surprised. I think I mentioned it twice going into the final circle. And then you were like, wait a minute, there's only 15 people. What happened? And I'm like, well, you see what had happened was. This is a very, very quick lobby. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know,
this have a lull as well.
This is the thing we talked about a lot yesterday, right? WBG Spider, a player who we talked about in season 2 a lot, and he succeeded a lot in season 2 because of his ability to be so aggressive that he forces the lobby to play at his pace. Yesterday, not so much, because these teams and players from other regions have come in and they bring that same level of aggression. And now it's Spider who is struggling to do the same thing, struggling to adjust. We're seeing a very similar take happen here today as these teams from other regions come in, and we watch as some of these CN teams struggling to adjust to that aggression, and some of these other teams just struggling to do anything whatsoever. But YZG walking away with 12 kills here and a first place finish for a 21.8, but Team TM with 14 eliminations and a second place finish, or sorry, a third place finish, walking away with a 21.2, only 0.6 points away from being the second team to walk away with a double MVP today. And Team VNGC taking third place with 13 eliminations, as well as an 18.9 at game score.
Really, really clean stuff, actually. Crazy game coming in across the board as YZG do take that first, like you said. But I think the big thing is you got a Chinese team and then 2 Vietnamese teams coming in there. Max from NA coming in 7th, so not awful. Wolves, these last 2 games, it feels like they might have run out of steam a little bit, to be honest. They have had some pretty underwhelming games as of late from Wolves, so hopefully game 6 is a bit different. VL, unfortunately, they've just been at the bottom of the table all day long. Every time we look at them, they've not been able to really make it work. And here we go, YZG for your team data. I'm going to say it's probably GG who's going to take MVP for that. Absolute phenomenal game. 7 kills, 23,000 damage. But, you know, you got 13k damage coming out from CXZ. You got, I mean, 8k is not that much, to be fair, from Xiaohu, but they were more an enabler, a safety net for our Yoto Hime here to pick up the MVP and pick up the win for YZG. QGG, like we said, 23k damage, 7 kills. And a fairly even split of where that damage was coming from. Some from the dual blade, some from the cannon, some from skills and ultimate. But as far as the Soul Jade's going, Rocket that Hepa's attached, Assault and Meteor as their legendary Soul Jades for the Juggernaut, Cavalry, can't speak, the Bloom, and Bounce Shell as their epic Soul Jades.
Yeah, really great setup here for the cannon as well. That Meteor and Bounce Shell going to serve them very well towards farming those ultimates back up. And when you're Yoto Hime, having those ultimates is absolutely massive for your team there. Your whole team looking for you to clutch out some of those fights after they enable you, either with the Viper ultimate or, of course, Wu Chen being able to get you out of a situation and then being able to re-engage with your Yoto Hime ultimate after the enemy team burns some of their crucial abilities. And YZG doing it very well, able to control the final zone there, and TM almost able to clutch it out, but a little bit too much chaos for them in the end. But what's not going to be chaotic is that, of course, we're going to throw to another interview before we come back and lock in for a 6th and final game of today's World Championship.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the post-game interview. What an unexpected finish at the very end. So here with us is Roy Hihi. And hi Roy Hihi, please say hi to our audience.
Xin chào Roy Hihi, anh có thể chào những người xem được không? Hello everyone, I am Roy Hihi from Vietnam.
You did really well at the very end. So your teammate was defeated for a couple of times. What were you thinking at the moment?
Can you repeat the question?
Your teammate was defeated for a couple times, but what were you thinking at the moment when they are down and you are the only one left?
Đồng đội của anh đã bị giết rất nhiều lần ở trong trận đấu này, thì những lúc đó anh đã cảm thấy thế nào, đặc biệt là pha 1v3 với WG?
Thì những lúc đấy thì bọn em không suy nghĩ gì nhiều cả, cứ đánh thôi.
So we just don't think about it, we just fighting.
Nice. And you managed to use the Tian Hai and got multiple double grabs. How did you do it?
Ở vòng bo cuối anh sử dụng sư và anh đã có rất nhiều pha chụp hai, thì làm thế nào anh có thể làm được điều đó?
Vì cái động lực điểm, tại vì team em đang rất là thấp điểm nên mình cần số lượng kill như thế.
So we are just low on point and we need kill to get back into the play. So I just fight and play.
Okay, and you were in the solo games yesterday, and now you are in the trios mode. So how is the game tempo different today and yesterday?
Anh có mặt cả trong thể thức solo lẫn thể thức đội, thì anh thấy hôm nay với hôm qua khác nhau như thế nào?
Thì em không thấy khác cái gì cả, ngày nào em cũng tuyệt vời cả.
Yeah, so I felt no different at all. I know that I have a wonderful game both yesterday and today.
I'm wondering, did you know that TM also from Vietnam was so close to win that game, but you managed to got a double grab on them? Do you think you will come on top of them?
TM hôm nay thì trong vòng bo cuối cũng đã cứu được người và đã có thể giành được top 1, thì anh nghĩ sao về pha gạt giò đó?
Thì em nghĩ là team rất là hay, thì vừa đánh hay vừa xử lý bo cứu tốt nên xứng đáng được như vậy.
Yeah, so I feel TM is very good one, but yeah, I'm a bit luckier than them, then I can grab them and kill them.
And for today, all the global teams performed well beyond our expectation. What do you think about the global teams? Do you think they will have a chance to win the final championship?
Hôm nay thì tất cả các team đến từ thế giới thì đã biểu hiện rất là tốt hơn nhiều so với những gì mà họ tưởng tượng. Thì anh đánh giá như thế nào về các đội trong thế giới về cái việc là có thể chiến thắng được giải đấu năm nay? Tôi nghĩ là ai cũng đánh hay cả, thì mình thì cố gắng tới bao nhiêu được thì bấy nhiêu thôi.
So I think everyone is play very good and we just try our best to grab the champion. All right, thank you for joining us and thank you for that fantastic performance. We'll give back to our casters and take a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Roy, for coming on for a wonderful interview there. And thank you, Terry, for doing a great job with said interview. And man, Roy this game, absolutely on fire. And I think, I think he's a little nervous here in his interview, but I think he sells the point home when they ask him, how do you guys do it? And he goes, I'm just fighting, man. I want to fight. They ask him how's it different in solos from trios, and he goes, I'm just out here fighting. And that's exactly what VNGC was doing. We talked about TM and we talked about VNGC, and they're very different play styles. TM is very methodical. They want to be in control of the situation. They're waiting for a team to make a mistake, and they are going to capitalize on it no matter how small of a mistake it is very quickly. VNGC wants to be in the mix always. They don't care. They just want to be fighting. And Roy has shown it doesn't matter what the numbers are or how the odds are stacked against him. He can come out on top of those fights. Now, speaking of coming out on top of those fights, we're going to see who comes out on top in Game 6 after we come back from a short break.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG's Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ, then unfortunately knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive Team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's NBPL Season 1 Trio game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is Hip Rain, my fellow host and caster, and we have been treated to 5 incredible games of Naraka. We were just talking about it during the break, whether it is the fact that these teams from other regions are coming in and they're shaking up not so much the meta, but the tempo of these games, or the huge impact that Realm of Yang has had on the game. These games have been some of the best games of Naraka we have seen in competitive in a while, and some of the most enjoyable to watch. TM, Roy He, Team GG, all of these teams have just come in, performed, and it's been such a phenomenal day for Naraka. But we still have one game left for you guys.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you the truth. It's both. It's the inclusion of regions that are crazy aggressive, and it's also the inclusion of Realm of Yang enabling aggressive play. So everybody just has to be aggressive. It's so big. Anyway, how many kills did Roy He claim in game number 5? Answer this if you want to get yourself some Lotus treasures. Check your whisper box. Is it A, 7, B, 8, 9, and C, or D, 10? I don't know why I did 9 differently, but there you go. How many kills did he get? I.e., don't know. I actually can't remember.
Jake is just he can't handle the questions today, but that is okay.
I am not a pub quizzer. I am not a pub quizzer. That is not my thing.
Because we can't answer the questions anyway. It's you, ladies and gentlemen, watching at home, that need to know the answers. If you want to stand a chance to pick up some of these Lotus treasures for yourself, and man, I mean, we really can't sell it enough. How beautiful!
I'll give you a clue. It's more than 6. You got more than 6 kills. There you go. Work with that, guys. But do make sure you do check that whisper box. Make sure you check that, otherwise you might not get your Lotus treasures. Honestly, we have been blessed today with the games. They've been really fun to watch. I'm very excited to get into this next game. There's this horrible nagging feeling. Is like they're probably tired now. It'll be a boring game, but no, it won't be. It's gonna be a good one. We are gonna have an absolutely chaotic game coming. I guarantee it. I genuinely think the Realm of Yangs were the best thing they've ever added to this game. Like, like in the time I've been playing anyway. I mean, you've been around a bit longer than me, but in the time I've been playing, Realm of Yang is just one of the most fun things. Because Mora's blessings were always kind of like, you get there, Monk transforms, Sandstorm goes up, then you grab your item and run off. But like this is like, no, you have to fight for it, and then when you get knocked out, you have to then fight to actually stay in the game, or you just bleed out. It's so much fun to watch. It makes Mora's blessings way more impactful and interesting. And yes, some people do get them for free. We saw that earlier, especially with the big fumble where they took a player out and then immediately forgot to get in the gate in time. But like, I don't know, we've just been unbelievably lucky, and I think these Realm of Yangs just make for so
they made for so like really interesting kind of mid games, because the mid game I think in Naraka was always, I wouldn't say a weaker point, but in competitive it was definitely a slower point. It was a less interesting point because it was kind of people buckling down. But now it's like they can guarantee that they'll find kills or won't, but either way they'll, they can have a go at getting kills, basically consequence free, because you're not going to get third partied. It is just a skill check at that point. And it's been interesting watching who jumps into what Realm of Yang's. WBG are very consistent in getting into them. I think J-Team have been very consistent in getting into them. I don't think we've seen Wolves actually go into too many Realm of Yangs, interestingly enough.
No, we haven't. And this is I hate to rag on Wolves. I love my Wolves. But it's the thing that they suffered in season 2. They did not go and compete for the Morris blessings. And once again, here they are not competing in the mid game, and they end up in the late game with no gear. And yes, if they get there with no gear, they just can't pop off or do anything. And then on the off chance that they don't make it to late game, they still aren't going out and trying to contest those anyway. And it's just like, if you're going to go out in the middle of the game anyway, at least go out trying to contest something that helps you pop off in the end game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Let's see what game number 6 is going to look like. British Org, I got a scream for Wolves. I've always loved Wolves anyway, even before I found out their origin. They are an org who have just been so much fun to watch during all of the seasons. This kind of chaotic, the wolf pack hunting its prey style, but they've been a little bit on the old limp. They've been kind of they've been stalked recently, but they're all spread out across the place, dying out in different parts of the story. Anyway, Game of Thrones references aside, that's a lot of Yotohimes. Oh, baby, that's a lot of Yotohimes. Oh, we're in for a good one. We're in for a good one indeed. Also,
GG playing this very smart here, able to come in with their squad pick last game and leave a traditional comp open that they haven't touched a single hero on. So these particular picks costing them 0 hero points, which is very important because if you take a look at Team GG, they have a singular hero point left here for the final game. So very important for them to be picking heroes that are only going to cost them that single hero point.
I'm gonna be real with you. I've never seen that number. I did not know what that was. That's my first time. I'm like, oh, that's the hero points. That's kind of sick. Wow, they played that smart. I still need a calculator on how it all works because I get confused. I mean, I can't even answer our pick 4 answers questions, let alone figure out hero points. Anyway, we are getting ready to go into this game. I am happy to see Wolves actually on the Yoto because I associate Wonfeg as a Yoto player. He's so good at it. Yoto lobbies, and we got a couple of Takedas in there. This is my jam. The current meta without the Transformers and Yoto comps, that's my thing. That's what I'm all about. As we're getting ready to go into game number 6. YZG did win the previous game as they are being hunted by the European team more. But it looks like more don't actually want more. They want less. No, they want more. They open in. They found QGG. He catches them with the charge click. As now Ku, he's going to try and see if he can jump in. There is actually a potential third party of YZG. The scale rush forward and more have already lost a player. Oh, wait, there's a ballista in play. Can they land a shot? Sansi to the face. No way. No, he's not landing it. That is so close.
We're going to see that ballista continue to try to put in work here as YZG moves forward and able to clean up another one of these eliminations. Sansi on the back foot as QGG pressures onto this. Sansi is going to find an armor swap here. QGG's going to walk straight into the wave from the longsword. QGG goes extremely low off the back of that, but is able to do just a little bit of movement here across the top side of this hut, and it looks to find a reset here. Very riskily, waits a long time to get that pod out here, and look at this. YZG's Zhao Toto almost turns this on to EWG's Yuran, but is not able to get the ultimate off in time. Zhao Toto not only going to burn the ultimate, but also going to be eliminated with 0 gain here. EWG's Yuran basically coming in and 1v3ing this team right now. now off the back of losing the rest of EWG, and the Ballista almost eliminating him as well. EWG sees at least Xiao Toto coming back from the Soul Altar to run it back. They know YZG's on the back foot. They're more than happy to take the salty run back. QGG gets caught out. EWG's able to pick up all 3 members of YZG.
YZG getting themselves in a bit of trouble. Speaking of which, Wolves have also got themselves in a scrap here with GG. Joe actually not going to get the recovery off in time, as he will not be healing today. Is 2 versus 2 left, and Miss Kia has the health advantage. One thing is able to grab a quick pot and just get some health back. 14 bleeding out as well. Only onto that grey armor. One Fang loses a big chunk of health. Miss Kia trying to get the jump forward. Chunked out a little bit by One Fang, who's played this very smart. Jumping in. Miss Kia's down. 3-3-0. Next to follow, Wolves win the fight.
Yeah, Wolves able to come out on top there. One Fang playing this really well, right? Threatening to go in for the Dragon Rush there, and then just tap dodging to the side, doing a little bit of poke damage, and then re-following up with the Dragon's Rush immediately, making him think he was going to fake him out for the second time. Lands it, gets it into the full Nezha's Might, able to lock down one player, turns the odds into a 2v1, and then 330 quickly follows suit and falls down, as we see Team SD and 17JL going head-to-head here. AS and Blue Peppy here just going back and forth with the Yodo Hime ultimates here. AS actually going to come out of their ultimate into the wind wall here from the likes of SD, if I'm not mistaken. SD down a player. No longer want anything to do with this fight, as they also lose Dumpling to the fight. And now we're going to see Blue getting caught out as well. And SD, 1 player left. Another Yodo F3 comes out to cancel theirs out, and there's no hope as 17JL picks up all 3 eliminations.
Really nice stuff there. 17JL have been struggling, to be honest, recently. They've not really been able to... Roy, he kind of gets stuck on a wall there, but they've been struggling somewhat with trying to find, kills in the last few games. They've had like a couple of good games, but mostly slightly underwhelming games. And Roy Hihi is just finishing up a pretty easy kill there, as 17JL's Benchu is gonna teleport out with the rest of their team and make sure that they do pick up Benchu after he got himself caught by the horror, which has given Roy Hihi a spooky name. The Mike Myers of Morris Isle. Roy Hihi hunting people down. I don't know. I think the early morning wake up's catching up with me now, Rune. It's the craziness is setting in.
Look, can we I want to talk about this real quick. Besides the fact that your early morning is setting in here for you, but the fog on this particular daytime on the map, I really love this, because it makes third parties so much more prevalent for these teams, because you get going at it and it's very hard to see out when you're on that particular side of the map. And we've moved a little bit away from it here. There's still a little bit of fog here on this side of the map, but towards Shipwreck during this dawn map here, we see that fog is so thick. A team could literally be right to your left, and as long as they're not making noise, you would have no idea they were there. And I love how that weather plays into some of these fights, because sometimes it gives you a little bit of cover and you feel like you're safe from those third parties, but then you don't realize that there's actually a team just waiting in the wings nearby, and it breaks out. As we see here, VNGC coming back in onto 17JL, wanting to take this fight once again. 17JL had burnt a couple of ultimates earlier, and VNGC wanted to pressure that advantage, but 17JL just kept pushing out and letting that rage build up. And Roy Hihi is going to be the first one eliminated here by 17JL. They lose AS though, and it's back to a 2v2 as Simpson looks to clean up another one, and now it's a 2v1. Can 17JL flip this on its head? No, they are not going to be able to, as a VNGC able to clean up this fight against 17JL.
Mate, fat milk of a fat charge click. That was disgusting how much damage he did there. Just destroyed and turned the tables of that. The longsword, when you get that charge kick, you get the vertical strike with the range. It just does. It's so powerful. It's such a good tool, because it's a close range weapon with a short range, kind of like long range ability. It's brilliant. It does. I love the longsword. Such a brilliant weapon, and just using that in complete style was TM been a little bit more quiet this game compared to previous games, but they are hunting YZG down and looking to take them out of this game. They've already lost CXZ, and a rebirth charm is going to be necessary for them to get to all three. But if Xiaohu goes down here as well to TM, they are going to be in some serious trouble. They've only got 2 grapples left, so resources running low. They've wasted 1 but got cancelled. I think Xiaohu might just fall down as he's countered, and he's just blended. That was not pleasant. They're running circles around him, quite literally. Really, really nice stuff there from TM as they get themselves their 2nd kill of the game. And we're getting towards that stage of the game. That stage of the game we all love. Look at that. There's 1 Mora's Blessing, which has a Vermilion's Bird's Might in. And then we got 4 Realm of Yangs all spawning up across the board. One of which is within a, what do you call it? Bane's Breath. Within the Bane's Breath. WBG are very confident and willing to throw everything down to make sure they get in. They are not scared about going, oh, maybe we'll just miss this one. They know they'll win their fight, and they know that they will get their Mora's Blessing. Maximum confidence from these guys. It's really good to watch.
Oh yeah, GG turning this fight on to Max Club here as they pick up a very quick elimination on Dakun, followed by Lulu, and now they're down to a single member, and that's going to be it as Max Club is the first eliminated team here in game number 6, sent back to the lobby. We're see WBG doing what they've been doing all day, finding themselves in these realms of Yang, and this time they're going to find themselves face to face with Team Moore.
Well, the way that WBG have been playing today versus the way that the EU team's been playing today, that one makes me a little scared. VL haven't got anybody to fight yet, but let's cut over to the Moore versus WBG fight. Sissy, standing on the pillar, just makes himself a big old target, but Jing gets grabbed immediately. Slams coming down onto Jing, heavily chunked out. Sissy may just try and chase him around a little bit more. Moore have already lost a player, unfortunately, though, and I think this fight could just be done off the back of that one. Ku's getting jumped onto by Jing. Jing's going to transform maybe a little bit too late here, and Moore now seeing if he can get anything more onto himself. Sissy's going low, he's going down, and that is 1 Yue Shen versus all of WBG. Too much staggering, too much damage, a little bit too easy, and I think we're learning, don't stand on the pillars. It just makes you easy to shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, here's the thing: is what we've seen is, again, the ranged weapon variation that these teams are bringing in is they have learned we need to be holding on to these repeating crossbows because they answer the monk. It is just a very fast answer. That and the flamer is a very quick way to eliminate a monk. And when you're in that arena, it's not like when you're outside, right, where the monk has just options to move around. They can throw hands. They're not quite as vulnerable. In that arena, there's not really a place for the monk to hide. Even if he goes behind one of those pillars, he's got a hand sticking out somewhere. And if you've got a repeating crossbow, you can just keep pelting into those Tian highs when they're transformed in that Varza form here. VNGC's Roy here might have made a mistake as he popped his ultimate slightly after the other team, and that means he's forced to actually hide behind the tree there where he can't have line of sight. His ult goes to no effect, but they are still able to pick up Lee from J Team, but ZK also picking up the likes of another member of their team. VL gonna lose another member here, or no, sorry, VL coming in for the third party, actually gonna pick up the members of both J Team and VNGC. I do believe J Team had that Vermilion Bird's Might in hand, but it looks like VNGC might be, I'm not sure. Did I see that right? Were they eliminated completely?
I think you might. I'll double check. We'll double check in a moment, but right now, TM are eliminating GG from the lobby. They are looking just phenomenally good. YZG did get that rebirth charm from earlier on, but I believe TM took down 2 of their players, so that'll only be 1 player they're able to get back up as WBG with the Vermilion's Bird's Might now chasing on to TM. Unique, honestly, kind of not a care in the world. Slides in forwards. They're going to jump on to Jing initially, but Unique's going to buy some space for his team. He has the Wu Shen ult, and I think this is already getting a little bit hairy. Pampy is pulled out before he can do any real damage. They did not want to stick around for that. WBG definitely looked a little bit too scary as Moore Gonna force the ultimate out of Wu Shen out of. I didn't actually see who they were fighting, but they're gone.
You know, textbook TM though. As soon as the fight is a little bit not in their advantage, they're just gonna go out. They're gonna reset here, and this is really bad for Team GG, right? The last team they needed to eliminate them here was Team TM. TM, the only team, basically, look, they didn't get the MVP in the last game, right? But they missed it by 0.2 points, right? So basically, the only other team here who has double MVPs for the day, like Team GG, and they're in third place right now. A good game here for TM cements them in that first place over the top of Team GG. So the last team that GG wanted to be giving more points to, much less being eliminated by, is the likes of Team TM.
Yeah, absolutely. But now though, Ku needs to be careful. Wolves are finishing him up. Could be a bit of a freebie here for Wolves, as they are just taking down one already. And CC not going to get the slam in time. That is an easy pickup as more are eliminated from the lobby. 32 players are left standing. 17 minutes left on the clock. Can't believe GG are already down. This is YZG's opportunity to take first in this in today's games. As long as they just survive a little bit longer. But cutting over to a replay of TM taking on GG here. This was how they got the full squad wipe and how they finished this one up.
Yeah, TM doing a great job today, honestly. But also, Wolves finding a return to form here in game number 6. They played very, very consistently for their first 3 games. In the last 2 games, struggled to find any sort of footing into the game. And here, Team Wolves with 7 eliminations under their belt, looking to make something happen here in their 6th and final game of the day, just behind the likes of Team VNGC, our MVPs from last game, looking to make it happen again here in our game 6. But the question is, will it be TM? Will it be Team Wolves? Will it be VNGC? Or will it be somebody else coming out on top? Ooh, time will tell. But we are technically only in zone 2, even though half the lobby already eliminated, and we're getting ready to see the next set of Realm of Yang show up. And we have 3 teams, VNGC, VL, and WBG, all looking to contest this same portal for the Realm of Yang here on the southern side of the map.
This could be really messy. Predator immediately loses half his shields, got gold katanas though, so he's feeling comfortable. WBG, they just bolt in. They want to get in there immediately, and VL follow them through. A little bit of time just to get some heals off and get yourself reset and centered for this fight. This is about to get very, very messy in here. WBG being consistently on it, and Sleepwalker immediately transforming. Predator a little bit slower on the punches. He actually gets himself knocked up and knocked back for the moment. Rivielia already too low, already out of this fight. Nothing they can do. PP's not even going to get slammed. VL, they are just going to get slammed. This was not the good fight for them. As Sleepwalker just gets that immediate grab, earlier transform, and Predator, he's not even going to get the slam onto PP. Not that it would matter even if he could. There's now Yaku. I mean, he transformed too late as well. They just not play this fight smart, and WBG just infinitely better here, and they win the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. The more we see this Transformer fight break out here in these Realms of Yang, it really comes down to, if you transform late, you're done. You have to be the first to transform. And if you're not, if you transform at the same time, it just breaks out to who's the better team. But if you transform after the opposing team, you're actually putting yourself at a massive disadvantage. And we saw exactly that break out in that particular fight, where WBG was just able to very quickly take the advantage over VL, able to eliminate their healer, which would have been the only advantage that they had in that particular altercation, because there was no Yuashan to be able to cover the Kurumi there in that fight, and she very quickly falls. She does get her ultimate off, but then the Monk able to just keep their team from pressing into it because the numbers advantage that they had there, and they had their Yuashan up ult as well. It just such an overwhelming display from WBG over the likes of Team VL here as they continue to show consistency today, which is not something I think you expected out of WBG. And I think at this point, Jake, you're going to have to eat your words.
Well, today, but I'll when they're consistently good across multiple days, then I'll eat my words. But I will say I am pleasantly surprised with WBG after a whole season of asking them to actually show up. They have started to show up, and I guess Worlds is probably the best place to show up if you're going to show up at all. So yeah, I do see, you know, some positives on that front. Is this the team? Yeah, they got two minutes to get some kills, so gonna be a little bit rough for them. But yes, no, WBG, much better, much better. I don't really know what changed within this team, but it's like an entirely different team are playing. They're just playing so much more intelligent, so much more aggressive at the same time, and not just passive teams that just don't do anything and achieve nothing. They are finding kills, they're playing aggressively, they're controlling tempo, and they're just hands checking and out handsing everybody they go against most of the time today. Really, really consistent. Anyway, over to VL. They just lost a player. They're getting kind of beaten up here. Creditor has actually gone for the evolve, got himself the grab, and will be looking for the slam, but won't be able to get it because he's just been interrupted. Gets the re-grab in the meanwhile. Can't get the next one. EWG with the Draco Storm just doing so much damage consistently, and Creditor, he's down. Easy pickup with that one. Sansi, low HP, is going to heal up somewhat as J-Team slide in, looking to finish him up. Yoto Ultimate will make short work of Sansi as he falls to J-Team. And Yaku, the only one standing right now as J-Team just basically walk in and get two free kills. No real problem getting these ones. Down goes Yaku, down goes VL. And J-Team, they just got two freebies.
Yeah, absolutely. J-Team playing that very, very smart. And unfortunately, EWG overcommitted to the fight with VL. And I say overcommitted, not that VL gave them too much choice there, because VL very, very desperate. Again, once you're on that timer, you have to go out and fight somebody. You start burning resources in a fight with EWG. You can't back off and try to reset and go re-engage with them, because you're sans resources and there's not enough time for you to recover those resources and find another target before you end up burning out to that timer from the realm of Yang. So unfortunately there, VL kind of costing both EWG and their team for hyper committing to a fight that they had to take.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a mess, but I mean, that's what I like about this, about the realm of Yang, is it, you know, it does force a bit of panic. It does force a bit of you know, urgency in a stage of the game which typically urgency is fairly lacking. Teams kind of normally don't really achieve much in this point of the game. This kind of like, you know, halfway mark towards the last kind of like 6-7 minutes. Not much really goes down in Naraka typically, unless you're in a very, very aggressive lobby. So it's nice, but now there's something in the middle of the game that does force people to be aggressive and really fun. And just as a quick note, those dual blades were sick. I'm a big fan of those. They were super cool.
Let's take a look. Wolves here. 7 eliminations under their belt, looking to pressure in on to YZG here. YZG, one of the 4 running teams right now. And I mean, we talked about this at the beginning of the day. YZG has just consistently played so well between both seasons. They're a team you always have to keep your eyes on. So Wolves on a bit of a hunt here, but need to be careful, because if they know who they are hunting, YZG is a force to be reckoned with. J-Team are defending world champions, unfortunately, all the way down in 10th place right now. They have struggled to find any sort of footing here today in our first day of trios. And, you know, the last place you want to be is the only CN team that's underneath teams from other regions, right? You're trying to defend not only your world championship title, but your region from these other teams. And it's a bad look if you're the defending world champions and you're the only CN team that is currently under some of these teams from other regions.
Yeah, J Team, you know, they definitely look better than they did at the beginning of the year. Well, the beginning of the year technically was Worlds, but the beginning of like the competitive season for the NBPL, they've definitely been on a upward trajectory, but they've never really hit that like top form. I can think of one game where we were like, oh wow, this is why they're the world champions. Ever since then, J Team have always been a team who've like kind of been mediocre, and they made it to Worlds, and you know, they've had their moments, but if I was them, I think they're probably thinking more about, you know, just making it into that kind of top end of the table and making it to grand finals more than going, all right, we are going to defend our championship, our title. We're gonna be very comfortable in that. I think right now their goals are probably a little bit more realistic and more focused on basically getting into grand finals and basically securing as good a place as possible. And look at these dual swords; they're sick, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're so cool.
I love that particular skin here as we turn our attention over to BLD being absolutely run through by the likes of WBG. And I mean, WBG, you know, quite a lot to prove here today as they come through, you know, made some very bold claims about Group A being the group of death here, specifically because they were in it. And of course, you know, again, Jake more than happy to give WBG just a little bit of gruff at the beginning of the day here. So they need to perform and make some things happen. And they are towards the top end of that table, and they've had some fairly good games today. So they definitely want to end the day out with a bang so that they can continue to keep that trend moving forward. Wolves, another team here who started the day out very well and struggled in their last two games, finding themselves on the receiving end of ESK here and going to be forced to use that Wu Chen ult to get out. 14 up top here with the legendary armor, though. They have kind of set themselves up for success coming into the final circles here. They do have 8 eliminations for themselves, you know, 1 elimination away from the very top of the pool here. This is a very close game, though. 3 teams with 8 eliminations, 1 with 7, 1 with 9. It's really anybody's game going into these final circles.
It really is indeed, but Mora's blessings up, a little bit of items picked up for YZG off the back of that one. Definitely quite a crowded final circle compared to some of the other ones we've had. I mean, if we're looking at game 5, I guess. So probably going to get quite messy. And when you got crowded final circles and you got Yotos, it really is anybody's game to take. Like YZG right now, the lowest team with their Yoto, if they just have like an amazing ultimate and like mop this up, they can easily just jump miles ahead of the rest of the teams in this game. It's going to be a very, very interesting one. ESK as well, still got their Takeda. Actually, the only Takeda comp left in the lobby. Been a relatively quiet game from them, but we know that Takeda can wreak havoc as well in these final circles. So definitely somebody to kind of keep your eyes on in that front. But for now, all the players will just have to wait and see where the circle goes and how this game is going to kind of go to close out. Because for the moment, it is VNGC. The people on your screen right now, and Fat Milk, putting in some serious work on this Yoshihime. We could see our second team today, not from the Chinese region, to take a win here. TM finding themselves in a fight versus ESK. Looking for the stun here from Akame, able to connect it onto a couple of people, but instantly able to jump out as in comes Yi Boy. Not going to hang around for long, though, with that Wu Shen ult out.
Yeah, ESK here comes in, slides in, tries to pick up the elimination there, but the Wu Chen ult comes out very cleanly. And, you know, TM, this is where they excel. That Wu Chen ult very quickly happens. They know they're on the back foot, but unfortunately, the chaos right now, a little too much for the likes of TM. Yes, the Wu Chen was able to get them out, but here they are. They just lost a second player off the back of the chaos that's been here, and TM down to just their Viper. Unfortunately, Pampy goes down, and Pampy really the strong player need to make something happen in this final circle, as he was the one who was able to use that huge Yodohime ultimate. Oh no! Fat Milk getting picked up here by WBG, as WBG making that return to form as they go to 13 eliminations here and start to take control of this final circle. VNGC also losing their Yodohime amidst all of the chaos as everybody gets locked down. 17JL, we're going to see multiple Wu Chen ults come out. 17JL to the backside here, but Wolves waiting in the wings. AS going to catch a parry onto 14. 14 going to be forced to back off and go for the bit of a reset here. Wolves One Fang trying to come and use that longsword just to cover 14. 14 able to get the reset though, and now we're going to see players coming down onto 14. One Fang has to take this time to get a reset before they go and engage there and try to help out 14. WBG Sleepwalker over here, 90% of the way to the ult, just trying to buy time, trying to find a little bit of damage somewhere so they can get that Monk ult back up and try to capitalize on this final zone. We're going to see a huge ult come out from YZG CXZ, who does not find the stun in time. Unfortunately, as another Viper ult actually stuns them out. YZG going to try to use that Wu Chen ult to get away, but they are going to lose QGG. Wolf 14 is able to pick up CXZ from YZG as well. YZG goes down to a single member. Zhao Dodo left alive. VNGC Roy Hee coming in with the Viper ult, able to pick up ZK from J-Team. YZG find themselves losing their final member to WBG's Jing. WBG going to 15 eliminations here. Then VNGC Simpson getting picked up as well by Sleepwalker. VNGC going down to a single player left alive, and Wolves 14 coming in with a massive ult here, slowing down most of the lobby as they're able to pick up an elimination. Roy Hee now going in with a Viper ult of their own, looking to lock down some of these players. 14 stunned, but on the edge of the zone where nobody coming in to do anything about it. WBG Jinx picks up Wolves One Fang. J-Team's Lee picks up VNGC's Roy Hee, and now it's a Wolves, WBG, and J-Team going head to head here, but WBG with 2 players left alive as they now pick up Wolves 14 as well. It's just J-Team's Lee versus the likes of WBG. Lee needing to tap dodge every single grab here from the Monk, not able to go in and capitalize on anything though. WBG in a 2v1 versus J-Team. The grab goes out, and this is going to be it as WBG is going to round out the day with the MVP for game number 6.
I was critical of them, and they finally found their first win of the World Championship on day 1. They've had a phenomenal day all day, and they do close it out with a victory. WBG, that was a big victory as well. I think that was like 18, 19 kill game from those guys. They looked absolutely brilliant today, and I am ever step closer to eating my words on this team because they were underwhelming domestically all season 2 long. They have made it work here today. They have had an absolutely stellar game, not missing a single beat, always getting a decent score on the board. WBG look absolutely phenomenal coming in, and I'm very excited to see how they fare versus the likes of Group C, obviously, which is a terrifying group where you've got the likes of FPX, you've got the likes of OUG, you've got the likes of Ace over there. You've got some more of these Vietnamese teams as well. There's some really, really scary teams over there. I'm super, super excited to see how they're going to fare versus those guys later on in the World Championship. But a really, really good opener here for WBG. Wolves, unfortunately, they fell a little bit short towards the end of the day. I think this game was all right for them, but they had the first 3 games were all very consistent, and then it's been a bit hit or miss for the end of the day. So they're probably a little bit irritated with their performance at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the consistency was there for the first 3 games. They had a bad game 4, and quite honestly, at that particular point, they could afford to have a bad game 4. They had built a cushion just off the back of their consistency. They could come in, continue to play consistent, have one pop-off game, and be in a very good position. But coming into game 5, we watched them make a ton of mistakes very early on. And I think it's a little bit of the mental, right? You have pretty middling games all day, and then you finally have a bad game and you go, well, crap, now we're going to drop. We were sitting in 5th place. We were kind of chilling, and all of a sudden, you let it affect your mental. You come into game 5, you make those bad decisions. They look to start having a return to form here in the 6th game, and they are going to have a fairly decent scoreline when we do get to take a look at the scores here in game number 6, but they weren't quite able to take control of that final zone. Another team. Go ahead.
No. Carry on. Finish your point up. It's fine.
I was going to say, TM, another team looking very strong coming into this final circle that we see have 2 very strong games before this. Unfortunately, the exact thing we talked about that TM would struggle with is chaos. They find themselves in a moment where the chaos comes through for them. The Wu Chen able to ult them out, but because they're in a final zone, there's not enough space for them to really escape chaos. You just teleport from one chaos to the other, and TM kind of crumbles in the face of it in the end here.
Yeah, no, I as much as TM definitely did struggle in the chaos, I think, there's a few teams I'm very, very excited to watch from, regions I don't cover. Obviously, WBG take this game, 19 kills, a 31.6 pointer for them. J-Team coming in second there with 21.2. But another team that I am talking about, but we weren't really looking at other than TM, was VNGC. These guys have been kind of up there. We got a Vietnamese team and a Vietnamese team. 2 Vietnamese teams who I'm genuinely very excited about. I'm really enjoying watching them play. TM, this very methodical and mathematical team, and then VNGC, a team who are a little bit more comfortable with the chaos, a little bit more comfortable with the carnage. And I think these 2 teams really have the ability to throw a spanner in the works. And the best thing about them is they're not in the same group. TM are in Group A, and Group B has VNGC. So those 2 teams are on other groups, which means we will be seeing them pretty much every day. Actually, we will see them every day. One of them at least every day. So I am very excited to see these guys throughout the rest of the tournament, because they have genuinely really, really impressed me. But you know what? I guess these guys have also impressed me. WBG winning this game, this final game of the day. And it was a very, very good game for them. Weirdly enough, Sleepwalker, the person who I typically associate as the carry of the team, wasn't the one doing all the damage. It was actually Jing on the UA Shen with 25,000 damage, almost 26, closing in on it on that UA Shen. Really, really good game coming in from him.
Oh, absolutely. Sleepwalker with 11 eliminations, though, able to come in and clutch out those kills for the team, as well as PP here on the Tumult. We got to talk about the 19,000 damage coming out from him as well, right? That's a very significant amount of damage. We've seen teams today walk away with MVPs where 2 of the members were below 10,000 damage. Almost every single member of this team pumped out 20,000 damage here in game number 6. And it is going to come in our boy Sleepwalker walking away with 19,909 damage and 11 eliminations coming through here with 4 legendary Soul Jades. Going to be walking away our MVP for game number 6.
Yeah, really big game coming in from Sleepwalker. He has put his name forward as a Monk player once again. I mean, I said earlier, GG's 330 was, in my opinion, one of the best monks, if not the best monk in China, and was putting his name forward as the best monk in the world. But Sleepwalker really stepping it up today on his monk as well. And a hero I do associate with Sleepwalker. I know him as a monk player. I know him as a very capable monk player. But it felt like with a pretty lackluster season 2, he kind of lost his right to that. But coming back into Worlds, he is fired up, he is ready, and he's definitely up there with the top monks. And, well, literally throwing hands. Like, he is looking very, very good. I'm super excited to see how the rest of this tournament goes. Obviously, we've had one day of solos, we've had one day of trios now. Vietnam are actually looking like a region that have potential to have multiple teams in the finals and are looking competitive. I mean, you end today and the Vietnamese teams have jumped up. I think the big problem for them is consistency, but I think nerves were probably a big thing for those guys because they looked better in the second half of the day. So once they'd shaken those nerves off. So I think, going forward, I genuinely keep your eyes on TM and, VNGC. I think these 2 teams really, really have impressed me today.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, look, a lot of teams coming in, putting in work today, especially in game number 6. We saw Wolves come in and put their biggest scoreline on the board for the day in game 6. WBG slowly and incrementally throughout the day getting better and better. And then in game 6, coming in and finally getting their MVP for the day. And honestly, if there's a trend to end up on, you want to be on that upward trend. But we've got a quick interview for you, ladies and gentlemen, before we call things quits here today. So we're going to throw it over to Terry before we come back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last post-game interview of the day. Joining us here will be Yuck from Team Volume. Hi, Yuck. Please say hi to our audience.
Hello there.
Yeah, so our first question will be, how would you rate your performance today?
Oh, it was really bad. We didn't play the way we like the way we can perform. We're a little bit scared of the Chinese level, and we made a lot of passive decisions. We don't play like this. We play way more aggressive usually. But I would say that we can do way much better.
Yeah, so to perform better in the future games, what adjustment would you guys make?
So the first thing we need to do is get more synergy, and also learn the way we use our ultimate. So sometimes I would not use my ultimate because I was scared of the other people saving their ultimate. But the truth is I should help my teammate call me. And it's, for example, one mistake I made, but we also do a couple of mistakes like this.
Yeah, I'm sure playing at Worlds will be very different from playing regionally. How is the tempo different?
So Chinese players play really passive. Their neutral game is insane. You think they're gonna fight you, but they actually don't fight you. They just shoot you, and you're losing so much HP. And then you get third party. It's completely different from what we know on our server. But we're gonna adapt, and hopefully the next day we're gonna perform way better.
Of course. And what's your goal for this tournament?
My goal for this tournament is get to the group stage. I would be really happy if it happens. And I would say not end up last. That would be the best goal, I guess.
And just please say something to the European fans that's been supporting you.
Thank you so much, guys, for supporting you. We see all your message on Twitter, Discord, whatever. I'm really sorry that we are not as good as you expect us to be, but we're gonna try to improve.
And out of all the regions, which region, you talk about Chinese team, which region other than the Chinese mainland teams you think gonna be the best?
The Vietnamese team, they seem really hyped. I don't know, maybe because they play on Chinese server as well.
And do you think all the European teams and the North American teams will perform better next day?
I think they could. Anything is possible. It's Nawaka. You can get third party. It's about luck sometimes. So yeah. But for me, it's Chinese than the Asian player.
Very nice. Thank you for joining us, and hope you will perform much better the next day. And hope you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you for watching the post-game interview. We'll give back to the casters for the final wrap-up.
Terry, thank you so much for a lovely interview with our boy Yaku over in Volume. And, this is exactly what we were talking about on broadcast. Yeah. Volume has identified the issue, and it was holding those ultimates too long. Every single time we saw them, we were like, why are they waiting to burn those ultimates so long? So it seems that they've done a good job at identifying the issues that they had today. And they also have identified the meta that's evolving here and the differences between the regions. So hopefully they're going to be able to come back here in their next day of the group stages and perform much better, because that's critical for a lot of these teams, is being able to walk away from today and just go, this is what we did wrong. How do we do better?
I want to weigh in on that whole meta conversation, because the meta has shifted heavily. And I mean, it's not any, it's like, you might see the same hero picks and things showing up at the moment, but genuinely the meta is vastly different from what we were playing on every region's domestic finals. Because you can go, in solos, you're not seeing so much Z-Ping. That doesn't matter. It's genuinely the Realms of Yang. They changed the pace of the game massively. It's an entirely different game because a section of the game where a lot of people would be used to gathering extra resources, just waiting out the circles and doing intelligent rotations, which was the meta before, which was kind of making sure you're set up to rotate into the next circle and then the next circle and then take fights if or when they come around, but also maybe play it safe and just wait till the end. That's not a thing anymore. That's a massive part of the game that just like you really don't see because the Realm of Yangs force people to get aggressive. They force people then who lose the Realm of Yangs to go like just balls to the walls aggressive and like force people to scrap them no matter what because they need to find those kills. So that kind of like more patient and more technical side of like the mid game has been taken over by aggression, which in turn is like an entirely different way to play the game. And what you're now seeing in result to that is the Chinese and the Vietnamese players seem to just instantly be picked up and attuned to that. I think some of the other players, maybe not quite so used to it. You know, the Realm of Yang's a really good example with VL. Why weren't they ulting earlier? Like, they were too slow on the punch. They were playing it, you know, almost as if, what happens if we get third party? So we need to save that ult, because that's your headset. When you're 15 minutes into the game and you're in a fight, you go, maybe I wait till the last moment to monk, just in case somebody comes in and third parties us, and we at least have ults to use. But you're not going to get that. So I think it's genuinely an entirely different way to play the game and think, and it's just one little change, but it has really affected the meta. I think in a positive way as well. I just think the EU NA players definitely seemed like they weren't as prepared for this meta shift as the Vietnamese, the Chinese, and the Southeast Asian teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think you said it best when we were talking about TM, that kind of ebb and flow style they have. That's the meta that's kind of being developed here because of the Realm of Yang. You need to be able to ebb and flow between the constant aggression and when it's time to pump those brakes and go back to sort of that neutral that we talk about all the time, right? Where you're able to just kind of poke at some of these teams and waste some of their resources while you're building rage and stuff. That classic sort of Naraka we've come to see. And the teams that are adapting the best are the ones who are being able to do that ebb and flow, where they see an opportunity to jump in and they can aggressively take those fights, and then backing out and then trading shots with some people and building some rage back up. That's how well TM was able to succeed today, was off the back of a very similar play style. And then you have teams like VNGC who are just like, we're going to take every fight. We're going to go in, we're going to push. This meta is leaning and shifting more back into that aggression, and we're going to lean hard into it, and it has served them well. As we take a look here, we're for the final standings for the day. Unfortunately, VL in the bottom, but game 6, a much better game for VL.
Absolutely.
So hopefully, go ahead.
I mean, I was just going to say VNGC as well. I mean, like, their last 2 games was when they figured everything out. Like, if they'd played like this all day, they would have been on that top end easily. It just took them a while to figure out how the meta was, because you can see their beginning games were a bit lost, a bit lackluster, and they just went hard at the end. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much all Chinese teams in the top, YZG, GG, and WBG. But the crucial thing is in 4th, Vietnamese team TM stepped up today. That 31-pointer being that victory for them. They have played phenomenally well, and they genuinely are a team you need to keep your eyes peeled for.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys came in and they're just a delight to watch. Honestly, it's textbook. VNGC also as well, coming in and just being hyper aggressive in these last 2 games was so fun to watch. XCG doing what XCG does best, just scoring well throughout the day so that they're in the top end of the table. So when they are ready to have that pop-off game, they can climb well. Wolves looking to do a very similar thing, but unfortunately struggling in games 4 and 5. Finding their footing again in game 6, though, thankfully, and able to put together the most points that they were able to put together all day. So hopefully they come back in for day number 2 and are ready and willing to perform just as well, if not better, in day 2. J Team crawling their way back up from the bottom 8 as well and finding their way into the top 8 here. Are defending world champions, having a much better game at 6 for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we're going to be back tomorrow with 6 more games of solos, and it's groups A and C going head to head.
Solos are going to be so much fun. I love the solos meta as it was. Zipping is bad. And also, Roma Yang. Like, man, I am so excited to get into solos tomorrow. It is going to be unbelievably fun. We've obviously had A and B play yesterday in solos. So now we get to see some of these teams from Group C for the first time here at the World Championship. Well, it will be the first time at the World Championship. So we're getting FPX, OUG, GD, Ace, BBE, Wolf-U, Envy, and Orion all playing tomorrow. They're solos players, and then the day after we got the trios for that as well. Man, Worlds is popping, bro. We're getting some seriously good games already. The meta is amazing. I couldn't be happier with everything at the moment. I'm a happy boy. I'm a very happy boy. It's the meta's good. The games are good. Chef's kiss. It's gonna be a good Worlds.
Truly, it is a blessed time to be both a Naraka spectator and a Naraka esports caster, because, man, these games have been phenomenal from yesterday to today, from solos to trios. I think the Realm of Yang, like you have said, is one of the best additions to the game. The way it changes the tempo and the pacing here in the pro competitive scene has been such a healthy change here for Naraka. And then, of course, like you said, seeing Zping getting the nerf that we all know that she deserved, and the meta shifting quite literally in the opposite direction. We were far left leaning, where it was fights were taking 5 minutes. It was forever. We had 20 people left alive in final circles. And now we're all the way to the right, where it is just a fight after fight after fight, huge aggression, and just absolutely killer plays coming out from all of these teams. But that is going to be it, unfortunately, from us here today in the World Championship. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. I'm not going to be here. Jake's going to be back here with you guys, guiding you through day 2 of solo. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you come and see everybody. That's going to be it from us today, and we're going to see you guys tomorrow.
Let's go Worlds! Woo!
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times.